Grenade rolls in. Emmy using this opportunity.
But we still have to celebrate KPI.
But that's it. Looks like Evie is not going to let it happen. Just pushing it on the side. There we go. Team Liquid.
Hello. Hello. Hola.
Let's go, EB!
Let's go, team. Let's go. Yeah, can we have a little bit like explanation?
Yeah.
Yeah, because like I've never seen this. All right, let's go. Let's do it. Okay, I got it.
Oh, yeah.
I hate these thousand games.
I'm a biter.
Enjoy, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have to finish it.
No. Are we ready?
Yeah. Go. Alright, let's try this. See how this is. Cut it in half. Alright, let's try this. See how this is.
Is it good? Very good.
Very good.
podemos dar un poco en la boca a ellos, sí, nosotros.
Oh, okay.
I like fruit, so come over with that thing. Feed you guys? Yo, no.
Issue at all this move coming up.
Moving into this one, it's just so many angles. KPI.
I think the last game was really impressive, how they made like a wide rotate. They came in from the northeast, and then they made like a really nice play going into the middle, and then they kind of played it from there, and I thought these rotations were really nice. So.
Dignitas is going to go down.
So easy for Liquid now. They're just going to spot out Spiro, and that's going to...
Creo que en la última partida, cuando noquean a uno de GNL, que después los pushean al campo a su derecha, y después como Ibiza estaba sacando todas las kills ahí para tener los puntos necesarios para ganar la partida.
Oh, thank you.
¿Qué equipo piensan que va a ganar la gran final o va a quedar en el top?
I don't know who's gonna win it, but I think Ghibli is playing pretty well. Yeah, I think Ghibli has a good chance right now if they keep playing how they play.
VP as well, maybe? Virtus Pro.
Who do you think is gonna win?
Creo que va a ganar Virtus Pro por la consistencia que vienen teniendo en los juegos y creo que el formato Super les va a ayudar bastante.
It's bad luck.
Yeah. Mufa. Say it.
Yeah.
Mufa.
Mufa?
Yeah, Mufa.
Mufa. What does this mean?
Bad luck.
The same in Argentina.
Okay. Okay, so now we're gonna find some info about KPI. I'm gonna ask you guys some questions and you answer them at the same time.
Okay.
Okay.
So which team would you guys like to not see in the grand final? Ghibli or New Happy? 1, 2, 3.
New Happy.
Oh!
You happy?
Porque me cargaron ahí en Miramar y porque peleamos el drop también.
Oh, Los Leones. Oh, this one, yeah.
Who is it? Oh,
Ming.
Ming, bad boy.
Oh, they're shooting his body. Oh,
Did you guys like get some revenge later though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh.
yeah. What are you guys better at? Playing center heavy or winning a team fight? 1, 2, 3.
Yendo al centro.
So you guys found really good middle spots in the later circles. What is the key to that?
Tengo un imán que atrae los círculos.
Oh yeah, let's go. We got that. Hey, we got that as well. We got that as well.
Don't tell them the secrets,
Alright,
man. Don't tell
yeah.
the secrets.
It's so weird that other teams haven't found that out yet though.
If you guys would pick me or Ibi to join your team, who would it be? 1, 2, 3.
James.
Thank you.
Creo que encajaría bastante bien en nuestro equipo. Es un jugador bastante agresivo e inteligente. Ahora les toca a ustedes y van a tener que responder al mismo tiempo.
Okay.
Okay.
¿A qué equipo no quieren ver en la final? ¿A 17 o a GNL? 1, 2, 3.
17.
Because they loot the same spots as us.
Si 17 clasifica a la gran final y va pegado por Chinky, ¿qué van a hacer?
No comment.
Ok. Secret.
You will see.
Si tienen que elegir uno de nosotros dos, ¿a quién elegirían para su equipo? 1, 2, 3.
Draft King.
Silsen because he has more international experience. It's not his first LAN. And I respect him for creating a new team and making it here again and winning one of the weeks. So.
Thank you.
I didn't know who to pick, so I just spit something out.
Yoink.
Come on, Red.
No, not wearing that.
Come on.
Yeah.
It's good, man, it's good.
Yeah. Come on, come on.
Hey, let's swap.
No.
Let's swap.
No.
Let's swap.
No.
Let's swap.
No.
Let's swap.
Like the behave like a chicken. That's cute as fine.
You look great.
Nos vemos en el Grand Final.
안녕하세요. Hello. Hello.
我们跳防空洞。
야, 올해가 꼭 미치를 깔아. 오마이 아샤를 봅니다. 또 여기 있니야?
ปิดไฟสักทีปิดไฟเถอะตาจะบอดแล้ว
야, 감사합니다. 밀러도 파이팅 해봅시다. 야야야.
렛츠고
스타트 됐어요.
Go.
Я можно попробовать резнуть Тём в ЛГ.
Окей, сейчас попробуем.
Если дальних нету, меня спокойно резать. 8 секунд рез.
Конечно, можно? Хорош. Мэл, живи. Мэл, есть еще флеш? Надо мной. Хорошо, все.
Один остался.
Все, Мэл, контроль берет. Он у Мэла справа где-то. Мэл, мог подняться. Я смотрю, Он вверх прям, самый верх.
Хорош.
Найс.
Хорош.
Найс.
오른쪽 붙어봐. 오른쪽겠다.
오른쪽
아까
하나,
있는 거야?
옆 하나.
넘어요?
1번.
손좀 들절.
연막 리필.
나도. 개피. 나이스.
연막 리필. 연막 리필.
천천히 갈게 난. 기다려 형 일로 와 상민아 일로 와.
턱에다 쳐.
아니야 안다.
기다. 이번에도 전호선이 있어. 이번
어떻게 들어갔어?
전호선을 있고 디그가 북쪽이고 남쪽이 줄이야. 연막 안에
뭐.
있고 연막 안에 있고 1번
야,
두 개. 1번 타고 나와야 되고 2번 먼저 가서 진짜 끝이야.
내가 왼쪽 끝에 먹어줄게. 한 번에 내가 본다. 왼쪽 끝에 먹어서 AR만 들고 있어.
이번에 디그 라스타랑.
이거 확킬이하다.
이번 둘.
레터나디.
아 지금 벽 앞에.
바람 잡았고.
3대1.
천천히 해. 장전 중.
이거 안전하게
타샤로.
조금만 봐줄게.
풀어줄게 이러면?
늦었어. 바로 왔네.
3명이 일났습니다. 네, 3명이 아웃됐어요.
버텨야겠다 일단.
희주야 5등만 해줘. 5등 해줘.
올라가겠다.
어디가?
그 애매한데 엎드릴게 꼭대기에서. 이 페이지 끝나면은 8 뜨면 될 것 같은데?
와 걸쳤다.
발소리.
힐로 마음속으로 세줘.
패스 시켰어요. 패스 시켰어요.
화이팅. 줄 수 있는 정보 다 줬어.
네.
아베.
거기 형 싸우고 있거든. 그냥 존버해.
네, 모든 걸 버렸어요. 윤종 선수는 갤리슈트까지 지금 착용을 하고 준비하고 있어요.
그냥 가만히 있어야 돼. 최대한 오래 살아서 그렇게.
누워서.
그런데 기브리 스포츠가 예측하고 있어요. 이거 혼자니까 어디 누워 있을 수 있다.
봤어요.
Other side of my ridge now.
Yeah, coming. I'm running him still.
Guys,
Nah,
slow
we're
down.
running,
Relax.
we're running.
Reset a little bit.
I'm
이게 무슨 낙마였어요, 낙마.
It was two, right? No, it's two. What went wrong then?
I mean, I got knocked with a nade in hand and it rolls down to you. We peaked too early.
He's
Probably somewhere.
We have center.
You have Senna. Let the circle come in. Don't jump. Break G.
Bombs.
Above us. Straight above me here.
Let's go. Well played, him. Really well played. Bad boy. How many do you have?
1.
So, 14.
Oh, 15.
14.
4, 1, 5, 14.
从左边进。我有闪，谁拿中哥？跟，右边那个打头了，发动机别进。一边进一个，打一下。
I flush.
You want to shack? It's just one of
Navi, Navi's on the shack. Just let him shoot this star like me. He's in the hop. He's going left in the hop. He went left in the hop.
Okay, you need to clear like green marker. There could be one. He has a dip there. He has a dip to the left of that rock.
105.
I'm wrapping right.
Yeah, this is good, better.
Nice. One is spot. 85. One is spot. 85.
Yeah, running right. Right tree, better. Nade it.
He could be
He's gonna go far right, guys, by the way.
Yeah, he
Comes. Nice. He's on me now.
Nice, guys.
Don't shoot Sonics! Shoot TSM! Don't shoot him!
Let me get on the smoke, and then just wait before you start resing me. Take my nade. Just stop. Throwing nades.
Do you have smokes?
No, I'm done.
Keep going. There's a tree on the left that you have to get to, Jesse, I think. Push him to the tree.
Yeah, okay. Along on the left, point. Sure. Don't peek. I'm holding right.
Both on the left. One to the back right, smoke. In the smokes. No smokes.
I needed it.
Okay.
We have any smokes to smoke?
I'll get
No, I have no
smokes.
B36
is white. B36 is
Peril,
white.
3 knocks
on Peril.
Okay, slow down, guys. Slow down.
DBL being on fire, my mark.
Perril's on this
crate.
I can't see anything.
DBL knocked. DBL white.
Okay, this on the crate. On the rock.
Right.
Slow it down. It's mollied off. Slow it down.
Bad molly.
He's dead. Let's go.
Go, guys.
Nice.
Бля, пиздец, столько пиздежа, нахуй.
Hi PUBG Esports fans, I'm your PUBG Esports guide Annie. Starting from the ranked decision that kicked off in November 19th, we had 3 weeks of weekly series, and now only thing that left for the PGC 2021 is the finale, the grand finals. After 3 weeks of weekly series, the 3 teams that came out on the top each week from the weekly finals got the golden tickets to the grand finals. Also, beside 3 teams who earned their tickets, the top 9 teams with the highest overall weekly final points advanced to the grand finals too. With 4 additional teams from Grand Survival filling in the lost spots, the final 16 teams moving on to the grand finals will be decided. Let's see which team has made it to the grand finals. In week 1, there is this particular team that caused a huge upset, and it's KPI Gaming representing Latin America. And this was the team that showed us the first drama in PGC 2021. 18th place in ranked decision, 14th team to advance in week 1 of weekly survival. Compared to other teams, they did not receive much attention. Although they only won 1 chicken dinner, they've made it to the top 6 in all of the 10 matches and also accumulated kill points match by match and got the first ticket to the weekly final. This team has earned the grand final tickets by showing consistent performance for all 3 weeks. This team is the European powerhouse Team Liquid. In the match 9 of week 2 weekly final, they defeated their biggest contender, GNL Esports, to score a chicken dinner and pull up their ranking from 7th to 3rd place. In this PGC 2021, this was the first time we have 2 teams having a tie in total points and total kill points. So we had to compare their respective points from their matches with their best performance. The result was Team Liquid's victory with a 1-point difference. In week 3, there was one team who showed us the drama again, and that was Gen G, the defending champion of PGC 2019. For Gen G, it's not been an easy road since the week 1 weekly final. They resulted in only 43 points overall and coming 10th place in the ranking after showing quite a poor performance. They failed to advance to the weekly final by not winning a single chicken dinner in 16 matches in week 2 weekly survival. However, in the 16th, the last match, Inonix showed us amazing 1v4 clutch against Sonics, and maybe this was a turning point? Pio and Inonix, aka Phoenix Duo, along with support from Esther and Asura, were able to win the last chicken dinner and move on to week 3 of the weekly final as the 16th team. Gen G, always explaining themselves as a slow starter, finally showed what Gen G is like in the global tournament in week 3. They've won the last weekly final by scoring 119 points with 3 chicken dinners, and this is the highest score of all in a single week. Including these 3 teams, the total of 12 teams who have performed well in the weekly finals have secured their tickets to grand finals. Let's cut down the 12 teams into regions. We have 5 European teams, Team Liquid, Virtus Pro, Heroic, Navi, ENS. 5 Asian teams, Gen G, Ghibli Esports, New Happy, Global Esports Exit, Danawa Esports. And 2 American teams, KPI Gaming and Space Station Gaming. These teams have all made it into grand finals. Also, the teams from APAC region, also known as the aggressive playstyle, have not been able to send a single team to the grand final yet. First of all, there are 3 teams besides Team Liquid who have advanced to all weekly finals. Firstly, fans might have remembered this team as Virtus Pro from the PGIS, but now we have to say that this team is one of the best teams from the strategy and also the amazing clutch from individual plays. Virtus Pro showed their strength by ranking 2nd in the overall points. Heroic is respectively less known to global PUBG Esports fans, but as they have advanced to all 3 weekly finals and ended up 5th among 32 teams, Danawa Esports also performed in all weekly finals but barely managed to advance to the grand final. We all know that this team has great potential in compet, so we'll see how they improve their playstyle on the grand finals. On the other hand, there are a lot of teams in PGC 2021 who could be named as a dark horse teams. Ghibli Esports showed us outstanding performance in the week 1. They advanced to the grand final. In week 2 of weekly survival, Space Station Gaming from the Americas region have created this best play in PUBG Esports history by making light pole ending in Los Leones. They came in 6th place in both week 1 and 2 to advance to the grand final as the overall 9th place. Also, ENS came in 7th place in both week 1 and 2, resulting in an overall 11th place to narrowly advance to the grand final. It must have been tense watching day 2 matches for ENS. Meanwhile, there are teams that have struggled in the first week but rise in the second week to show an impressive performances. New Happy consisted of mechanically gifted players who are always on the top of the Pick'em Challenge weekly kill point MVP. Let's see if this team could show aggressive playstyle in grand finals too. Navi until week 2 remained in the middle and lower rank. But from week 3, they scored a chicken dinner in the first match. At the end, Navi successfully made it to the grand finals as well. Also, Chinese Taipei's Global Esports Exit, with a sudden boost in points, advanced to the grand final by jumping up from 15th place to 8th place, leaving behind all the weaknesses they've shown in the global tournaments in the past. I think the 13th match of week 2 weekly survival when GEX won 20 kill chicken dinner was a turning point for this team. The last 4 teams to advance to the grand final will be decided with the grand survival. The first team to take the victory was the one and only APAC region team that qualified, the King of Erangel, Fury. Next, TSM FTX won a 14-kill chicken dinner even after placing 2nd in the first match and became the 3rd team to qualify from Americas region. The 3rd ticket went to Kaishin Esports from China by once again winning the dramatic chicken dinner. Last but not least, Pero made a great comeback by finally winning the precious chicken dinner at last. Now that all 16 teams to compete in the grand final is confirmed after the grand survival, we want to have a short interview with 3 teams that have won the weekly finals. Hello guys!
Hi.
Can you introduce yourselves?
Hola, soy Silsen y soy el IGL de KPI.
Hi, my name is Abisa and I'm from Team Liquid.
안녕하세요. 젠지 팀의 에스더입니다.
So first of all, congratulations for winning the weekly finals.
Thank you.
I want to ask a few questions for 3 teams in common. Did you guys expect to see each other as a winner of the weekly final?
사실 리퀴드 같은 경우에는 워낙 유럽에서도 꾸준히 잘하고 있고 세계대도 많이 나왔기 때문에 주차 우승은 할 거라고 생각하고 있었는데 사실 KPI 같은 경우에는 이제 아메리카 쪽에서 리그를 뛰고 있는데 그렇게 잘하는 모습은 제가 못 본 것 같아서 좀 의외로 좀 놀랬는데 그래도 하는 거 보니까 중앙에 잘 들어와서 잘 버틴 다음에 킬 잘 먹고 그런 식으로 하는 방식이 좀 잘하는 팀이라고 생각이 들었습니다.
I definitely expected Genji to be in the top 3. They've always been a team that tends to perform better on a LAN environment compared to online. And KPI, not really. More underdogs coming into the tournament, I guess. I didn't really know that much about them either, other than the player Silson for sure. So, yeah.
La verdad que sí los esperaba, son un equipo muy fuerte los dos, son bastante completos y siempre jugaron bien internacionalmente, así que sí los esperaba que estén ahí.
What do you think of each other team?
One of the things about Genji, I guess, and their playstyle is I feel like Pio is kind of always on his own. So I think James also got called in week 1 by Pio, and from that moment, in general, we've been watching around a lot more when we play right next to them.
사실 뭐 저희 젠지 키플레이어가 피오긴 한데 그 밈도 있잖아요. Where is 피오? 라는 밈도 있는데 항상 당하는 팀들이 많기 때문에 이렇게 좀 경계하는 부분도 이해가고 KPI 같은 경우는 이제 중앙에서 버티는 전략을 많이 사용하는 것 같은데 그 전략에 있어서 맞는 스쿼드를 유지해서 잘 하고 있는 것 같아요.
Team Liquid have been playing in the PUBG Esports scene for so long, but there were a lot of second places. But you know, it's like there was this so close for winning, but not once. A lot of fans are really anticipating to finally see Team Liquid winning in the PUBG 2021. So, any words for fans or your determination towards grand finals?
Yeah, I feel like this year when it comes down to preparation, we're kind of on a different level the way we see the game. James has been IGLing this whole year as well right now, so he feels much more prepared. The way we approach our scrims is different, I feel like, compared to most teams. Just our whole approach. We've been very consistent this tournament so far, and we've been pretty happy with how we have been playing. Of course, week 3 finals, we got 9th, but I mean, we already made it. It's always hard to give that little extra, because we were pretty much playing for, first the 30k or nothing. Of course, I want to thank all the fans for still supporting us. Yeah, we're kind of like a second place team, but we're always out there, and I feel like one of the most consistent teams in the world. So we're ready for the grand finals.
PGC 디펜딩 챔피언인데 그 전에는 조금 부진한 모습을 보였었는데 뭔가 그랜드 파이널에 갈 수 없다라고 막 생각을 한다던가 이런 조바심이 좀 났었나요?
사실 3주차 서바이벌 경기에서 코인 수가 많지 않았는데 그래도 뭔가 감을 찾은 것 같아서 혹시라도 떨어지게 되면 그랜드 서바이벌에서는 올라갈 수 있겠다라고 생각을 하긴 했어요. 좋은 코치님, 감독님 있기 때문에 전혀 걱정하지 않고 있었습니다.
So, what are your determination going into the grand finals as a team?
Creo que tenemos el nivel para ganarla, la final. Hay muchos muy buenos equipos, pero en la primera semana demostramos que estamos al nivel del torneo, así que esa es nuestra meta por ahora, a lo que apuntamos, que es ganar la final.
Okay, this is the final question. So, any words for fans who are going to participate in the last pick'em challenge?
젠지 모르는 흑우읍제 지옥에서 부활해서 돌아왔다. 찍어주세요.
Si son gente inteligente, ya saben a quién tienen que votar. Obviamente a nosotros.
It's this time of the year again. Vote for Team Liquid. Thank you guys.
So we just had a short interview with the 3 teams that won the weekly finals, and now remaining is the finale, the grand final of PGC 2021. So here's the question: which team will be the champion of PGC 2021? Please stay tuned till the end. Last but not least, please like and subscribe to PUBG Esports channel. Bye bye.
Welcome to day 2 of the grand finals here at PGC 2021. I'm Jorisar. Joining me are Clover and Frost, Steph and Patrick on the desk today. And today is going to end up being a little bit make or break in terms of some of the teams that didn't perform well on day number 1. Heroic have a chance to potentially run away with it today as well if they have another good day. Steph, there are a lot of stories for us to talk about here.
There really are, and as you say, it's a good opportunity for teams that might have had a little bit of a slow start to this tournament. We're going 3 Miramar heavy today, so for some of those Miramar-centric teams, this could be a good starting point. And as you say, Heroic on that huge kill spree, soaking up those points. So there's going to be a lot on the board, and you know what, John? I'm predicting a lot of shuffling as well.
Oh, I have a feeling we are going to see a lot of that. You're completely right there. I cannot wait to see exactly what happens here. Patrick, Heroic yesterday, a lot of teams are going to be asking, a lot of viewers are going to be asking the question, can they be stopped? They have stepped things up another gear.
I'm just gonna go ahead and say this. They're playing their own game right now. This is not what the Heroic we've seen throughout the whole tournament so far, but this is the bread and butter of Heroic. They like to play edge, they like to go super aggressive, and right now, this is the first time during this whole PGC that we're seeing them playing this game, and you see how it's working out for them. It's just going great.
They absolutely have been unstoppable on day number 1, but at the same time, Steph, it's fair to say that Heroic, they've had really good days and they've had really bad days in the past, and form in tournaments is all about peaking at the right time. How difficult is it going to be to maintain this sort of momentum for 3 days in a row, though?
I mean, that is the big question, right? Because as we're talking the story of Heroic right now, sitting on 47 kills, 69 points total. But we've also got New Happy that's kind of in a similar situation right behind them, that they've been having, I think, the performance we've been expecting. Beyond that, 2 big names that we do know can have that consistency when we hit the super format. Team Liquid currently in 3rd place. I think they're the biggest threat right now to Heroic, to New Happy, because on a day-to-day, a whole full weekend basis, we can expect not only that growth in terms of their performance, but I think even let's be honest, I probably expect them to frag out today and potentially leap into 1st place.
Now, for those of you who are just tuning in for the first time, of course, we have a casual $2 million prize pool, not including crowdfunding. It's basically more than doubled. It's absolutely insane here. We started with 32 teams in PGC 2021, and now we are down to the grand finals. We've had day number 1. There are still 10 games to go. And Frost, let's talk a little bit about the teams that need to pick up the pace a little bit here. Heroic have been the standout performers, sure, but Gen G, what happened to them yesterday?
What we're seeing right now is they're just crumbling apart. Time after time, game after time, they're just losing people way too early. Of course, we saw 2 circles towards South George yesterday, which means that that's home turf for them.
Yeah.
But that's also one of the hardest things, right? Because they kind of play edge better than play center, but when they get the circle on top of them like that, we see them going towards the center. They start splitting up, they start losing people when they get crashed on, and then they just can't make anything happen. We've seen in the past how they lose like a player like Pio, a star player for the team pretty early in the game, but they're still able to still make something happen. But yesterday was not one of those days. And right now, I mean, Pio is sitting towards the bottom there with 3 kills. That's not what you want to see from a team like Gen G.
A little bit of contrasting fortunes, perhaps, Steph, for teams like Petrichor Road coming in the Grand Survival. I think the only team out of all the teams in Grand Survival that are actually doing pretty well at the moment. They're in 4th, nothing to write home about, but they've got a decent point space to work from as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're, as I say too, I mean, they are kind of in the lead for kills. So when you take the top 5 teams from yesterday's performance in terms of constantly finding out those frags, they did get a chicken dinner as well. It's a good start, but I think a big heartbreak that we've seen a lot from Petrichor Road is that they have those really gorgeous moments. And similar to the conversation we had with Heroic to start, there's times where things just don't quite align for them. So if they can play the game that they're known for, I think this could be a good weekend for them. But that's the big question for so many of these teams. This is the final opportunity for consistency.
So speaking of final opportunities, this is where we are in the schedule right now. At the bottom of your screens, in fact, the bottom right, it's the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. We've had 3 weeks of intense competition in the survivals, in the finals, and in the bottom 16, leading into grand survival. And these are the final 16 teams fighting it out on points format to crown the PGC 2021 champion. And here's how everything has worked so far. We've been through ranked decision. We've worked out where all these teams are going to stack up. And then we end up with 31 teams going into 3 weeks of weekly survival. We then pick 12 teams from them to go into the grand finals, which is now. And we had an additional 4 teams coming through grand survival. God, possibly the most nerve-wracking 4 games of PUBG in the entire tournament. But those 4 teams have made it through. And then we're going to have day number 2 here up for you guys. So it's 5 matches yesterday, today, and tomorrow. That will comprise your grand final. And 3 Miramars and 2 Erangels today to balance things out. We still technically have 1 more Erangel overall. So all is fine there. And that is for a prize pool of a casual $2 million. Nothing to laugh at. And some of these teams will be no strangers to that prize pool as well. And we'll be looking forward to their big share of it. But they're going to have to work for it today and tomorrow. It's all about which teams can climb on top of the leaderboard. And one team, Froz, that we were talking about and even saw in the VT was Team Liquid. They want to be able to get that first place. To be fair, if they're perennially second or third, they're still earning a crazy amount of money. But it feels like from that VT, maybe they had a point to prove today.
Well, Ibi said it best during that video itself, right? They're kind of a second place team. They've always been that kind of team. But might be their chance. I've been saying this so many times. This might be their chance to actually get that first spot for once. We've seen, of course, they started off yesterday with a second place. They ended with a second place. It's been a pretty average day for them in terms of how they normally play it out. And them going back to Picado and Pochinki, that's a huge thing. But this is also the first time we've seen them going back to those drop spots since the start of the tournament. So they're having a little bit of a, identity crisis, I feel like where do we play from, what do we actually do? But it's working out right now. They're doing great. I mean, it's just been the first day. We still have today, we have tomorrow left, and this is the time to actually build yourself up some points. Make sure that today is how you set yourself up for the last day and how you're gonna end the whole final.
Yeah.
That's really scary though, Steph, isn't it? When a team comes into a grand finals and decides now's the time to switch something up. Is that a really high risk, high reward strategy, or does that often pay off?
I mean, definitely. I think one of the big conversations that we had going into this grand final was what was going to happen with Team Liquid, depending on who got into this lobby. Now, good for Team Liquid is that all the teams that have potentially been challenging them for a lot of their hot drop spots aren't here. You don't have 17, you don't have AAA, you don't have Sonics. That gives them some breathing room. But for other teams that, we talk about like to play around the edge, meaning as the circles shift, they're going to hang around the edge, farm points, try to get kills, and play that way where they don't have to worry about teams coming in behind their backs. The problem is they run in the problem of getting sandwiched. So you're starting to see some of those teams switch things up. Maybe they're going to send it more center. They're going to try to pick a compound and not have to worry about watching themselves from every angle. That's a good opportunity to get some kills. I mean, we're looking right now at the total kill performances. Heroic, 47 kills. New Happy, 30, Team Liquid, 27. You don't get those kind of kills from finding a compound sitting and hiding. You get those kills for being very engaging, very active, maybe playing the edge to start, but sitting center, getting a good prio compound that gives you that line of sight that you can frag from. Because even if you can't get the chicken dinner, finding that late game, finding those fights, and coming out of them successful is what's going to help you be successful in this event, right? Because you want to have all those scoring opportunities. And I mean, when we look at where the leaderboard is right now, some of the teams have had a slow start. Now, I will say we have had some weird circles. We've kind of had some of the Milta water splits, the military circles, and that can be a hard start, especially for teams that are a little bit more Erangel centric. Today, more of a Miramar focus for some teams that might not have had a good showing yesterday. This is a good opportunity for them to have a little more time on those rotations, find some of those kills.
One thing to look about when you're talking about this is like Heroic and New Happy. That is 2 teams that like to play edge, and we're seeing the edge team kind of doing better, or they did yesterday, because there were so many teams that was going towards the center. They were all kind of just like crumbled into the center, all of them, and then you get a hard shift and everybody needs to move out. They're just gonna start killing each other. One of the teams that is like in the dead center almost every time though is Team Liquid, but they're managing to actually get those kills, and that's what's putting up towards the top. Because if you look at the top 6 right now, all of them have a win except for Team Liquid, because Team Liquid, they're just getting the kills, they're getting those second places, and it's working out for them. All the other teams, they're getting those wins though, but it's all about the edge teams, I feel like, because of how all of the teams were playing yesterday. So we have to see if there's going to be a shuffle around, if some teams are going to go more edge. because it's been way more edge heavy before coming into the grand finals here. And now it seems like a lot of the teams are switching up because they looked at what's happened throughout the whole tournament and seeing all of these teams playing edge, they want to play more center.
Sure.
And that's knock-on effect that everybody's there now.
So here are some of your highlights from yesterday in the grand finals. You were talking about those standout performances, Steph, and frankly, we're about to see quite a lot of them.
I mean, you got to hit those shots. And, because KPI is on the screen, I want to mirror really quickly what Froz is saying. This, again, is a team that likes to send it. They like to play that same style of play that we see from Team Liquid. And it's something that awarded them their win in week 1, right? They won the weekly final for the first week, and it was a beautiful performance from them. But the problem now, of course, comes the way that this lobby is challenging them, and they're not able to successfully pull off some of those plays that they're playing. On the flip side of that, Heroic really in a gorgeous position to frag out those kills. I mean, there really isn't a single player on this roster right now who's not hitting the shots, who's not shining, and that's what we've really seen from these 3 teams, because not only are they, again, leading the leaderboard in terms of overall placement points, in terms of their performance, but they're leading it in kills as well, and so they're winning those engagements.
They're doing a phenomenal job of winning those as well. But the Froz, I really want to highlight something you said earlier on about the meta shifting. In week number 1, we had KPI victory, for example. We're sending it center and holding it. Was good for them. Week number 2 already seemed like a completely different lobby when we went into the weekly finals. Is it possible that going into day 2 and 3 of the grand finals, we just see so many teams adapting that it's a completely different play style from day 1?
I mean, all of the teams, they try to like adapt from what all the other teams are doing, right? And they're gonna watch back what happened. And then what you see is like a lot of teams, they will say like, oh, well, this is not working out for us. But we see a lot of teams is like, let's say yesterday, a lot of teams are going center. Well, let's try to head out and play more edge today. A problem with that is that if too many teams look at it the same way and start doing it, you're gonna see that there's gonna be way too many teams on the edge, and it's just not going to work out. Sure. In the end, what you want to do is you want to keep playing your own game. If you're an edge team, you want to keep on playing edge. If you're a center team, you want to keep on playing center, because sooner or later, that's how you're going to thrive, by playing your own game. Sure, you need to adapt, but you need to adapt on the fly, not adapting day by day, because the big adaptment from day by day, that's where all the teams are doing as well. But you need to make sure you can adapt on the fly in the games. That's how you're going to thrive and make sure that you're going to be winning.
And speaking of winning, 2 players who are going to be looking to do some of that today, Akesleft and Salute, beasts in their own right. Akesleft, the talisman of Petrichor Road there, actually falling short when it comes to stuff like headshot ratio here, but in terms of damage dealt and effectiveness over the course of a game, Steph, there's absolutely no doubting these teams.
Oh yeah. I mean, Akesleft has really been, I think, a player that we have mentioned since day 1 into Ranked Decision of being somebody to keep an eye out for Petrichor Road. So to see this whole team not only failing themselves, but to see him back in that prime position, again, like the big question now is, can they continue to play that catch up? I mean, only 20 kills, and I say only. But 5 games, 1 day in, we've seen crazier performances, higher performance from them. And again, a big factor for some of the teams that aren't currently in first place is Heroic. As you can even see here, Heroic's still in that top 4. Heroic's still in that fighting position. This is from the Everest game, right? Where we're essentially coming off a King of the Hill style circle. And so the scoring opportunities, the fragging chances, the pressure that they've been able to keep up has been a big contributing factor for why we finally see Petrichor Road, I think, in the position that we expected all along, right? Which is near the top. And so one thing, though, that, kind of keep a flip side on that with Salute, Danawa, I think we had a lot of maybe pressure on them to overperform. They underperformed a bit. And so now we're kind of looking to them to see if they're finally coming into form.
I mean, if we start to get more shots like that today, I've got absolutely no doubt that we'll see some more. Salute put on a couple of masterclasses yesterday of just how to deal with tricky situations. But Froz, for Danawa to sort of pick themselves up and really march up the leaderboard today, it needs more than a standout performance from Salute. We need the whole team really to be gathering around him and making sure they're not just 1 or 2 alive in the end game.
Yeah, it's been a lot of Salute in Seoul this whole tournament almost, I feel like. But if we can see them just like keeping everybody alive, it's going to be so much better. That's how they're going to be doing best, right? We saw them, of course, Danawa yesterday with a 2nd place and a 3rd place finish. But except from that, it was say 14th, 15th, 16th place. And that's not going to cut it. That's not going to work out. You need to make sure that you have those decent games as your worst games. Of course, them ending up on 28 points, it's far from over. Like, you can come back from that easily.
Yep.
Actually, like, I mean, sure, you have like the top 3-4 teams that has a good cushion to play around with today, but all the other teams, they need to like put up a little bit of a better performance, but it's far from over, and it's all about setting yourself up for tomorrow, I feel like.
And look at this. There's still a lot of faith in Gen G as far as the pick'ems are concerned. But at the end of the day, they're really going to have a good day today with 16 points so far. 1/3, basically, of all of the pick'ems going to Gen G here in the grand final. I mean, Clover, that's staggering.
You know what? We've seen crazier miracles from them, even just to get to this
We
point.
have.
Gen G having a massive blowout day there, and I think that the possibility is there. Obviously, you know, everybody loves to talk about PO and the performance that PO has, but a lot of the reason that I think PO is successful is because the people that are around him, right? You've got Inonix, Asura, you've got so many people that are really just in situations to, if PO is eliminated, be a rightful scary fragger in their own mind, to give PO the support that they need to maybe sit back and play anchor. And we see the fact that Gen G, especially late game, has that adaptability. And really quickly, while I kind of have this, I want to also talk about VP, because I think we haven't really given them a conversation. And it's a similar situation. Now, they are in 5th place currently. They do have 1 chicken dinner. And I think when we look at the overall standings of the weeks, yes, Team Liquid, very much consistency, top fraggers, but I think so has VP. I think VP's been comfortable in this lobby, and I would really like to see them pop off.
I mean, they certainly can. And don't forget, it's not just the players in the game that can win. You can as well. You become the lone survivor when PUBG Battlegrounds goes free to play on the 12th of January next year. All of the announcements have now been made, and you can go ahead and pre-register yourself at pre-reg.pubg.com. So it's going to be a huge event at the start of next year, of course, once we go free to play. And we look forward to seeing many of you on the battlefield as well. Let's now take a look at some of the teams that did rather well yesterday and what they thought of the tournament so far going into the second day of the grand finals.
I would say personally, to get to grand finals for us, it was like a big goal/dream.
우승에 대한 욕심이 없다면 이 대회를 참가하는 이유가 없는 것 같고.
Не знаю, то, что мы выиграем 70%.
还是那句话，我们只想拿冠军。 We got 69 points in the first day of grand finals. As I said, our downfall sometimes is mentality. We have some rough games, and then we sort of pull ourselves down and say we might not be good, and just clear things up. You know, make things easier together. It's just about having fun. And as soon as we have fun as a team, I feel like we play very well. But a key thing to PUBG, especially competitive PUBG, from my point of view, is you've just got to enjoy the games. So treasure that time and just do the best you can.
원래 좀 어제 너무 잘하면 오늘 방심을 하더라고요. 그래서 오늘 꼭 따라잡겠습니다.
周冠，你们都觉得打得好，只是多了一个进决赛的名额罢了。总决赛发挥得好，那才是最后的冠军。
Тогда много поинтов, занять 2-е место в таблице по сумме 3 недель. Мы просто уверены в себе и будем играть дальше.
I feel like we're an underdog, so you never know. Well, we made it to all 3 weekly finals. We enjoy fighting against you on the battlefield. I would just say watch out for us.
I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what the teams have to offer us today. We've got games 6 through to 10 of the 15-game grand final today. And Patrick, I want to sort of follow up on something that Steph just said very rightly. A couple of teams we haven't necessarily cast our eye upon so far, and that's the teams in the mid-pack. Virtus Pro, ENCE, we mentioned Danawa briefly, Space Station Gaming. They haven't had a bad tournament so far. Yes, they have to pick things up, but they've got a good baseline to start from.
Yeah, good baseline to start from, and it's all about having those kind of decent games, right? Then you have teams like VP, ENCE, they got themselves a win each, but they're also like playing kind of, it feels kind of like they're just starting off the tournament, right? Where you're just like feeling all the other teams, see what they're doing, but at the same time you're trying to play your own game, and just trying to figure out, okay, where do we fit into this lobby? But it's been a few weeks already, so this shouldn't be the case, especially for those kind of teams. We've seen VP, we've seen ENCE doing really good. Now, on the other hand, you have teams like Danawa and SSG. They've been middling around this whole tournament so far, and I'm not surprised to see them towards there. Then they've been doing pretty decent, I'd say. Of course, you're always going to have some of those bad games, but overall, they're putting up a decent show here for us.
All right, Steph, we're about to head into game number 6 now. Any predictions for who you think is going to do well, either in our first game or maybe overall?
You know, I think that we might see Na'Vi pop off a little bit today, and I think we could see a little bit more climbing from Virtus Pro and Space Station as well.
Well, we are about to find out, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is day number 2 of the PGC 2021 Grand Finals. We're heading on to Miramar now for game number 6. Your casters, Paperthin and Chunks. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Jorosar. Welcome back, everyone, to PGC 2021, obviously powered by Alienware and Toomey. It's me, Chunks, joined by the one and only Paperton. Man, the nerves are getting to me. It's the grand final. A lot of pressure, not only on us, but the teams tonight as well. They have so much to work for.
Yeah, this is, I mean, yesterday was nuts. Heroic there, you could see him on your screen, was absolutely just popping off. 47 kills across the day is absolutely insane. But here to start out, a pretty fair playing path across Miramar. Chunks. Nothing too out of the ordinary with this, so everybody can kind of get, this is about the most fair playing path you can get on Miramar, to be honest. You can basically get anywhere you need to go.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking before the broadcast about how we want to see those wacky circles, and this is one of those playing paths that it can be deceptive at times, can't it? You think it's going to go like super central, and then it ends up being like all the way down to the south or up at Oasis or something. So I think a lot of unknowns for these teams right now, especially after the way that the circles have been going for the past few weeks now. At this point, it has been very unpredictable. So I kind of hope we get a boring circle, at least for the first game.
Yeah, let's get things get everybody situated, allow everybody to kind of get comfortable into their game. Heroic and Gen G have had a few scuffles on Miramar. Of course, we saw the Via Del Mar drop where they both dropped down there, and that one didn't go so well for Gen G. Pio kind of caught out on an island there, and yeah, there is going to be some minor contention over Los Leones, but Los Leones typically big enough for 2 teams. I have seen New Happy get pretty aggressive on teams inside of Los Leones. They don't like to share this space, but I think here for the grand finals, it might be a different story.
Yeah, I mean, New Happy, obviously, with the position they're currently at, going very frag heavy, it wouldn't surprise me to see them get aggressive, but I think this early on, when we've still obviously got a bunch more Miramar games, not only today, but also tomorrow, I think maybe they leave it until those final 1 or 2 games when they realize KPI are potentially some easy points if they get aggressive. I think that will be the time, because New Happy obviously a really aggressive team. And let's go back to yesterday real quick and how we wrap things up, because this was a really intense end game. It looked for a second like Liquid were going to be able to just dominate it all, but Heroic and the solos were just able to put up an insane fight to do a lot of damage.
I mean, Salute has been a superstar in Korea this year, a very young kid who Danawa found through their own scouting, brought him on, and he has just been an absolute revelation for them. He is incredible on his own. You can see here, this drive-by on Lambu is just, just a million IQ stuff from him. And then we get to see your settings if you want to see what your FPS settings are looking like. But Salute has been nuts. I mean, he's had some big 1vx's for wins in a couple games this year in PWS and PCS. So this guy definitely, of course, the desk was talking about him and Seoul. And yeah, they're the 2 to watch out for on this team. Kind of interesting to see Danawa kind of struggle with the Rex and Yoonjung is his name, but they call him YJ now. Situation. So Yoonjung was a player who was on the MTech. He came over to Danawa as a shot caller when Jeff Laka went over to MTech. They kind of swapped, but they just really haven't been able to find a groove with YJ. So Rex, kind of a veteran player, right? A former T1 guy. So they've been kind of favoring him more in these big situations.
Yeah, it's unfortunate though, isn't it, for Danawa? Obviously a team that, I mean, they started off really well. Obviously for the longest time, they were hot dropping against VP, so we didn't really get to see them get into the swing of things and play the form of PUBG we know they're capable of. And it feels like, as the Des touched on, so far they just haven't been able to get into those endgame scenarios with a full 4-man. Because I think that when Danawa are up as a 4-man, they are able to just kind of sweep through a circle. And at least from what I saw yesterday, it feels like it has been a lot of solo plays, a lot of just getting picked off one by one. So I really do hope that coming into today, they are going to be able to switch things up and, you know, remain a couple players up going into that end game. And I think that that's where we'll really see them thrive.
Yeah, I agree. They've got a lot of firepower, and Rex as well has been really clutch at times. So you know, it's just a matter of getting there, right? That's the big story. Same for Ents. I mean, we saw right early on in this tournament in the ranked decision where they were playing out of their minds. So definitely got to keep our eyes on them, see if they can you know, turn it around here, really start to pick up some steam. I mean, they're in 6th place. I shouldn't say turn it around, but see if they can start picking up a few more points. And of course, Heroic has been top heavy. SSG and Na'Vi just driving by. I don't suspect anything's going to come out of that one right now, but everybody just trying to get down to that southern circle. And a lot of teams are going to prioritize the center of this circle because southwest of Los Leones, circles really like to gravitate towards that area.
Yeah, and it's a really brutal area to go through. A lot of very open terrain down to the south. Unless we're going all the way down to the south-south, I'm talking like the coast, then it's a lot of little ridges you can play as solos, duos. It's good for the late game, but ideally, obviously, you want to be getting yourself a compound. It looks like Kaishin maybe a little bit indecisive on how they want to play this one. It looked for a second like they wanted to move over towards those shanties, but instead now just going to start their rotate through. About time, honestly, because they have a long way to go here, and so many teams are just going to be centered up already. Teams like Liquid, New Happy, teams that have done so well in previous days now just posted up dead center in a bit of a split, so taking up a lot of space right there.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about this Danawa split this early with like VP and other teams barreling down on it. They might be able to fend off some of the teams from the territory, but they got to be real careful about somebody getting in the middle of all that, where they won't be able to group up towards the phase 2, phase 3 situations, which is typically where you're going to see teams kind of coalesce once they kind of have a better understanding of what the circle wants to do after phase 3, right? Like a lot of teams are trying to position themselves for that phase 4 shift, you know, because you have a much better ability to judge where the circle is likely to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's about being able to make those predictions, isn't it? And not only make them, but also adapt when things don't end up going your way. As I think that teams like New Happy are really good at that, and that's the reason they're thriving right now. They're able to come out and sure, they've got a set game plan right now. We're going to play a little bit split. We're going dead center. We're maximizing our chance of getting that circle, but we know that as soon as that thing goes away, they are going to be making a move. They are going to just send it towards each other and play as an absolute unit. As SSG are going to try and do exactly that now. Roth opening up the initial shots towards Na'Vi, but it doesn't seem like anything landed, and Na'Vi should be able to get this compound relatively free.
Yeah, SSG is... They've got decent angles on the Na'Vi, but Navi's able to get across that hill before anybody's really able to get their footing and find much out of it. I'm a little bit worried about that Murado potentially for Melman, but I think it's okay for now. I don't think Oldless is going to push too much further forward. They're just going to play the side of this hill, get the info, and probably see if they can get a knock somewhere. But Oldless has got to be real careful out there on his own. And here's Danawa, like I was talking about, not too far away from this fight. They're pretty spread out. Rex is out in the open, to be frank, and that's dangerous stuff, but we'll see if they can maybe get away with it. Ghibli, this is Spear ahead of the rest of Ghibli here, looking to find out what's going on. GEX coming out from the east, is already situated on these southeastern Los Leones mountains, and yeah, Ghibli, you know, I don't expect Spear to do much. In fact, yeah, he's just going to peel out. He doesn't want to risk getting knocked early.
No, Ghibli, a smart squad, but it seems like they set up these positions a lot of the time, and they just tend to fall apart when they matter the most, which is unfortunate, and I hope they're going to be able to turn that around. Ghibli are such a strong squad in terms of fragging power, in terms of the players on that team, and I don't think 12th position is really where they belong. I'd expect them up there a little bit more, but obviously it's hard to say, isn't it, when we're looking at these teams and we say, well, a team like Gen G shouldn't be in 14th, a team like Fury shouldn't be in 15th, but at the same time, it's the finals. It's the best of the best right now. So as much as you want to criticize a team's performance, there's not much you can do. And Danawa, well, started off pretty big. First kill for them, and nicely done onto example.
Well, Rex doing a little PO impression. Now SSR, who has been an absolute phenom for GEX, is going to get Purdy Curdy down and out. Alo stuck in a really bad position, just able to get himself underneath that hill. And GEX, you know, this is, I tell you what, this is the best tournament I've seen GEX play. I mean, I got to give them all the credit in the world. I was telling you before, I think I've casted just about every game GEX has played this year. And this is by far the best form I've seen them in here for this. And that's a really good sign for these guys. They're veterans. A lot of them have been playing in their region for years, since basically the inception of PUBG Esports. And to see them having this kind of success has been a lot of fun. That SSR spray down he had against, oh, who was it? Was it Heroic yesterday on Miramar? The second to last game was absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic have just put up such a performance. And, you know, you touched on GX, and they're a squad that have been kind of making small adjustments for the longest time now. And it feels like they're finally starting to click, and it's impressive to see. It's just a case of, are they going to be able to get up there right now? Are they going to be able to have that massive improvement that is required when we get to the later stages? We also, earlier on, did see PO pick up that MK, so always a dangerous sight to behold, especially when Gen G have a position like this off of Phase 2. You can tell they're going to be confident when that zone moves away, going in with that edge play and just getting aggressive, and PO with an MK is always a dangerous thought.
Oh, that's just the scariest thing in the world. I mean, he is. You get a Groza or an MK in his hands, and he's almost guaranteed to pick up a couple kills with it. Donawa just going to piece out a Team Liquid territory, trying to readjust Team Liquid going forward. The center rotation early here, Phase 2. You pretty much have a pretty good idea at this point that this is going to start centering up around that area anyway. So for Team Liquid, now it's a good time to group up. You're going to see a lot of teams start to group up. The only one that's making an interesting split, I think, is New Happy, but Fury kind of surrounded by SSG here, Chunks. This could be a little tricky for them.
Absolutely. Keenan's trying to open up some shots, so at least SSG are going to be aware of the position. The third party will attempt to come through from Heroic, as Oldless is inside the vehicle. It doesn't look like much really going to come of it just yet. And I do worry about SSG, because they're a squad that, I mean, I've got Roth over on my fantasy team, and he's died before 10 minutes a few times right now, so he's got me a little tilted, and also a little concerned, because that's not what you want to be doing. Dying, you know, 2 or 3 times, I think it is now, before 10 minutes in the space of 5 games. That's not ideal. It looks like potentially Luke 12 going to face a similar fate, though, as Silzen is there to find himself a nice knock, and a second almost lands onto Penta.
Yeah, Penta got headshotted, so he's got to be real careful. I don't think there's any world where that grenade, even if it got through the door, was going to connect with him. So he's able to get the heal off. Halo trying to return the favor a bit onto KPI, but TSM very disjointed right now. You've got 2 in the warehouses. You've got Halo behind towards that God compound. This is going to be a little tricky here for TSM. I mean, it started off rough, losing Purdy early, and to follow up into this situation, this circle very likely to head out to their west. They're probably going to have to fight their way out one way or another. And doing it this early means, you know, for TSM, it might start to be a game where you have to think about just trying to scrape together kills where you can.
Savior in a really dangerous position, as is Remba. It seems like neither of these players have their positions known. Remba, Lambu each going to be able to find themselves, and not KPI now taking casualties after those initial kill points they were able to find. Silzen just nowhere to be found, and this is it. Savior just out on his own here for GEX. It's a rough one. Obviously, if his team fill in and actually make a rotate with the vehicle, Ghibli are going to have a read on it. They're going to be like, okay, there's at least one player here, maybe more, so they're going to be looking for those kills. Whereas right now, as long as Savior remains as a solo, Ghibli is seemingly going to be unaware. That'll wake him up, though. Ada going to be falling after getting caught with a pretty big spray. So Ghibli losing their first member.
That's what we like to call PUBG justice. Now, Alo here, oh, gonna have a nice spray onto Emmy, gonna take him down, but when you rat out somewhere and get kills, it seems like you're just destined to have the same thing happen to you. And oh, okay, very nicely done here by Penta, and that's going to be KPI getting kind of disjointed in this fight between TSM and Ghibli, and they're going to finish off, or excuse me, and they're going to be finished off by TSM. Now Petrichor Road looking to get involved, and Renba as well. Man, this is getting spicy early.
Yeah, Ghibli obviously already lost one. Now Remba looking to get involved onto this TSM FTX fight and wants to try and get the third party. Obviously, Alo's going to be knocked, so it will make things a little bit easier. But I think with that shift, Ghibli have realized they want to consolidate. They want to move as a team. So he's going to start running back instead. And it is a bit of a tricky shift. It's going to be very open, this circle now. So the teams that are posted up in compounds, obviously, have to be the favorites, but still a lot of kind of sneaky positions, ridgelines, hills that a lot of squads are going to be more than happy to work with.
Yeah, exactly. This isn't the worst part of Miramar by any stretch of the imagination. If this was more north, I'd be much, feeling a little more bad for the players because it's a lot more difficult to play. But James, he's going to find the knock on a Salute and take him down. That's a big early loss for Donovan. And we talked about it earlier, Chunks. Donovan can't afford to have these mistakes if they're going to contend. Are they just going to settle up on the ridge? Okay, they're going to settle up on the ridge. I thought for a second there they might consider crashing this, but that would be a rather ambitious play at this point in the game.
I want to see how ambitious Liquid decide to get with it, whether they do want to get aggressive down towards Dano or not, because obviously they have themselves a nice little hillside that they could likely make something out of, but with Soul really far back, kind of providing fire support for those players that are a whole lot closer, it will make things tricky for Liquid. And it's a little bit awkward, isn't it? Obviously, we had that pre-show video, I should say, of KPI and Liquid, both kind of rivals in terms of the teams that qualified from the weekly finals. And now having both teams taking really early game fights, you hope that that rivalry will be ignited even more if Team Liquid are able to maybe find themselves a couple kill points off the bat.
Well, I think for Team Liquid in particular, there's a lot to prove. I mean, again, a team of veterans, guys who've been around since almost day one of PUBG Esports, and they've like Froz was talking about in the desk, they've been second so often. I think this is really their best opportunity ever to really show the world that they can be a top team, not just a second place team. And there's that Mark 14 from PO you were talking about, and Mamu in a bit of a tricky spot, but I don't think he's been spotted out here yet because Pio has no idea. Mamu could have him dead to rights if he pulls the trigger, but Pio does have that level 3 gear. Gonna wait for the blue, see if he can find the opener here. Yeah, Pio has no idea, but Asura might just drive right by him. Oh, Mamu has to switch to the barrel. Oh, goodness, Chunks.
Oh, he has no idea. Mamu just going to be laying prone, hoping for the best. Now, he sees Pio get shot. He's going to be going for the heal, and of course, he gets that free kill. That is a deadly factor taking out the fight now. Pio with an MK, but the rest of Gen G, obviously having just rotated round, are going to be able to hear that. The rest of Gen G, though, want to make a fight in towards the rest of Petrogor Road. As the opening spray comes out from Eggs Left, it's not going to be able to connect for the knock, but will do a decent amount of damage. So will those nades, as Eggs Left with a beautiful spray to finish off Esther. He had a nade in hand, which means he's going to be getting flushed out as well. 2 players now remain from Gen G. It's Asura and Inonix, and, well, they're not really in a great position to really take this fight. The nade, though, is so close to Mings.
This was just, Mamu's positioning just completely sent Gen G into disarray, and it sent him right into the waiting arms of the rest of Pero. So Mings here just going to be holding down the ice cream truck, and Ix Left still going to be a thorn in the side for them. Ghibli, in the meantime, trying to center up a bit, and there's this ridge line that's dead center of the circle, basically. Penta already here from TSM, and he is looking down into that area, trying to get some grenades, gets a little bit of damage. Now only Asura on his feet. Phase 4 blue has come, so this is the part where things get rather difficult for the players in terms of damage per second from that blue. You can see it ticks down 3 per second, and it is very, very fast. And there's Penta finding a knock, and Onyx is going to bleed out, and Gen G looking to have another early exit here.
Can't help but notice as well, Asura only got 1 first aid kit to work with. He's going to need to pop that and immediately get inside that zone, which means exposing him to Petrogor Road. But it seems like they maybe are going to be a little bit distracted as Ents try to get into this warehouse. Mill is there to open up the fire. He doesn't convert it to any knocks, but did a decent amount of damage there over onto Tiksu. So he's really going to be out of the fight, forced to go for the heal, as Pero seemingly want to back off of this. I'm not surprised so many teams coming up behind. Fury, though, they're not backing off. 2 kills on Takaishin to open things up.
Yeah, Yuppie here, gonna see if he can find one more. That is a headstand there on that buggy. That is going to be Landren knocked as well here, but Flood going to be the last one alive. No, sir. He goes down to Yu-Ren and Kai Shin. But Kai Shin in tatters right now with just Yuppie, the only one on his feet. Meanwhile, Team Liquid now, after the hard shift over to the east, finds themselves on the edge of this circle and have to do some fighting. And Pero pushes down into Hence here. Mamu finds a good grenade. Hence on their last legs. Just Tiksu left trying to use his teammate as cover. Doesn't able to get much out of it. He does get the peeking Mamu. Mills there for the cover. Ooh. No, it's going to be Tiksu again, but just barely. It is going to be Melman from Navi that finishes Hence off.
That was so impressive there from Tiksu to be able to find the 2 knocks, but obviously Melman there with the third party able to confirm it instead. We should point out Asura, even as a solo, did pop up in the kill feed there, able to find himself an opening knock too, but it doesn't look like he's really going to try and confirm it too much, focusing on the heal instead. As SSG Sharp Shot, he's got a read onto Heroic, and they're a team you want to be taking out of the lobby as early as possible with their current position. There's one knock onto T-Bone, but they don't realize just how close Beamy's actually going to be. Nice barrel spray connects, but now he backs off and waits for the rest of his team to start closing things up. As we spoke about Liquid and Danawa potentially scrapping it out, as Liquid are going to be the first concede a knock.
Yeah, and Liquid is also dealing with Kai Shin out to their southwest. Beamy absolutely incredible right now with these 3x barrel sprays. And he is going to be finishing off another member of SSG. Heroic, a lot of eyes are definitely going to be in their direction, but they're just hitting everything they look at. Asura, in the meanwhile, trying to get down off that hill. No certain, nothing doing. It's going to be Spyro taking him out. And yeah, Rex still knocked through. That was quite a while ago that Rex was knocked by Team Liquid. So Danawa still trying to see if they can recover and get their teammate up. But it's going to be real difficult with the way that terrain slopes. From west to north there. It gives Team Liquid a lot of vantage point down into that position that Rex is knocked in.
Yeah, Heroic on the rotate now. Lost 2 players over on that southern fight. SSG were more than happy to sponge those up, and now they have to continue with the rotate. After getting caught with a really big headshot there, Zanan nearly able to finish off the job. A spear from Ghibli posted up with a beautiful spray. So does Lambu. Down go Heroic out in 12th. The first place team are already out of things as Na'Vi try to backfill, but it doesn't really work out for them. They lose 2 players, and well, these days they're looking dangerous. That should be Ali out of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, right away, you could see all members of Ghibli. It was grenades out after Na'Vi settled up in that position. It's going to be Nan from New Happy that finishes them. A few more grenades just in case. Ghibli here able to defend their territory very nicely against a couple different pushes there. Na'Vi and Heroic going to fall, trying to transition to the middle of the circle. Meanwhile, Team Liquid still on the edge, still trying to deal with Kai Shin, but Urin and Yuppie able to hang on by a thread so far. They've managed to get ahead of Team Liquid even now. So Team Liquid was really trying to make sure that Kai Shin was clear off of their backside. Weren't able to convert on that, and that makes things a lot trickier now for Team Liquid.
Seems like Uran potentially a little bit preoccupied with those teams up to the north, but in the end does end up popping out the other side of the rock to get a knock onto Jeems. Realizes that Liquid are going to be making a push if they do manage to find a knock or even a bit of damage, honestly. That's exactly what they'll do with the frag grenades. It's not going to be enough to actually find the knock just yet, but Lanren is going to be forced out of the fight to heal, and that allows Liquid now the opportunity to start making a move. New Happy down to the south did land a couple shots, but it really is down to Kai Shin to try and catch them in a bit of a pinch. Uran could do something big here as Ming opens up onto Jeems. Now this could be the opening that Kai Shin were really looking for.
And they're getting a lot of help from a couple different teams right now. They've managed to get far enough ahead that Team Liquid has to cross open terrain, which means a lot of smokes are going to be needed here for them to get any further. You can see Spyro and New Happy all peppering into this. Now Lanren's trying to stand up and do something, but he's going to get taken down by Ibiza, and it's going to be Spyro from afar with a little help from ZP here, getting some knocks onto them. Soul actually gets urine from Kai Shin. They're going to go down. Now Clib looking for that res onto Ibiza. Going to be a difficult one to get here as Spyro continues to rain down from this position.
SSG fall down in 9th position, narrowly outside of placement, unfortunately for them, as Team Liquid try to take cover over at this remaining vehicle. That nade, though, from Mill is perfect. SSR going to be going out, and, well, the vehicle about to explode as well. Surely that should finish off the job. No, he gets away from it relatively safely, but the rest of GX now need to run down a very open hillside with a very angry Petrichor Road looking in this direction, knowing that they have to move out of the zone, and, well, if they get another further knock onto GEX, then surely they're just going to be posting up for a gatekeep.
Yeah, and then to make matters worse, underneath that, you have Ghibli. So for GX, it's going to be a tough run. Maybe they can find some way to swing down south, but they're suffering knocks left and right. It's really tough for them to find any kind of positioning, to gain any kind of ground. And yeah, Mill's going to finish off Savior there. Zennon pushes up behind the shack, sets his vehicle up for some extra cover, using the carry to try to get SSR somewhere safe for Rez. Going to take a quick look. Mill continuing to hammer down onto GEX. Yan Lee takes a bunch of damage, but Mill pretty weak as well. SSR is going to bleed out, never able to find that res. Renba tries to get up and over, but he's going to get peppered on his backside as he looks to do some more damage.
Yeah, Pero, interesting to see the fact they actually moved out of this warehouse down in a very open area terrain to get involved onto GEX, but so far it's working. Mill going to be able to take down one, but Zanan is immediately there for the tray. Aches left throws up a nade of his own in the hopes of finishing off the job, but Zanan spots him out and he's forced to take refuge. Nan is still just waiting. He's not taking any shots yet. He's going to let these teams do damage onto each other, find that opening knock, and then he'll be more than happy to flush it out. Pero do need to get themselves the revive, but first they need to finish off GEX. That's exactly what they'll do, as New Happy now finally start to get involved, opening up shots. Frag grenades too. Lambo's gonna fall, as Liquid also falling out in 7th position.
And New Happy being very patient and wisely so. They're waiting for the chaos to be reduced in this fight so they can take a cleaner one here against Ghibli, and then eventually probably Pero. Put Pero in a position where they have to kind of fight Ghibli as well. New Happy still has a huge terrain advantage in terms of height, in terms of cover. They have everything working for them in this fight. They don't need to over-aggress onto this. They can pepper teams from afar, just don't get knocked, and everything should be okay. And yeah, meanwhile, you got VP just chilling up on the north side. I want to point this out. And also Penta as a solo, just vibing in that shack.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive to see Penta still making it in. Obviously, TSM conceding a lot of damage early. I think it was to KPI they ended up losing 2 knocks. So it's nice to see one of their players actually remaining in it. It looks like Ghibli, though, maybe in a bit of trouble. As Spear going to run into the Molotov, will be taken out. Mill is more than happy to finish off the job there. As well, the zone's centered up. Penta still as a solo remains in, but New Happy now starting to creep up from below. Could cause some problems. They have to focus over onto Ghibli, though, as the spray comes through onto Ren, but it's just not enough to finish the job. So Ming is going to use this bit of respite from Petrichor Road to get over that ridge, close the distance, and well, it looks like as soon as Ghibli push over this ridge, they're going to be there for the third party.
Yeah, Aches left there, standing tall against Lambu, going to shut his push down, and New Happy finding a really good time to gain some territory, to gain some space here, even though they were under the purview of Petrichor Road. Shortly, they have now gotten ahead, not taking too much damage in that cross, and now they have a great position to just barricade Petrichor Road out of this. Ming's going to be knocked and should be, even if ZP doesn't get the finish, you can't quite see him through the trees, but even if he doesn't get it there, it should come soon. Meanwhile, Akeslef just trying to find something in this circle to be safe, but he's not going to find it. It's going to be Batulin's taking him out.
Nicely done there, as Petrichor Road do end up falling. New Happy obviously have been posted up in such a strong position for the longest time. They have to be the favorites. They still have a bit of a ridge to work with, but I'm not sure whether they even know about Penta's position. He's been laying prone, chilling in the shack for the longest time. He's salvaged a decent number of points here for TSM, so they've got to be feeling good about themselves. As Nan over on the roof of the long building for New Happy, just anchoring, trying to get a bit of info onto Virtus Pro, but I think because Virtus Pro haven't really had to fight for the longest time, there's maybe going to be a lack of information for New Happy.
Yeah, I think New Happy, you can see right now, HS is checking on his left. He's not too sure if somebody's on the other side of that road still. There is enough of that in the circle that maybe somebody was proning that out, trying to get a flank position, but New Happy going to use this opportunity. They know that nobody's super close to them, except me. I don't know if they know Penta's position precisely, but they can use this opportunity to gear up, get fresh vests and armor, get those smokes, get those frags, get everything you need for this final fight to try to take control of this. And I love what Zephion's doing here. You can see that hill right next to that rock, going to be a pretty important position, likely in the next circle. It's going to be phase 8 next. Pretty likely to not change the dynamics a lot unless it really hard shifts up to the northwest.
It's going to be a tricky one, as now VP just playing on the very edge of the zone. It definitely seems like, in terms of control, New Happy really starting to run the game here as HSM moves up a little bit further. Once he's grabbed this ridge, it really backs VP into a corner that can only be broken out of with maybe smokes or a vehicle push. And it actually looks like that's the play that Virtus Pro are going to go for right now. Throwing down plenty of smokes, getting that wall up, and now getting ready to make a rotate in that car as the zone obviously pulling it down towards New Happy. Has left Penta still alive, still as a solo, but not for long. He tried to get the jump, but at the last second the kill comes through. HSM opening up with a knock as well as Perfectix goes down, so does Lou. Virtus Pro, only 2 players left up, doing what they can to try and salvage things. Spyro laying prone, has to go for the heal, but now New Happy, they realize the crash has come through. They're more than happy to get involved onto this one. Ming with a really nice spray, and now it's all down to Batulins as a solo. We've seen him clutch it out before, but in this position, a 1 versus 4, backed against the zone, completely surrounded. You got to be favoring New Happy. Out comes the nade, and that might just be the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, this was a very well-handled game from New Happy, from top to bottom. Never really suffering much pressure, much damage. They were just so in control of this, making great decisions, showing good patience. That's what really impressed me about New Happy here, Chunks, was their ability to just kind of watch those fights over on their eastern edge, let teams fight it out, never get too keen on trying to get in range of grenades or anything like that. So I was really, really impressed here with New Happy. This is why they won the Chinese Summer League. They are an insanely talented team.
Yeah, really showing their talent right now. Really impressive game. They got themselves into a good position, but they were more than happy to frag out when the time came. And I think that the third party that actually happened on squads like Ghibli really demonstrated the discipline from New Happy to be able to play that ridge, not take any shots until the other squads were completely open, then start getting involved. So really impressive yet again from New Happy. And that'll, if not put them in first place, put them in serious contention for it.
Yeah, this is a team that nobody should be surprised that they're up here. This is an absolutely fantastic team, firepower top to bottom, but we'll let the desk break that first game down, guys. Jurosaur, back to you.
Thank you very much, Paper Thin and Son of Paper Thin. What an incredible game number 1. New Happy then taking home the chicken dinner. And that felt to me, Steph, like it was a bit of an exercise in waiting for the right moment. They held good positions, but they weren't necessarily getting into a lot of fights, and that's fine. They got to keep things like their utility for the end of the game.
Yeah, New Happy was in a great position throughout that match. They had a 2-2 split that they kind of held a little bit conservatively through the beginning half of the game, and I think there was a moment where we finally saw that hard shift back into the favor, and we saw, Ming and HSM kind of pull back to Yan and Nan, and that's when we saw the four of them stick together on a compound, play the rest of that match comfortably. And again, I mean, even having the center, even having those circles in their favor, they really held out any push, any pressure from every angle in there. And as you said, I mean, there was, I think, a time where we were all biting our nails watching Penta snaking it up in the shack, and New Happy still managed to snuff him out. So kudos to them for a well-played match.
And Patrick, I want to give Clover credit for pointing this out, but halfway through that game, it was really good to see that New Happy, they weren't just holding their position. They had that big 2-2 split in the mid to late game, constantly trying to get information. They weren't just sat there either. They were very, very active.
Yeah, they were active and they were trying to push people away because they had that 2-2 split. You gotta make sure that you don't want people to push you. And the best thing is just shoot everybody, show your presence instead of letting them come close to you. Because then you're gonna get some help from all the other teams when they can't really get to you. The other teams will start shooting as well. When they start hearing that you're shooting as well, they want to see what's going on. They want to be part of it. They want to get some free points if possible. And of course, one of the main things though from New Happy was towards the end there. I think it was in circle 6 or 7 when we saw Ming and CPN actually push out towards the east. That was when Ghibli and Petrichor Road was fighting on the east side. That was one of the main things because they took control, they took the opportunity, they knew exactly what was going on. They pushed out of that compound, making sure that they got even more ground to work with. And that's kind of a recipe for them, wiping out both Petrichor Road and Ghibli later on there. But also, of course, VP playing it very good there on the north side. It looked very rough for them, being one of the 3 teams, Liquid, Dynamo, and VP on the north side. But VP being able to just clutch that out, keeping all 4 alive, and then move over to the south side of the road while all the other teams were fighting. It was just impeccable timing. Sadly, they couldn't really get it to work after that, but they got themselves a 2nd place. That's still a lot of points.
I want to point out too, because obviously we're seeing it on the screen, if that late ground positioning for VP, I think we do see a lot of comfort and late game performance from them from Miramar, so we should expect to see more of this today. But briefly, we saw it there, Petrichor Road, just their engagement throughout this game, 14 kills. So they didn't take home the chicken dinner, but we'll see that leaderboard here in a second. That is a huge leap for Petrichor Road, who is also potentially, along with New Happy, in the chase against Heroic, who remember had a great start yesterday. So a bit of a shifting around for the leaderboard, but I think it's just going to keep making it more and more competitive.
I really like what Petrichor did though throughout this game, especially like we saw in the beginning of the game, how Mamu was anchoring far outside where all the other players on Petrichor Road was, and he was able to just get a surprise attack on Gen G, and was such a key point for them to actually win that fight, getting PU down straight away. And then they had another angle that Gen G had to worry about the whole time while trying to fight the Petrichor Road, and they're playing this so well right now. Of course, they backfilled New Happy when New Happy tried to group together as well, so they got a house or a compound there for free as well to play from. But overall, Petrichor Road, they woke up to kill today. 14 kills here in the first game.
There's absolutely no doubt of that, is there really? Almost at the start of the game when we saw Gen G losing out to them on the edge. And what was interesting for me as well, Steph, not only were Petrichor Road great as a 4-man stack, but after they lost 2, they just kept being aggressive. They still kept getting those kills in.
Yeah,
so that's the reason why they're second. Right?
Right. I mean, you know what? That's what I like about Petrichor Road, right? Because even when things look a little bit down, and I want to give credit to Penta for this too, right? If you see yourself maybe not being in a position to get that chicken dinner to find the win at the end of the game, you're still going to look for those placement points. You're going to look to get yourself in a position to maybe get that extra kill, or get in a place that if things go all the way, in your favor, you're going to be rewarded for it. We saw that with Penta. It was a good placement points, good extra points there for TSM after not having a good match. And I mean, if you're going out on 14 kills, why not just do a drive-by and try and make it 15, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, just look at Penta though. Like when he was solo, there was still 15 teams alive, but still being able to get that 3rd place, that's a lot of points, and TSM need them right now.
I think that's so important as well. People might be saying, well, he was crouched in a shack, like he was prone. It's like, that's exactly what you have to do in those sort of situations. Think about how early TSM got to just being a solo, and the fact that Penta was able to come out of that with so many points for them. Patrick, did we not calculate sort of roughly where they'd be on the leaderboards and how important that is for TSM right now?
I mean, yeah, but I mean, it's okay right now. Like Heroic though, in the top there, I mean, they got that cushion to work with, but now New Happy and Petrichor Road, they are catching up to him, so they got to be careful.
So there's Nan then from New Happy, taking a look at him versus Mile from Petrichor Road, who did have a lot of kills, but ultimately Nan takes home the chicken dinner. No doubt, Froz, you're going to be happy about that. Let's talk about how that final fight went down. Clover, obviously TSM were the joker in the pack, but ultimately 4v4 fight, New Happy versus Virtus Pro. How did Virtus Pro get down from that north side, Steph? Because it looked like everyone on the north at one stage of that game would have been screwed, and somehow VP made it in with all 4.
Yeah, a bit, I think, as well, too. We had a lot of different fights going on, and something that we were even watching when we were, in the green room, caring about kind of the different fights. We were kind of pointing out who was about to run into who's going to rotate into who. I mean, we even saw at the very end there, right? As that engagement with Penta popped off, I think VP realized New Happy is a little bit preoccupied. Now's the time to move. The problem was New Happy came out of that Penta fight really quickly, really successfully, and sensed what was happening there with VP, got that first knock, and ultimately melted into them. So it's kind of like the eyes, all around when you feel that presence behind you. But on that said, I mean, again, there was so much edge fighting this game. We saw so many teams, I think, pick up the big kills, but Petrichor Road, a huge winner in my mind from this, because although we do see Heroic got 3 points, they went from 69 up to 72. New Happy and Petrichor Road playing big catch up. I mean, they're one game essentially behind Heroic now.
It's like they are pretty close. They're really eating into that margin now. And if you're Heroic, Froz, you've got that lead. From a competitive point of view, you know, you're still in first place. You're still pretty happy, but you're seeing how some of these teams like New Happy and Petrichor Road are fragging out. You got to be looking over your shoulder just a little bit at this point, right?
Just a little bit, but at the same time, they still have the lead, right? They still have a good lead as well to work with. And it's just the first game of the day. So, I mean, it's all good. But I'm looking at the top 5 right now, or from 5th to 6th place. Look at the gap already there. There's already 10 points. That is a huge gap. But from there on, though, it's pretty stacked. Like, I mean, from 6th place down to 10th place, we're talking about 5 points. That is not even a decent game. That is like such a bad game, honestly, for the team. So anything could happen, and the middle pack is still so big right now.
So don't forget as well, PUBG is going free to play after the conclusion of PGC 21 in January of next year, on the 12th precisely. You can become the lone survivor when PUBG Battlegrounds goes free to play. You can pre-register now at pre-reg.pubg.com. We're getting ready now to move into game number 7 of our grand finals. Patrick, I want to touch a little bit on something that Steph mentioned and something that you also mentioned while we were watching that game. New Happy, part of their success in the late game, as Clover said, was being able to win and get away from those fights cleanly. Earlier on, we had KPI pushing into TSM and about 1 million different teams third-partying for one of those brick compounds southwest of Los Leones. And that was almost an example of the opposite, where it looked good until it took too long.
Yeah, that's one of the problems, right? If you take an early engagement like that, you want to finish it up. You want to make sure that you get that a clean fight. If you can win it cleanly, you don't really need to go for it, because it is a good spot that they were fighting for in the warehouse there and the break. But at the same time, it was just trading back and forth. And if it's just trading like that, nothing's going to happen. And when a circle like that hits, you're going to see so many teams coming in towards the center where they were. And they're going to try to third party with so many angles open. You got to make sure that you got your backs covered if you're going to drag out that fight. But that's not what we saw. Instead, they were basically just tunneled on each other, and they were dragging that fight out, and everybody could just take a peek at them basically and watch what's going on and choose a time to just strike and third party it.
And contrasting fortunes there, Steph, for New Happy later on in the game. You spoke about their 2-2 split, but they managed to make it work. We were slightly worried someone might have crashed them or it wouldn't work out for them, but maybe they just had enough information and they absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the compounds they were holding was a really vulnerable position, but the second, I mean, literally the moment the circle popped, we saw that the 2 vulnerable players got in the cars and drive back to Condense. So that was the time. I mean, the big thing here that we saw from a lot of these teams was they wasted a little bit too much time in some situations instead of thinking ahead. Now, in that same regard, I do want to also point out Batu kind of denying a point there to New Happy at the end of the game. VP is in the chase right now, and I think every point can and will matter. So I do want to give a bit of kudos to VP for keeping that out of New Happy's pocket.
No, that's a really good point. Every point matters. This is, at the end of the day, the grand final, and VP are absolutely fighting for that top spot as well. So let's go ahead and find out if they're going to be able to make some inroads here. We're going to be moving into match number 7, ladies and gentlemen. Just as a reminder, we've got 3 Miramars followed by 2 Erringles today. This is our second Miramar. It's match number 7 with Paper Thin and Liam. Let's go ahead and chuck it over to you guys one more time.
We're getting airdrops in the arena now. That's amazing. Welcome back, everyone, to PGC 2021, brought to you, of course, by Alienware and to me. Match number 2 of the evening over here on Miramar. We're getting to the halfway point of the grand final now, and we're starting to see a couple teams really shine. New Happy, obviously, after last game, have to be one of them.
Yeah, it seems like maybe we're getting to a point in the tournament where our top teams are going to solidify. There's still a lot of games to play. You know, any team can come through that bottom position and pop off. But it kind of feels like it has to start happening in the next couple of games today if you're really going to have a shot to make a run at that title. You know, teams like Kaishin, Genji that are down there, Fury as well. I have my eyes on them to really start coming through with some big points, some big wins. This playing path, though, Chunk's a little bit different than the last one, a little bit less fair. It's going to be hard if you're one of those Northwest dropping teams. You're going to have to go for that alternate drop spot. Genji's not going to have to worry about Heroic, of course, this time because they are able to get to their alternate spot of the Puerto Paraiso area. But maybe we get lucky, Chunks, and we get gifted the Prison Island.
Now you've said it, it's not going to happen. That's the problem. I love that. I've only ever had the chance to cast one of those prison island circles, and now that I'm getting to cast with you, I feel like the chances of that eastern island have just like exponentially increased. Exactly.
I had a lot of coffee today.
That's what I'm holding out for. So we'll see. Look, we've still got about 2 seconds until that ends up popping, and it's not going to be this time around. But look, we still got one more Miramar to go. I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
Yeah, there's still hope that we can get one of those. Now, this is a pretty interesting circle here. You know, Genji, of course, going to be in a pretty favorable spot. Should have a lot of priority on that position. Asura took some damage on the drop, but didn't get knocked, so, you know, no harm, no foul. Just chew through an extra first aid kit, an extra boost. You're perfectly fine. But this circle very likely to end up with the way this is shifted just to the kind of northwest of Puerto Paraiso. That's typically where these like to end up. So you're kind of looking for some of those spots in that area, but it doesn't have to. This area of the circle actually doesn't have too much of the unplayable stuff other than the water itself, actually.
Yeah, I've definitely seen KPI thrive off of these circles in the past. Over towards that eastern side, obviously being able to loot in Los Leones gives you a really big leg up over the rest of the competition. I mean, look at how many teams are just all the way out in the middle of nowhere with a long rotation in and very limited space. Not as limited as it could be. I think that's a positive you can take, but just because of how much water's actually in it, it is going to kind of cluster those teams together a lot more, and there's a couple of very open planes that could definitely cause some issues if teams are really trying to get in early and almost ended up on top of each other.
Exactly. This one does have, some weirdness inside of it because a lot of teams are going to want to go east of Los Leones, right? Because I should say there is some unplayable terrain that's to the east of Los Leones. Those mountains over there are generally considered unplayable, so circles don't like to end near that area. So generally, like I was saying, going to be northwest of Puerto Paraiso, so there could be some congestion in there. But Heroic still on top, even though New Happy put up some big numbers in that last one. Ming continuing to do what he does best, put up big fragging numbers. The MVP from the PCL summer, a guy who in a lot of tournaments he's in, if you go and look at his, Liquipedia stats, he's oftentimes the MVP for events. So got to keep your eyes out for him. Pero as well started to come alive a bit in that last game, in this weekend. Coming through by the skin of their teeth in the grand survival. And these guys, it's nice to see them finally performing. Would have liked to have seen it a little bit sooner, I feel like. I think this is a team that we all know has a ton of potential, winning both of the PCSs in Asia this year. So definitely Pero not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. Same with Team Liquid. A little bit of a tough game there for Team Liquid, Chunks, in that last one. Not, in a decent position early, but not really able to convert off of that edge on that hard shift.
No, it's a rough one, isn't it? But it's not really too surprising when you look at how open the terrain was. Kaishin, New Happy, I think BP, there were like 3 or 4 teams all kind of holding them out of the circle right now. As Ghibli, don't be doing this. Lambu is out on his own, gets caught with a pretty nasty headshot there by Asura, but he's actually not even fully healed after dropping. He's just decided to full boost instead. So a bit of a questionable decision, I think it's fair to say, and Lambu could make him regret it, but he is going to be backing off of this, but never count Genji out, because as soon as you think you're away and safe, Pio's going to be all the way off to the north as a solo, and he's going to catch you off guard.
Yeah, this is a bit ambitious here from Ghibli and Lambu. Not only are you driving right into Genji territory, and he is going to fall to Anonix, I mean, just swarming like bees on top of him, or Genji, but that Pio, like you said, Pio's going to be lurking to the north. Pio loves to drop on that triple warehouse area in that vicinity. So he's probably going to be lurking around there somewhere. And maybe Ghibli's kind of going fishing here, Chunks, where they're looking to see if they can maybe, punish Pio. A lot of criticism that goes Pio's way, and rightfully so, is that he gets caught out early in games.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? And I think for a team like Ghibli that are maybe lacking a couple points that we'd expect them to have right now, knowing that Pio's going to be out as a solo is always a potential factor. I mean, we saw it even in the pre-show during that short clip where I think it was Ibby said, we're always aware that if we're fighting Genji, we need to constantly be thinking, where's PO, where's PO? And that's something that even, I forget which player it was from Gen G, but even they echoed when it came down to it. They said, yeah, that's kind of our strategy. We want teams to constantly be taking a fight against us and be like, okay, where's that final player? Where is that solo? Because while most of the time it's PO, when it comes down to maybe a 2-3 man, PO's out of the fight, they're always happy to throw someone else out there into a bit of a different position. So I think that's what really sets Gen G apart, the confidence of being able to do that. But so far, I think it's safe to say it just hasn't delivered in the way we're used to.
Exactly. I think, yeah, we had the big week 3 from them, of course, getting the win, but it is a very difficult thing to do, especially in modern PUBG. I mean, the 1-3 splits really popularized back in 2019 in Asia. You had a lot of teams running it, and PO was kind of the master of it. He was really the one to perfect it with that Gen G squad, with Esther being there with him at the time, of course, and with Anonix here just bolstering the firepower. Gen G has a lot of potential, but it can be very boom or bust, and sometimes these lobbies, especially at this level, it's a lot harder to get away with that kind of stuff. And Renba here watching Squeaky try to get by, but that's the open top Murado, and that's going to be an easy spray down for Renba.
That's a tough vehicle to get caught out in. Obviously, it's got the speed, but it just doesn't have the cover you're looking for. Renba tries to follow it up with a second, but it doesn't look like it's going to work, as here are GEX. They hear these shots. Savior is looking up over the top as Zanan is going to try move down as well. Ghibli completely unaware. I mean, GX have been smart about this. They've not taken any shots. They're going to wait until they have a good read on the entire team. And as soon as Ada takes this fight, which you got to feel like he's going to do pretty rapid events, try and take the compound, that's going to be their opportunity to strike, realizing that Ghibli are a little bit split. But actually, no, he's going to hop in the vehicle and get away. It's a smart play by Ada there.
Yeah, I like the positioning here of the vehicle. The play from Adder, the call here is the right one to get out of there and not just try to stand your ground. SSG coming in from the west. There is Heroic on. Oh, thank you, observers. Oh, chef's kiss. I was just about to talk about this rotation from Heroic as they are coming up underneath the south, and they might bump into the widespread split that Gen G has just to the west of Puerto Pariso. Danawa, where in the world are they? Oh, they're underneath Los Leones here. Okay, I see. They're the south of Los Leones. They're hard to see on the map. Their color blends in with the background of the map really well.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing things. I think it's fair to say they're rotating through. They're getting themselves a nice little hill to work with. Obviously, New Happy are pretty close by, so they do have to be a little bit cautious on that front. But I don't think it's the end of the world here for Danawa if they maybe get a couple shots taken at them from New Happy. The problem is really going to come if Danawa think, okay, we've got this hillside, let's also push down and try and grab the buildings. But I think that New Happy, having made a bit of noise, are going to be making that position known. They certainly will now, as Leklo ends up going down. Danawa have just gone from a scout play to a bit of a rescue mission.
Well, it's going to be real tough with them being in grenade range, but you do get the knock onto Nan. Soul has a good angle, going to be able to get the flush as well. So a response from Danawa is good, and now New Happy starting to take some shots from different angles, have to back up down off of this hill and regroup, and that should buy Danawa just enough time and space that they need to get their res, not get their res, they do lose that member, but to regroup here and take control of this high ground. For Danawa, it's a little bit of a moral victory in a way. You're at least able to keep New Happy at bay. You pick up a kill point. You lose one yourself. Not the end of the world in the kill point format. Renba being watched by Savior with those Hawkeyes.
Saviour's just been waiting for this all game. He's been looking down, and now he finally starts to take the shots, but no! He's not able to land them. That's just typical, isn't it? You sit there waiting, you think, okay, the player's finally out in the open. Let's go and get this. Let's get the kill. And then you just whiff all the shots. Really not ideal, but Renba going to be more than happy about that one. And now Ghibli have a bit of a read that there is going to be a team above, and they immediately start moving to cover, protecting those vehicles. But, I mean, the zone shifted up in their direction. I wonder whether Ghibli are actually going to stay in this current spot or whether they want to make a move a little bit more central.
I would imagine that Ghibli's going to try to play coast in. I would think they're going to stay there and try to use that kind of low ground to high ground situation. Kaishin almost loses a member. Cobra is basically dead to rights at this point. One more bullet is going to put the knock on them. There it is. Able to find it through the windows of the destroyed bus. Insight going to get that knock, should be able to get that finish. The rest of Kaishin is well ahead, so good patience here from Fury. You'll see this all the time with teams. They wait for the very last member of a rotation convoy to get that assured kill.
Yeah, it's really smart from them to be able to just pick up one kill, but you always wonder, don't you, with players like that, could you get more? Could you maybe go for that second player and pick them up and maybe go for a couple more? But exciting to see the fact that they are able to salvage one. Excited to see Liquid fighting as well. A team that last game had a really strong performance, but were really in a tricky position. Now taking the fight to Danawa, who only have Soul left up. He will be able to open up with a little bit of damage there over towards Mixie, but he instead decides to move back. Flashbang coming through as the rest of Liquid down the hill. Ibby needs to try and group up with his teammate, but for now, at least, it is just going to remain as a 1v1.
Yeah, Soul here, if Team Liquid's able to get the reinforcements, which they are well on the way, this is going to be a difficult fight. He could try to rat it out inside of this U-shaped house, but these long houses are known to be very defendable. But even as a solo against a team like Team Liquid, going to be rather challenging. Here comes the cavalry for Team Liquid. Let's see if they can get anything out of it. Grenade out for Soul. Doesn't find much in the way of anything off of that. Mexi able to kind of keep track of Soul's position. Stuns are going to come out. Soul going to have to come up with some real magic to get this done. He spots one. He's going to push into the smoke. He's right behind Mexi there. Is able to find Mexi, so he's going to get a point out of it, but taken down right away by Clib.
What a sneaky play there from Soul to be able to find that one. Clip, though, more than happy to sponge up that final kill. Danawa, look, they're not in the best position right now. They did manage to pick up a decent number of kills last game and being able to get a couple more on the board, but with just how close it is with Ghibli and Ent so close below them, you've got to think they're going to be moving down a few positions after this game. Genji Pio spotted out in the open, going to try and get himself to safety. I mean, this is normal for Pio. He's used to getting spotted out and then just somehow managing to sneak his way out of it. So I don't think he's too concerned. Maybe if he realized just how many heroic players there were, he would be a little, but right now he's not stressed.
Absolutely not. This is just very normal stuff for Pio. It's just a matter of him avoiding the knocks. This is kind of an interesting rotation from Heroic. They went all the way through Puerto Paraiso proper, like through the city, to get underneath Genji and get around. They even got a knock onto Beam. You can see he's got that M24. He got a headshot onto Anonix and got a knock onto him. So Genji suffering a little bit in terms of not just damage taken, but also position given over towards Heroic. So a little bit of an interesting situation Genji finds themselves in. They have SSG behind them now, settled up, kind of those compounds that they abandoned to push forward. But Pio now, I can see him on the map driving, kind of in a potential SSG territory. Meanwhile, New Happy hasn't moved too far out of their position. Circle's going to force the issue, though.
Yeah, this circle, I think for the majority of teams is perfect. I mean, pretty much everyone at least has a player inside it. It's that southern side where problems are really going to occur now. It's a very open area of terrain towards those southwestern teams, but once they get across that open area, there's a lot of nice hills and ridges to work with. It's the kind of ridge, though, that you can only really have one or two teams playing on each. It's going to be a rough one if teams decide to, crash in towards the same ones. KPI, though, really nice opening knock there onto Melman from Capitan as Silzen tries to open up some fire of his own. Not going to be able to confirm it, but Na'Vi taking a casualty. It's going to put them in a bit of a tricky position, especially now that they're rolling up directly below Liquid. Clib had a nade in hand. He wanted to make something out of it, but instead opts to play a little bit slow, and the rest of Liquid starting to tighten the net here with the way that James is moving in.
Yeah, I think Clib probably feels like the truck next to him gave away his position, so Team Liquid kind of has to get in on this, get the surround on a Na'Vi, clear this space. If they can do that, they have a decent opportunity, to be frank. Navi's in kind of a tricky position inside of these kind of valleys that scratch across the surface of Miramar on this side of the map. They're very nadeable. It's very easy to get angles up and down them, kind of, for lack of a better word, vertically. You can see there, Team Liquid is trying to do that, but Example put some decent shots into Clip, going to keep him at bay for now. But Na'Vi, I find these positions very difficult to navigate in PUBG.
Yeah, it's always a tricky one, especially when there's a team just posted up that you're completely unaware of. James obviously now giving a little bit of info away. Nice little tap, actually, there with the jiggle peak. Takes one shot and is able to connect with it, but he will decide to back off. Clib will do the same. It's unfortunate because they got a lot of damage there onto one of those Na'Vi players. You'd maybe hope that Liquid would be a little bit closer together, not just a two-man, be able to make something out of it, but they're backing off and they're going to continue to play this hillside because these ridges, once you've got one, a lot of teams are just like, yeah, we're happy. We're not going to try and get over aggressive, get expeditious, you can almost say. And instead, they're just going to lay low, hold their ridge, and then if the zone moves, then they'll start making a move and clearing through.
Yeah, I'm just worried about Ibiza here. I wonder what his exit strategy is for the next circle. I'm assuming he's got a vehicle tucked away somewhere over there that's going to be allowing him to, get the hell out if somebody pushes him. Meanwhile, Fury's going to crash right into Kaishin. Landren, grenade out, going to try to push around. That grenade doesn't connect with much. Flood took a little bit of damage. Second one doing a little bit, but it's going to be the knock from Waikakamukau. Yuppie going to trade into Insight for Nox. Landren should be going down here in just a second. Meanwhile, Uren, that Mini 14, watching to see if any members of Fury are going to give themselves away.
I like what Fury tried to do. They had Insight out on his own as a solo to get a bit of an off angle, but now that he's gone down, they've had to withdraw Ronan to actually get the revive out, which I'm not a big fan of, especially with the way that Yuppie's starting to move around. He knows where this player is. He's got himself a really nice ridgeline to work with, and he can get to cover. Ronan will throw Insight down on the floor. Always nice to see that carry mechanic used as, well, he gets him over into the zone and just about to safety. Yuppie ends up falling to the blue, but they're not able to confirm it because they need to get the revive pretty quickly. Yuppie is flushed out there by Ronan. There's now Rustamar also trying to get involved. There's only one player left, I believe, from Kaishin, so it looks like it could all be over yet again for them. And that's the second game in a row now Fury and Kaishin have fought out.
Yeah, it is kind of weird how sometimes teams just, kind of have similar ideas on how to attack and approach circles. Emmy, he's done. There's no way KPI can go back for him. Ooh. Now another headshot even coming through. Vehicles rolling for KPI. Team Liquid waiting now as well. This field's so dangerous to cross. Jeems has a decent angle, and there you go. It's going to find the knock. Headshot, going to take Capitan out. Now it's Silzen's turn. Nope, he is going to be taken out as well. KPI out in 15th.
Really unfortunate there for KPI. Is now SSG going to try and make a roll-up, hopefully have a bit more success. They're not going to go with that really long vehicle rotation. Instead, they're going to try and take the fight as the nades are going to be coming out from Na'Vi. They have an idea of where the SSG players are, and that is a perfectly placed nade onto Oldless. Beautifully done to be able to find the knockout of the vehicle. Perfectly cooked to go alongside it. As now Na'Vi try to open up. Liquid also getting into the fray of things as SSG hop in the vehicles, having a little bit of trouble, maybe even run out of gas. They have to hop out, all hop in to an open top Marauder. Well, we saw earlier on just how dangerous they can be. Sharpshot going to be the first to learn that.
Exactly, and now Ibiza has a really good opportunity to get some damage, just not able to quite find the distance leading with that mini there. And SSG now making the same run, basically, that KPI was trying to make earlier, although they're taking a bit of a wider angle, so they're able to get away with it here for now. Pero looms ahead inside of the bread houses. Ming's trying to spray out the window, not able to find any damage. SSG continues this adventure towards the middle of the circle.
It looked like, and I even mentioned it, they were just going to edge their way in, take each ridge bit by bit to avoid the same fate as KPI. But I think as soon as that nade landed from Na'Vi, they realized it just had to be a really long rotate. Na'Vi need to take this ridge by ridge now because Jeans is just laying solo here in a really awkward position. Ibiza up from the side will be able to find the opening. Not James is there to follow it up. Confirms the flush as well onto Quizzy, which leaves only example left up. He does what he can to get the first aid kit, but that vest is shredded. That zone is doing a lot of damage. And well, Gen G, they hear shots and they're more than happy to get involved onto this.
Yeah, you could see Asura from range already finding the first knock, and it's going to be Esther and PO leading the way in the front here. Team Liquid had a great setup for this fight against Na'Vi. I love their positioning. I love the cover that Ibiza had, but it's all going to be potentially for a not easy spray for PO there. Going to find Ibiza, and Na'Vi goes down to the blue. Example stuck out there. Clib alive, but not much health to speak of left for him. Going to go for the heal. Is going to get it off. Genji continues to push as a two-man. Should be pretty aware of this situation. Stun. Going to send them back for just a second. What is Clib's response going to be here? Genji doesn't want to over-aggress on this. They want to make sure that they're going to peek together. Don't give him too many opportunities. Oh, on your right. Well, now they're going to back right off. The trade, though, going to be good for Clib. He's going to find Esther. They need to get to him faster. Esther's going to get flushed. Second shot isn't able to connect. The grenade's going to do the job from Asura. Team Liquid's gone. 13th place.
Came close there for Clip. He was able to do a little bit of damage onto the second player, but just not enough for the kill. There's only 5 seconds. Make it 3, 2, 1 until phase 5 starts to move now. So they do need to get this revived quickly, get those players in. Uren still, as a solo, is able to find a kill onto Fury, which honestly, that shouldn't have happened. I assume that Fury had a really good read on his position. To be pulling up into that as a solo, not the play.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a head scratcher from Fury. Now, they are going to turn onto him. I could see it on the map. All of Fury just went and barreled down on top of him. Purdy's found an AWM. Let's see if he can find a piece of magic out of it there. But Halo is going to get knocked by Lou. Perfectix grenade is quite good. Gets the knock onto Purdy and the finish onto Halo. TSM could be coming apart at the seams. VP starting to push around the edge of the circle, seeing if they can finish the job. Luke 12 there. Purdy just knocked. I don't know if they're going to be able to give him the opportunity to get the res. No, Perfectix again. Going to get Luke 12 knocked. TSM all but out.
Only Penta left up. I mean, look, we saw what Penta can do last game as a solo, and it definitely feels like now TSM are really playing Penta as that lone survivor in a bit of an off angle, doing something similar to what we saw Insight do for Fury earlier on in this match, where he played a bit of an off angle to try and get them in a pinch, but it just seems like right now it isn't working in the way that TSM are hoping for. Pent's going to suffer an unfortunate fate now as Tiksu goes down. 2 players now remain. A nice headshot lands from Rustamar, but it's just not enough to get the kill from behind that ridge. Heroic do what they can to third party on, and they'll have relative success with that. Ada goes down. A spear was eliminated by the Mini, and this might just be the downfall of Ghibli, even though it looked like they were going to be able to finish off Ents relatively easily.
Oh, these timings on these third parties from Heroic have been absolutely masterful during this grand final so far. Diggory trying to stand tall is going to be able to do it. Takes Renba down with the barrel. Pio, in the meantime, trying to pressure this knock that Asura had gotten earlier. I think Paige should be able to suss out Diggory here in just a second. Heroic should be able to find yet another kill in the bag for themselves to continue that impressive run they've made here so far in the grand finals. Circle is going to shift in their direction even, so Heroic doing a fantastic job clearing their edges, gaining space, gaining ground, finding good times for third parties. That grenade is good from Mill. Anonyx knocked. Let's see what Gen G can respond with.
Petrichor Road going to try and move in a little bit further. Mill is there with a nice little Molotov, but it's just a little bit short. Ike's left is more than happy to sponge it up, though. Zasora goes down, but Toolins is the one in the end who steals away the kill. And there it is. It's all over for Gen G. Even as a 2-man, they're just not able to. But Virtus Pro pretty happy with this one. They just got a pretty free third party, but now they have a very tough fight to make it in. GEX are looking right up their valley. As Fury hopping in the vehicles, looking pretty good right now. Got themselves a lot of nice dips and not too many teams to contest with.
Yeah, Fury's just rotating around, wrapping to find a safer rotation path to get their vehicle properly set up for a maneuver. We'll see exactly what they're going to make out of it. New Happy just kind of bunched up. Still has 3, playing a very safe, cautious game in this one. It started out a little rough for them early, losing a member in a trade with Donawa, but since then, they've been a bit quiet. Now, this is a tough position to hold here, Chunks. You can see it's very exposed. You're downhill from the position on top of you, very grenadable. Once the team gets decently close, and VP here under fire from Fury, I believe. Potentially other teams as well. Maybe going to be able to get the res. Mook out, still trying to see if he can flush out that last bit of damage to get the knock, but it's not going to come through. Pero's going to have to make a move. Let's see what they can do.
Really not the place to be knocking your teammate there for VP as well. Pero now tries to get involved, and I was going to say, this is a position I really don't like when you're playing as a 3-man. You have to have a player kind of anchoring, because 1 or 2 nades can do so much damage. It was the Molotov this time that was able to get the opening knock, but now Aches Left is going to be more than happy to move in and get involved himself. Heroic Corexi also throwing down some frags to try and finish off the job, as Pero will lose another player, but it's not really any difference to the fight as New Happy go down. And in comes the nade from Heroic, finishing off Petrichor Road. As kind of expected, it's a rough position to hold, and Heroic, they are just ready to grow their lead now with every point that they gain.
Oh, the confidence is crazy good right now for Heroic. They're making such great decisions top to bottom all this space that they're clearing for themselves is just opening up more opportunities, and they're capitalizing every time. Roth does get taken out. Penta alive, gonna see if he can get a grenade onto the rotating members of VP. It's good. Gonna find one. If there's any more in the bag, he could have maybe taken all of VP out. He is gonna get that molly to land onto Perfectic. Xavier does get the knock onto Spyro, so Penta flushes one. He's just gonna push onto this, see if he can win this battle. Gonna throw some smokes himself to cover it up, but on the ground, there is the member of VP waiting for him prone. Penta does take a little bit of damage, gonna stop up to heal, but no, Batulin's gonna sniff him out and take him down.
That was so impressive there from Penta to be able to land that nade, and the third party from GEX nearly worked out perfectly, but unfortunately Batulins and Lou just laying low and able to make some magic happen, finish off the job even through the smoke. Fury now, they need a miracle to be able to make it in much further, because they have like one ridge to work with out on the edge, and well, Diggory is just sneaking up behind, ready to go for these kills when the time calls. 25 seconds till that zone makes a move, and well, Diggory, T-Bone, both going to have to leave their positions pretty rapid.
I was pretty impressed that Diggory's still alive. Good piece of work by him to get some extra points here for ends, to snake some things out. That's what you need to do when you're down to a solo, and you know, Heroic was never able to quite finish him off themselves, and in the meantime, they continue to control a large portion of this circle. Pushed up to the ramp there is Corexi, going to lead the way for them. VP, very difficult position. I mean, you can see it here. Great shot from our observers, showing what VP has in front of them. Not much. They have to make a tough decision, and maybe crashing Heroic's your option, but that's, you know, you don't want to feed more points over to the top team in this lobby, Chunks.
I mean, it's a tough one. You maybe think, if I had to guess, they've got like two options. One is crash towards GEX, and the other one is use this little bit of a valley they have in front of them, just about where that smoke is, and send their vehicle down and use that as cover, but that's never going to be ideal. Diggory, though, for Ents is just going to be laying prone, has a good read on where Fury are, but they're so preoccupied taking shots up to Batulins and getting themselves a kill. Diggory is just going to be able to sneak his way in behind. Is he going to go for the kill here? I'd be surprised if he does, because I mean, Fury is so focused, they just have no idea. They are not checking behind. All it would take is one of those Fury players to turn around, but it's just not happening, especially now that more knocks are coming out onto VP. They're so focused on these kills.
This is going to take a lot of luck for Fury. Diggory has to come alive now with that vehicle, with this rotation coming through, if he's going to find any kills. Oh, they're not pushing any further forward. Oh, could be a double one. Can he find the second? No, Mukau's able to turn around in time. Diggory never able to quite get a handle on that spray.
That was nearly, so nearly one of those legendary moments where he snuck up behind and got involved, but unfortunately, he's only able to take down Flood. Flood will be back up and in the fight, but he'll immediately go down to Corexi as Heroic. They're feeling confident after yesterday's performance and the kills they've got today. They're going to start getting involved even more. T-Bone does fall there to Insight with the AUG as the frag grenades land all around Corexi. He's still going to be just about in it, but Insight going to be out of the fight. Beamy is more than happy to finish off the job there as Heroic being disciplined. They've only really got one player anchoring this fight as the rest move back. I think they have a good read that Fury are down to just a solo, so they're not committing too many resources to it. Corexi is there, finishes off the job. Fury out in third. GX and Heroic now the two remaining squads.
Even if Heroic doesn't win this game, it's been more than enough to continue to really build upon that lead. They've played a phenomenal game, top to bottom, finding the perfect opportunities for so many third parties to get those kills, to continue to give themselves the space they need to get further into the placement points. And now they're going to fan out a bit. I'm a little bit disappointed at GEX here. I would have liked to have seen them maybe try to get into grenade range of that fight, see if they can maybe throw a few into Heroic, but I understand the terrain is very difficult for them. You can see there's not a ton of cover either, so I understand here getting the win probably much more on the mind of GEX. Continue to climb those leaderboards, get a few more points, maybe give yourself a shot to come through and contend for a title here.
This is really rough here for GEX. Obviously, having played that compound for the longest time, they haven't had any teams crash into them, so they haven't been able to loot any bodies, even off of the kills they've been able to get, which means they're so limited on ammo right now. You even saw Zenan spot a player completely out in the open and only actually take one shot towards them because he was so concerned about the ammunition. Thankfully, I believe most of GEX have barrels to work with. No, actually, they've got a couple M4s on the squad. Paige is going to be able to open things things up now, taking it back to a 3v3. And it's a 50-50 chance according to that magical algorithm. We'll see how true that ends up being because, I mean, GX have to be so cautious with that ammo. That nade, though, is close, and a second could be even closer. Garexi goes down, and now GX back with that player advantage.
Oh yeah, those were phenomenal bounces on those grenades there for SSR and GEX, but now they're under return pressure. That grenade right on top of Young Leo. It's a smoke. Oh, it's a smoke. I was hoping it was a frag. We got baited on that one, Chunks.
I really thought it was a frag grenade. I was like, oh, it's over. GX are done. But no, it's a smoke, and it'll be exactly the opposite of what we thought. They're going to be back up to a 4-man now. They can take this fight. Heroic maybe have a lot more ammo to work with, though, as frag grenades going to be coming through. GX, I mean, they may be lacking ammo, but they are not lacking frags and util. They haven't used really any of them throughout this game. SSR going to be able to open up. It's Page that falls, and in the end, finish off the job. It's GEX that picked themselves up a chicken dinner that we know they wanted. We said it before. This is one of the best performances that we've ever seen them have in terms of the tournament as a whole, and now really proving it, securing themselves another chicken dinner.
Exactly. Really well handled here by GEX. Very patient play. You know, I said they maybe could have gotten involved in that fight with Heroic and Fury, but they didn't need to. They were able to weather the storm, suffering only one knock there in that fight, and come through with a clean, convincing win. Some really good grenades, and like you hit the nail on the head, Chunks. You know, having that utility at the end, such an important factor in winning these late game fights, and GEX handles it incredibly well.
Got to be happy with themselves. Obviously, they held that compound for a long time. They were taking a lot of shots, doing a lot of damage from it, which meant that their ammo was really limited. So they had to show a lot of discipline towards the end there. They took a couple shots. They did damage onto Heroic. They got them down to just a 2-man. But then when the time came, they closed up the gap and they made the most of all of that utility they've been able to save for the majority of the game. So really impressive to see them keep hold of that and actually be able to secure the win pretty much based off utility usage alone there.
Exactly, and I gotta say, other teams gotta start looking at Heroic in the kill feed and maybe trying to take them down, but that's gonna do it for us for this game. We have a few more to go. Panel, it's your turn. Jorasaur, take it away.
Thank you very much, folks. Very entertaining game and a big winner in GEX. Let's start from the back and work our way forward from there. Clover, that final fight, the casters covered it a little bit, but at the end of the day, Heroic have always been proactive with their positions, but maybe as a result, that's just why GEX had so much more utility in the endgame.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw, you know, that kind of that rap that Heroic took when they finally left their compound, peaked what was happening there for Fury. Love it, little chicken dance, little celebration. But
so good.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, the proactivity that Heroic had to kind of take things back. They did use up a bit of the resources in that Fury fight there, as well as losing a player. And so coming into that 3v4, I mean, we even saw it there in the camera. Every member of Gex was behind cover. They were set up. They had the angles. They had the circle. And they were really ready to collapse down onto Heroic at that last moment. So this was a bit of a game of patience. These two teams had a fantastic positioning throughout much of the game. They didn't have to fight too hard overly for their position. But at the same time, I think that they played their cards well. It's so easy, I think, to get into that mind game of maybe overextending too early, getting a little impatient. But that consistency, again, that we've been seeing with the style of playing here for Heroic and for even Global Esports Exit for, and look at that, 18 points. Gosh,
yeah,
that was something they really needed. Again, this leaderboard is just so close to Oro.
18 points, absolutely fantastic stuff from GEX there, but Fury actually hopping in there as well with a good number of kills, and it's all about being proactive and using that utility. Froz, you were talking about that during the game. Maybe in most chicken format, it wouldn't necessarily benefit them, but Heroic get the kills as a result of using that utility earlier in the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, what we see from Fury, though, is that they're coming in late almost every game into the first circle, second circle, and so on. But always, it's them and Kaijin fighting each other. This time we saw that Fury came on top of that and got himself a few good kills to start things off with. And then they had good control on the edge there. But in the end there, I mean, they were a little bit spoiled there by Diggory coming in from behind there. They didn't really clear it out, and that happens. Like, if you have a solo that is creeping along like that, and you think that you cleared it, but you didn't really clear everything, there might always be someone. And I mean, they got a little bit lucky because Diggory could have gotten a 2K there, They were both lined up, but he didn't take the shot straight away. When he took the shot, they were spread out a little bit, and they got the trade pretty quick there. So it kind of worked out. They got himself 9 kills and a 3rd place. Finally seeing some life in Fury. I love to see it because we know that they're better than this. They're better than sitting towards the bottom of the leaderboard.
And then about proactivity, when we've actually got that as well. Steph, Heroic showed a good amount of that. They pushed up towards Ghibli and Ents, even though they didn't get those kills, just constantly getting that info. And the moment Diggory managed to spoil things for Fury, out they came, right? They were out there, probably 2 seconds later, they were already jumping out of the compound.
Yeah, I mean, what Heroic, wrapped onto Fury is a bit of a trade there, right? Between Beamy, Curexy, T-Bone, and some underhand nades exchanged. And again, GEX just waiting, watching the kill feed. I mean, they're waiting for that kind of dinner bell, right? To say, hey, this is the moment to go for it. And we can even see it here, like already in phase 7, everybody trying to set up. Diggory really ruined it here for Fury as Froz was bringing out. And then as you see that, the moment that Hero realized they can get that high ground position, get a better vantage point onto the way that GX is playing, they go for it. But this trade coming in from Insight, losing T-Bone a little bit early on, hurt them. And as you can see again in that mini-map, GEX didn't push this fight. They didn't really overextend themselves to third party. Instead, they set themselves up to wait. They got in these buildings, behind the hay bales, behind, you can even see there's Zanan, the little tractor, and they waited for Heroic to come to them.
So question for Froz here, maybe. Like, GEX sort of sat back there a little bit. When does sitting back become too conservative? How do you even begin to think about striking that balance?
I mean, if you look at what you see right now, you can see all the smokes that GX has put on. Of course, there they had one guy that was knocked, but before that, we saw them putting up smokes on their own side. They're going a little bit too defensive. And we saw that early as well when they were sitting in that compound. They were ready to get crashed on, and they were all holding nades inside there, just waiting for it to happen, waiting for the sound cues. When they hear a car coming up, that's when they would have thrown the nades, but it didn't happen. Now, it works out for them. They're playing a little bit more passive game. As long as they can take control, they can play it safely. They know what they're doing. Sure, but I was a little bit afraid that they wouldn't make it there towards the end there. But after getting those knocks, or that knock on, I think it was Corexy with the nades there, that was a huge one, because then they cut off a whole angle that they could work. They had more ground to work with, and that kind of gave them the win there.
So the additional utility usage there from GEX earns them the chicken dinner in match number 7. That's our first 2 games for today done. So we're going to be going for a scheduled break for the players to give themselves a little bit of a comfort break and grab a drink before the next match. When we come back, though, it's day number 2, game number 3 of the grand finals here at PGC 2021. See you in a moment.
Thunder 1, the situation has evolved. Saber's rise has caught the attention of other nations. I trust you are ready, but your tools need to be modified accordingly. The armory is open. Any weapon, any option, whatever you need. It's getting dangerous out there. Feel free to get creative. You'll need to, because you won't be the only operatives out there. Don't let them threaten the mission. Secure the sector and repel counterattacks. Extract or retrieve the package. And remember, Thunder 1, put down anything that stands in your way.
씨, 당신은 눈을 감고 게임을 하고 있습니다.
이 섬에 있는 사람의 목적은 하나죠. 죽이고 속이고 살아남는다.
나 죽인다고 이 게임이 끝날 거라고 생각하나?
이 섬에서 믿을 수 있는 사람이 있다고 생각해.
너 이 섬에 왜 왔어?
welcome back to the PUBG Global Championship. 16 teams now are duking it out for what will be over $4 million in prize money with crowdfunding. It's absolutely insane. We've just finished match number 7 and GEX took home the chicken dinner, and we still now are just about at the halfway point of the grand finals. Steph, what do you think about how the leaderboard is shaping up so far?
I mean, aside from the first and second places teams, it's actually been really close. We've seen a lot of consistency from people that even haven't been getting the chicken dinners, but still playing really well. Thus far today, I do want to point out, VP has made the top 4 twice in a row. No chicken dinners yet, but I think they're making good moves in terms of kills, the placement points, and the really movements that they're making to get themselves in that position for the end game. As well as shout out to Penta, once again, as a solo, being proactive and figuring out ways that he can continue to get points for TSM, even when all hope looks lost. So that's the good, I think, strategy for some of those teams that have a game that doesn't quite look in their favors. Instead, look at the situation as a whole and say, what helps us as a team? What helps us on the leaderboard, especially when it's so close? Because when all is said and done, Joro, I think tomorrow is going to come down to a handful of kills, if not just only one.
And this is so important, the way teams are playing as well, Froz, because at the end of the day, we've had to play both most chicken and points rule this tournament, and seeing the teams adapt to how play has to be different amongst these play styles makes a huge difference in the grand finals. Seeing the fantastic plays like Penta's, for example, and then seeing teams denying points, really maximizing their kills in the mid game like Heroic did last game. All of these different plays, they're subtle changes, but they're so important.
Subtle changes, but this is the first time in the whole tournament that we have 3 days with the same lobby going on as well. So you gotta keep that in mind. Before we had, of course, the weekly finals with 2 days with the same lobby. So what we're seeing right now is people still trying to figure out, okay, how do we actually play this out? We see a lot of hard shift as well coming in that is like kind of ruining it for some of the teams, but at the same time, look at a team like Team Liquid, for example. They lost Mexi pretty early on in the game to Danawa there, with the Mexi pushing in there, but after that, they were still doing a 2-1 split. They were still outside the circle, but how they were playing it out with the EB anchoring it down, and then you had Clip and James going in towards the center. They were still able to rack up 7 kills in this game, despite going out on a 13th place, and they're still in the contesting for those top spots right now. And what we're seeing right now is the top of the leaderboard right now is they're pulling away from the middle pack, and GX, they're basically kind of joining the top pack with that win, with those 8 kills they got in the previous game. But can they keep it up? Because I want to see them being more consistent. What we've seen from GX is it's going a lot like up, down, but they're not the consistency that we're seeing from the other teams that are towards the top right now.
And I think look, Steph, when teams win a chicken dinner, it's very difficult to not look good winning the game, right? It's about what you do when your team isn't doing well, when you finish outside of the placement points. What did those bad games look like that really determines what makes a good team great? What do you think about the teams that maybe are languishing or in the mid pack trying to sort of punch above their weight now going into the second half?
I mean, that is kind of, you know, almost a bit of the same situation like I was even talking about with VP and even TSM, right? The teams that maybe aren't quite hitting where they need to, but finding those scoring chances. On the flip side of that, you've got other teams that I think are kind of losing out some really weird fights. I mean, my eyes kind of go to SSG, right? They're out in the open, getting caught off. 1 or 2 nades is enough to knock half the team. Then they try to escape out of the situation, turn their back, and just make themselves entirely vulnerable. And other situations, Na'Vi, we know they like to play the edge. A big issue for them this tournament is that when they come into the edge, because it's been such a big meta, you find themselves pinched oftentimes in a sandwich where you've got teams fighting them from every angle. And then when we get to that mid game, they start getting exhausted, they run out of resources, and they're not really able to escape out of those situations. So things that we have seen from some of the teams that are making smarter plays like VP, who still sits on the edge, or even TSM, is knowing when to back out of a fight, knowing when to reapproach a situation. And I think even thinking ahead of where they're going to rotate to into a place that might only could potentially put them into a fight, but one that they think they could come out on top of. And so that's the kinds of things that we need to start seeing from the teams that have been struggling. They haven't really made it into the late game at all. If anything, it's because they're you know, for lack of a better word, still playing their own game, and they're not playing the game that this lobby is at right now.
I feel like what we're seeing though is that a lot of the teams towards the middle and bottom of the leaderboard right now, what they're doing is they're not taking the fights. Instead, they're trying to take a rotation, a very risky rotation. They start losing people, and then they get maybe towards the center with 1 or 2 people left alive, and it's not going to be enough because they're not able to do anything. They're basically just trying to survive at that point, and they're not being aggressive. While you see other teams that are super aggressive, look at teams like Petrichor Road or Team Liquid, for example. What happens when they lose 1 or 2 players? They still keep on going super aggressive. They're still trying to take those fights, making sure that they're picking the right fights, trying to get those points, whatever is necessary to make sure they get a few points on the board. But you have to take those fights. You can't just turtle down and not do anything, because that's not how it's going to work out for you. Sure, you're going to get maybe 1, 2, or maybe 3 placement points, but that's not going to be enough to average it out. When you're dying on rotation, you're losing so many people and not getting any kills on top of the placement points.
But Froz, let's break this down a little bit more, because at the start of the broadcast, you rightly pointed out that some of the edge teams were faring better in this lobby. When we think edge teams, it's really hard not to think of Na'Vi as one of the teams you just expect to be performing on the edge. What is it about their normal play style that isn't working here? Because in a lobby that favors edge teams, we would expect them to have more points.
Well, right now, what we see from a team like Na'Vi is they basically getting pinched. They're not in a good position to take the fights, but they're still trying to take the fights, and it's not working out for them. Same thing with ENCE, right? They're also a very edge-heavy team, but it's just not working out. They're not picking the right fights. They're not picking the right spots to play from where they comfortable can sit and take those kind of fights. Instead, what happens is that they try to take a fight, but when they take that, they're basically dropping their back and they're getting third party. Then they start losing people. Then they get worried. Then they're getting pinched. Then they don't know what to do. And it's just, they just look a little bit confused right now.
Now, the $1 million question, I mean, quite literally, the $2 million question as far as this tournament is concerned, Steph, is going to be, for these edge teams, what advice do you give them? What are they supposed to change? How do you tell a Leopard to change its spots halfway through a grand final?
You know, it's the adaptability. I think that we've seen a couple of these edge teams, especially, you know, depending on the circle shifts. I think we even touched on it briefly that when one of these teams that typically does play edge gets the center, sometimes they actually don't do super well because they're in that situation now where they can't comfortably not worry about their back. They're stuck watching all the angles. So for me, if you're a team, you're coming into that edge, you're getting yourselves maybe to that point where you can't quite escape out of that situation. What we've seen happen for some of these teams on Miramar, you know, we're seeing those splits early on. We're seeing the 2-2. We're seeing teams kind of watch their back on one fight, but prepare for the movement onto the next, knowing when to break away. And, you know, even as Froz touched on, maybe limit some of the risks on those rotations that they have so that they don't lose that player in round 2, in round 3. They can come up a little bit later into these games as a 4 stack, because when these teams start condensing down on each other in phase 5, in phase 6, and suddenly you've got 4 to your left, 4 to your right, and you're only down to 2 players. I mean, it really comes down to math. I think, you know, the ability for you to come out of that is a little bit risky. And even as we saw with that Penta play for TSM, you know, there was 6 other teams up alive. You know, Penta just said, you know what, screw this. I'm out in the open. There's nowhere else for me to get out of this situation. The best thing I can hope for here is to knock and kill a player and pick me up an extra point. And so I think it's that situation of really just reading it and saying what will benefit me the most in this situation I can't get out of.
And now we go into what will be the last Miramar of the day. Froz, you mentioned earlier about how, you know, we've been swapping maps, we've been swapping lobbies. This is the first time we're going to have 3 days of the same teams in the lobby. Having that consistency now, is that going to allow teams to read rotations and make sort of in-game decisions just a little bit better, especially now that we've got 3 Miramars in a row?
Oh yeah, definitely. But at the same time, you also got to look at what has happened from when we played earlier in this tournament up until this point now. Because right now, you're seeing some of the teams, they're changing their drop slots. They're going back to what they normally play. Team Liquid, for example, going back to Picaro and Pochinki is a great example. They haven't played that until coming into the finals. Basically, and because of that, it's hard for some of the teams trying to read up, okay, how are the rotations, where do they like to play? Sure, they should have done their homework before the tournament started, so they should have a little bit of that in the back of their mind. But at the same time, it is hard to adapt to all of it and capture 16 teams. Well, you had to capture 32 teams in the start, or 31 teams that you need to read up on. And then
Sure.
now when things are changing, you got to change up your things as well, making sure that you're adapting with the other teams. And it is rough. It is super rough. But at the same time, I feel like some of the teams, they're doing a better job than others on doing that right now. And what we're seeing, though, what you want to see is the teams rising up right now, because now's the time to peak. You're towards the end right now. This is the grand finals. This is where it's important to actually be towards the top. What I like also to see is a team like Gen G. In the last game, we saw them not doing the split anymore. They were all four grouped together, going back to the basics, right? Playing all four together, keep each other alive, and it didn't really work out, but they got themselves 4 kills, and it's kind of the best we've seen from them so far here in the grand finals. I want to keep this seeing them doing that. Keep all 4 alive, keep playing together. If it doesn't work out with splits, just group up, play as one unit instead. That's how you got a lot of more fragging power to work with.
So in short, Steph, it sounds like, you know, from a situation where you had to deal with 32 different teams, which is near impossible. Don't worry, you only have to deal with 16. We've taken an impossible job and still made it pretty difficult.
Yeah, and especially too because as this tournament has gone on, a couple of teams have adapted and changed their play styles a little bit. They've changed their drop spots, the way that some teams might play in their own region, a little bit different than they're going to play here on the world stage. And that's been, if at least for me, one of the more exciting things about having a global tournaments, because I mean that's why we want to see who's the best. They're not only the best at their region, the best at playing their own game, but they're best at adapting to the global lobby.
Well, let's go ahead and find out which of these teams will be taking on the chicken dinner here. Our final Miramar of the day. It's match number 8 of the grand final. And we're heading over to Paperthin and Chunks to guide you through this game.
Thank you very much, Joro. As you said, final Miramar match of the evening for PGC 2021, brought to you by Alienware and Toomey. We've seen some interesting games on Miramar tonight, Paperthin. We still have one more to go, and of course, 2 more tomorrow. Are we finally going to get that circle, which I'm not going to say which one it is, but you know which one I'm hoping for.
Oh, of course, of course. Well, I mean, this plane path starts on 2 circles I want to see. One on the southeast corner, one on the northwest corner. The Alcantara circle is possible. Very, very rare as well. So we'll see. I mean, the circles today on Miramar have been pretty fair. I mean, I don't think you're going to get much complaining out of the players in the way that these work. They were in a lot, you know, by phase 2 it was pretty much known that there was all playable terrain inside of it. You could really kind of settle up, do whatever you got to do. And move on from there. Still going to be splitting Los Leones with New Happy and KPI. Kind of curious to see if maybe this one does go northwest, how that's going to shape out. Capitan's going to put some shots down here into New Happy, and man, that's poking the bear. I'd be real concerned if like he had landed a shot. New Happy might just turn around and try to make them pay for it, dude. They are an angry team.
I mean, with the form New Happy are on, you don't want to say, I'm not jinxing it. I'm not jinxing it. I've seen the circle. I'm just not going to talk about it. I'm just not going to say anything. Look, I said that, you know, I've seen those PWS circles throughout the year. I've seen how often in paper scrims we end up going to the island circle. So I knew that the chances would be increased tonight. I'm just hoping that they're increased enough.
I don't want to say much, but it's probably not far enough to the east.
But I'm praying.
Yeah. Usually island circles have a little bit more easterly shift to them. So I don't think it's quite far enough over. That being said, this does get tricky. Assuming this goes back over to the land, right, Chunks? There's all that unplayable stuff around Impala, so things can get really wild in that area.
Yeah, it's a tricky area to play. I think we see it a lot of the time where teams try and send it into the city and it ends up just being a slow burn of team after team crashing into each other. But I think the teams like GEX, like Gen G are in a good position for this circle. I think if I was to just call a position right now, Impala Cliffside is the one to go to, because even though it's not a guarantee, and look, Pio's going for it, I'm just on the same level as him clearly, but it's not a guarantee. But when it does pull to Impala, this Cliffside is where you want to be. You can just farm out kills, farm out damage. You're in such a good position to pick up points. So while it isn't guaranteed, it's such a strong position.
Exactly. You're hitting the nail on the head here. This is why Pio prioritizes this position. This is why he has no utility, and he's still going for it that early. I mean, you can see no frags, no smokes, no mollies. He got the SLR. He got, what he wanted to get up here and start getting info and potentially doing damage. Because if you can control, especially this southern edge of this mountain, it's very difficult for other teams to do anything about it. It's tough to get grenades up there. It's tough to get behind it. Now, Savior's going to make a go at it. I don't know if he knows Pio's up there. I doubt it. So both of those players are going to have a real interesting potential butting of heads here. But yeah, it's a really powerful position because the circle is likely to kind of shift in this direction, at least for the first couple.
Yeah, and if it does end up maybe pulling off a little bit further east, like obviously not east enough to get the island, but if it does end up really centering, because that's how it's looking right now, then it's going to be a lot more likely that this ends up being in the late game, just because of the fact that come phase 4, it has to shift away from the water. It will likely pull inland, and if it is a very wet circle, I think is probably the best way to phrase it, going into phase 2, phase 3, then I mean, this cliffside is going to be so powerful. GX, though, I mean, a really impressive performance last game. I don't think we can understate that enough. I mean, it was so impressive from them to see them come alive, and they've jumped a lot of spaces up in that standings now, and really deserved, as we've mentioned so many times. It's one of the best performances I personally have ever seen GX have, and it's good to see them coming alive and showing exactly what they're capable of.
Oh, it's hands down the best performance I've seen from GEX, and all the credit in the world to them to come to an event like this where a lot of people had written them off, didn't even expect them to be in this grand finals, and to get here on their own merits by qualifying for weekly finals and doing well in them. They didn't even have to come through grand survival or anything like that. So I'm really, really impressed with GEX. I'm really happy to see it as well. It's a team that frankly has struggled in the PWS and PCS Asia, but here they're making the most of their time, and getting onto LAN, I'm sure, was refreshing for them. And look at Savior's position. He's going to see PO. And PO, if he doesn't respond to this quickly, he is going to be in a world of trouble. Now, that is not the best time to pull the trigger for Savior. He caught PO right as PO was jumping into this ditch.
Oh, no. He spent so long climbing up that hill. We've been on him for what feels... I mean, it must be like 3-4 minutes now. We've been on Savior trying to get up this hill. He finally gets the high ground onto PO, opens up the shots, and PO just has the perfect dip to be able to play. And now he's returning the fire as well. This is not ideal. The rest of Gen G as well, Inonix from insane range with the SKS trying to land something through. I mean, I respect the effort. I'm not sure how likely it is to connect, but Gen G are really trying to pick this solo off and realizing that if they don't, PO is kind of useless for them for now.
Yeah, PO absolutely cannot connect. I mean, he does have that SLR advantage, but Savior has a frag grenade. Again, we mentioned it early that PO didn't have the opportunity to get into utility because he prioritized position over the looting. Now Zen Non is trying to get up here as well. I mean, GEX knows how important this is. He's not going to be able to find the... Okay, so there's actually no way that I'm aware of to get up there from that side. I think you have to go all the way around to Savior's position to actually get up this mountain, unless you go to the southeastern side of things. So I've seen teams try. I've never seen anybody be successful that I'm aware of. Maybe there's some way to do it, but as far as I know, you kind of have to wrap around the entire bottom side of this mountain to get up and over to where PO is.
I think there's like the two big hills. I think you can kind of get in between them and work your way up there. I might be wrong there. I know that you can definitely get up from the northern side as well. Yeah, there it is. He's going to be able to come up, and PO now just caught in this dip. Now Zanan is going to close this gap, and PO's going to be more than aware of this. The frag grenade is going to come out first to try and find that initial damage. Just sprays there, and PO is down and out. Really nice from GX to be able to have that player up top, not burn through too much util, because you can imagine him throwing 4 or 5 nades and not being able to get the kill, and instead sending Zanan up to actually finish off the job while the player above laid down fire support. So really impressive way to take that for GX.
Yeah, exactly. I guess there is a way up there. Yeah, I mean, I've never seen anybody really be able to successfully make it through without many problems. But again, PO's all on his own. It's so he's not really able to prevent somebody from trying to come up his backside there. I guess usually you have somebody kind of watching it for him. So yeah, well done by GX. This is really smart stuff from them. Take advantage of your drop spot. Take advantage of the fact that you know these next couple circles are likely to have that position in it, so you can get some information at the very least. You get a kill onto PO for it as well, and like you said, just well executed in flushing him out. And there's not much Gen G can do about it. They can't really get there in time to save him.
I mean, you saw how long it took Pio himself to get up there, to be able to actually get players to close that distance and trade for it and try and play the same position. It just isn't feasible. And at the same time, you got to bear in mind, Pio's position is wide open to the player up on top of that higher cliffside, which meant that even if a player from Gen G was able to get over to Pio, it's only a matter of time until they take damage and they're forced to play exactly the same dip. So I think we spoke about it all of last game, all the game before, Gen G's playstyle, being able to send Pio out in his own, and it's a risk that they kind of accept. Now the problem becomes losing him this early in the game. How's that going to affect things? Are they going to try and do the same but with a different player? Or do they play just as they would, as a standard squad would, you could almost say, as a three-man, just sweep through and go for kills, which is where Gen G tend to shine?
Oh, Uren, just no idea that Renbo was on his flank there, going to get knocked for it. And yeah, I mean, I think it's overconfidence here from Gen G. Meanwhile, Sharpshot making it rain there onto HS. HS is able to get behind his vehicle, but Sharpshot knows he saw a lot of the blood sprays. Wants to see if he can get the finish onto this. Uren has been confirmed, but it's actually Example who's going to take that away from Ghibli. And oh no, oh, he just runs him over. Going to spray him down. Nice piece of work here by SSG. But yeah, going back to Gen G for just a brief second, I want to give a little history. Like, Gen G takes that position all the time in these circles, all the time. And I think they're usually given it, and GX is always in their lobbies. So, you know, they're not expecting GX to make that move, to come up there and contest that position that early. And that's really smart stuff here from GX, making that adjustment here in this circle.
I think a big part of it has to be the fact of GX had a big win last game. They had a really impressive performance. They're feeling confident, and I think they're now starting to flex that, and that's something we've seen in the past from GX. They'll have one really strong game, then start chaining them together. So really impressive. Island Circle, unfortunately not going to happen, but we'll keep our fingers crossed, and in the 2 Miramar games tomorrow, we'll get to see one. What a way it would be if our final game of PGC ended up being an Island Circle.
Oh my God.
It's a potential.
Oh, I mean, it would be great for the fans. The players would just maul all over the place. Oh, SSG, though. It's going to be, this time, ZP Yan getting a little revenge onto Roth, and he's going out early again, Chunks. Your fantasy team in shambles.
I'm gonna have words with Roth after this one. I was tempted to, like, honestly, I was very tempted to send him a message this morning and be like, hey, okay, you got to step it up today. You're on -1 point. He finally got into the positive in, like, I think the first game, and I was like, yes, time for Roth to start picking up the points, and he does just after 10 minutes this time. So at least he's not gonna be losing any more points. But it's the last time I let Twitch chat pit my fantasy team.
This is why sometimes you just got to trust your gut on these kind of things.
I should have done.
Yeah, I feel you, man. My gut has not done me well in my fantasy. I don't want to. I've been leaning into the Asia teams, and it just seems like I can't find the right week. Week to week, seem to be picking the wrong team. But GX is going to see Ghibli settle up inside of Impala. GX with a big split here. They can get away with this for now, but they got to be real careful. Depending on where this next circle goes, because it's likely to go west or southwest, right? Like, the circle is probably going to start leaving that Impala terrain. It doesn't have to. I should always clarify. I've seen circles end right next to that mountain where Zennan is. It can happen, but it's not likely.
I've seen a lot of them end, like, north of Impala, which I think would be kind of perfect for GX right now with their current position. They can use that high ground and kind of creep in, but they are quite split. So I kind of like that from them. They're going to be able to, if the zone does pull off to the west, make their rotate in. Teams like KPI, though, have to be the favorites dead center, as T-Bone now going to start opening up some nice shots of his own here for Heroic. Big damage down towards Fury. Surely the pre-nade doesn't work out. He kind of threw it out in the open. He's done damage onto Cal, but Cal's pulled up, and now Flood doing the same. Hops in his vehicle and getting over to safety. Doesn't want to be outside the zone because they realize that in about a minute they're going to have to make a rotate. The chance of this being in the next phase is slim to none.
Exactly. This is going to be pretty tricky for Fury, so I think the idea here would be get in your vehicles, move with the next circle, and then try to find position off of that. Na'Vi is going to try to inch their way forward. There are a few valleys you can kind of make your way down north to south here. SSR even finds a headshot on the spear. And that's huge. Zenon's coming down off the mountain to try to put pressure onto Ghibli here. Renba gonna get spotted out, a little bit of damage taken. Zenon gonna see if he can get one up and over. Oh, if it wasn't for that fence, that
so
could have been a good
close.
grenade.
Oh, that would have landed dead on and been able to, if not get the knock, do a serious amount of damage. But it looks like GEX are still going to try and commit to this one. They have an idea that Remba's going to be a solo. The Molotov comes through it, isn't quite able to connect, and look, Impala's still in, but it is just about on the edge now. I'd maybe expect a lot of the Northeastern teams to actually make a rotate in here now, because they don't really have much else to work with in terms of cover.
This is actually a pretty rough circle. Everything to the west of Impala is
so open.
Pretty fields, exactly. Yeah, this is tough. I mean, you got to try and get some of these early buildings. There's a few spots like you can settle up next to those mountains that are to the like the plateaus that are to the west of Impala. Those are sometimes kind of playable, but otherwise, it's really tough if you don't have one of the compounds. There's only a few ditches that are relatively safe, and even then, you know, everybody's going to be kind of eyeing those anyway. So a lot of times they can become death traps.
It definitely seems like a lot of teams going to be banking towards the middle now. There's like one dip and a couple of hills around it, so both Danoa and Heroic are playing for the same position. Leklo with a really nice opening couple shots, actually lands a headshot towards Beaming. Won't be able to convert it to a knock as he gets over to safety. I'd be surprised if Heroic decides to commit onto this, especially now with TSM starting to get involved. Penta going to be falling, knocked out the vehicle by Salute. Soul is there to flush things out. It looks like TSM now in a bit of disarray. Two of their players have turned back, but Alo has gone straight through this, and he's out in no man's land right now. Danoa putting in a lot of work, making a lot of noise, and potentially just going to run this hillside thanks to that early rotation and the aggression they took onto Heroic.
Yeah, I like this readjust here, this reset from Danawa, because that position was going to be under a lot of pressure. Like I was talking about, there's only so many places you can play inside of here. So a lot of teams are going to be trying to contest that. Just having a 2-2 split there wasn't going to really cover it with the angles that Heroic and TSM were starting to find. TSM, by the way, has a huge split now. Alo is completely disjointed from the other two members of his team. So they're going to have a really interesting situation ahead of them. Meanwhile, Heroic just going to be battered. This compound that Team Liquid has, one of my favorites to play in this area. You can see so much of what's going on around you.
Yeah, the line of sight that you're able to get is amazing. I think the only downside would probably be if that rotation has to come, it's an extremely open area around you that surely every team is going to be looking towards as a way to potentially pick up 3 points, find damage. GX, though, Savior still all the way up top. I mean, can you blame him? You get such good info from a position like this. Even if you're not able to convert it into kills, maybe the teammates down the hill will be able to actually capitalize onto it. So nicely done from GX. I'm surprised to see them as the only team in Impala right now. I really did expect a lot of squads to rotate through, but it looks like all of the squads I expected to go to Impala have ended up pulling down at that Danoa Heroic position.
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought there might be another team or two that tries to see if they can get away with getting on that western edge of Impala. Only Renba from Ghibli is the only one left. Hard shift over to the west makes sense. It's phase 4, so it has to leave the unplayable terrain, which is the mountains to the east of Impala there. So now things get even more dicey. See Gen G's on the move there, but they're going to be under... Any team that's making a move here, Chunks, is basically going to be under pressure.
Yeah, it's not really surprising when there's a zone this open. Alo going to be under pressure, but performing well under it as he takes down 2, but is immediately traded out there by Soul. The final player, one of the 2 final players left up from Danoa. They throw down the smoke to try and remain in it as the rest of TSM FDX finally starting to make the move, but they're so late to be able to do it. It's a little bit concerning that they were this split in the first place. They will pull up. It's Purdy and Luke prepping the nades already. Frag grenade actually going to come out close. It's really close, actually. It's doing some damage, but it's not going to be able to find the kills. There's flashbangs. Molotov's also following through. Soul going to be the first player to fall as Rex just about gets the revive onto Leklo, but now comes TSM sweeping through the edge of the smoke. They have an idea there's going to be players inside here. Can't use any more frag grenades or util. They don't need it, though. It's raw gun skill to find the knocks, but they will concede Luke 12 in the trade as the third party came through from Heroic. They're going to try and get him back up, but Heroic, they had the opportunity to push, but instead just going to hunker down and stay in that position.
I really like the way that TSM handled that maneuver It's a tough one to make. You have a difficult decision to make because you lost Alo. You only have 2 left. But that center circle that you're going to gain out of that, and their stop up, their pull up to get into grenade range, which is what TSM is. You know, Purdy said it himself in his interview. He has the best util in the world, and he's showing you why right there. They get in perfect range, soften them up with the grenades, come in, flank around the sides, finish the job. Yeah, they suffer a knock, but they take the position. They've still got 2 up. Really well handled there by TSM, making the best out of a bad situation.
Yeah, nicely done. I don't like the way that they were split, but I think it's just a symptom of the zone with how many teams were in the center. They tried to get over to the hillside. Alo obviously went a lot ahead of the rest of the squad, and it just led them to be split, unfortunately. GX, Yan Li, that nade. If Renba didn't move, he would have been over. Zanan seemingly has no idea about that player having already made a move. As Na'Vi, they have a good read on the fact that TSM are going to be down to a solo, so they're starting their crash. Renba has got the first aid off, just going to be holding, opens up with the spray, and nicely done. That's GEX losing a player, never ideal when you're already down Savior. 5 kills, though, really impressive after last game's performance.
Yeah, this is what I worry about when you have to start coming through Impalas. There can be rats everywhere, and Renba is one of the best in the business in terms of rifling in Korea. This guy has been absolutely phenomenal, but now the Blues doing quite a bit of damage to him. SSR going to spot him out, finish the job. Renba gone, but not before dragging a member of GEX with him, as they now find themselves on the bad side of the circle once again. It continues to shift to the west, and Genji has taken the dip outside, and Yuppie is going to find his death right next to it.
Unfortunate there, but when you're a solo, there's only so much you can do. Play for the dip, hope for the best, and, well, Liquid, they hope for the best, and it's really worked out for them. Sure, they've lost a couple players, but they're in such a strong position. I'd be surprised to really see them get pushed. Obviously, Fury gave it an attempt, but now deciding to back off and just play these little, what do you call them, barns, hay bales? I'm not sure what the right word for them is.
I honestly could not tell you. They're not shacks.
I
They
know
have
how to
hay
call
bales
it for it.
in them. They're like awnings, maybe, or no, it's not an awning because I think an awning has to be attached to a building. I'm not. I don't know. A tent. I'm not sure.
Come on, chat, help us out. There's got to be hay barns. A lot of people are saying hay barns. Let's
Hay
go with
barns?
that. Hay barns,
Okay,
sure. I'll use that for now. But yeah, hay barns. They're going to be taking those, which, I mean, it's not the best cover to work with. It's at least something, though. It's better than nothing, and it will give them a bit of respite from Team Liquid. A little bit out of util range. I'd be surprised if Liquid do decide to try and nade it too much just because of that distance. It's not really going to be effective utility, and when you're a squad like Liquid, you want to be saving every nade that you can till the end game.
They're kind of looking towards Fury to see. I can see their Doritos on the map, just kind of angling in that direction. But I think you're right. There's just not the right opportunity just yet. GEX pushing out, but right into the firing lines of New Happy here. It's a stir actually from Genji, who gets a little damage. ZP Yan going to get the knock. SSR, the only one left here. He's been magical in this tournament. Does he have anything left in the tank? No, sir. ZP Yan's going to get a double onto that. New Happy's going to clean that up. Meanwhile, Pero trying to continue to move, but Beamy's on the ground, and he's going to get one before he's traded out. Mamu's still alive. Page in front of him in that shack. That molly's good. That should be the end of Page. Indeed, Heroic is gone early for what seems like the first time in this grand finals.
Really impressive to see that Molotov land. Heroic finally being slowed down, so now is the time for New Happy to start closing the gap. It's not going to be easy, though. Fury not sure what the play was there, but trying to maybe sneak Waikika up to get aggressive. He ends up getting knocked, and, well, Batulins is more than happy to steal away that kill. New Happy, though, I spoke about them as a squad to try and close the gap. They are just being punished by Na'Vi now. Nades landed all around. They are pinned down in this dip. Sure, they're back up to a 2-man, but even though Heroic are out, I doubt they'll be able to close the gap too much with this many players and this many other teams still alive.
Oh, this eastern edge of the circle is going to be an absolute meat grinder. There's so many teams over here. Everybody's trying to clear out their edge, and Mamu on the backside of Ents making things difficult. They're going to have to make sure they deal with him. TSM still lurking just ahead, waiting for whoever comes out of this. Mamu's going to fling a grenade out to go for the heal. Ents too far away for that to have any hope of connecting. Circle does shift down to the south a little bit there, so SSG, their shack is in, but that's something, but it's so hard to come out of those shacks. They're extremely nadeable. You see Na'Vi up and over the top. Alia Find Tiksu in the opening spray. Oops, Rustenmar bounces his grenade. Probably not where he meant that to go. Example's gonna punish him for it. The push is on for Na'Vi. Just Diggory left in the shack.
Only one player left up here for Ents as tries to come alive. Nades are coming through. It's actually going to be Sills in there with the third party from KPI, who does some damage over towards an army. So this might be the saving grace that Diggory was looking for. The smokes are still there, but in the end, Example finishes off the job, and down go Ents out in 11th. Petrichor Road, though, they heard these shots, and even though Mamu's a solo, he's looking to get involved. Fury Fall out in 10th. That leaves 9 teams remaining, so if Mamu can just survive a little bit longer, he will get himself an extra point out of this game, but it's going to be hard when Ali is getting this aggressive. Coming over the ridge, and well, he finds the headshot. Petrichor Road fall. And I got to mention here, look, it's a team that have been in the zone for such a long time. We saw them third party onto this fight. We haven't really spoke about it's KPI. They are posted up right now. They haven't really had chance to move, and I'd love to see if they've managed to get themselves any decent number of kills out of this.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for KPI because in circles like this, you know, if you're not farming teams outside of your compound, you're pretty much just left to play defense on it and try to see if you can get a couple kills that way. Zepion got the heal off, but all for naught. He's going to be taken down. Na'Vi continues to push forward. No space. Just too much to get through at that point. A lot of utility already used, and you can see a down slope without any cover is going to end their round for now. Mexi trying to harass SSG, but a good response from Oldless. Going to set him back for a second. Now he sees VP rotating in. He's going to cut the heel and try to go for some shots. See if he can get a knock here. This is ambitious from Mexi, but there's just enough of an angle there. He's able to find the shoulder of a VP player.
But look at this. James is starting to sneak around the back, and, well, he's got a frag grenade and a molly to try and work with. He needs to land them pretty massive if they are going to work out, but as the spray comes through towards Lou, that's going to be big. Perfectix goes down. Lou goes down to Emmy as well. It leaves only Spyro left up. The Molotov is close, but it's the frag grenade that finishes off the job. Virtus Pro down in 6th position. Lou had a nade in hand when he was knocked, and that is the end of the team. So unfortunate there, as we thought they'd make it in. Liquid with a huge play, especially as a two-man, to be able to split like that shows a serious level of confidence.
Exactly. The coordination there is so good between Mexi and James. Mexi lays down the suppressing fire, allows James to get around there. James grenade shoots right away after the grenade is out to try to soften targets up, see if he can get the knocks. Little help from Virtus, you know, a little help from Virtus Pro's own grenades, but very, very well executed by Team Liquid. But now they have to make a move, but they are doing a ton of damage on their way out. Mexi gets the knock onto Oldless. Luke trying to find the angle. He is going to get the flush onto Sharpshot there. Oldless able to keep himself obscured from TSM, but no helmet on his teammate means that res is going to be rather risky. And here's KPI's opportunity, Chunks. They've got 4 up. They've got vehicles. They've got themselves a really good opportunity to win this game.
KPI are a squad that, at least in the weekly survivals that we've seen, when they, especially going into week 1 and even at times in week 2, have been able to come alive at the very end game. Let's forget about that for a second, though, because Liquid are going to be making a bit of a crash. Well, it's over in no time. James is there with the 2K. It works out perfectly. It just shows how powerful flashbangs end up being. But I was saying, look, KPI are one of those teams that over in weekly survival, they really came alive at the end game. And I think that it's a sign of what's to come in this match. I say that, however, might just cast a curse with them, because Luke 12 finds a 3K. Beautifully done. Purdy finishes off the job, and it's KPI out in 4th ascend. Just not working out for them, as Gen G now potentially in a seriously rough position, because TSM, well, they've just rolled up and have beautiful line of sight onto Azora.
TSM might just take this game off of that maneuver there. Oh my goodness. Luke 12, huge shots, getting 3. Purdy gets the follow-up for the 4th. Now grenades out from Anonix, trying to see if he can finish off Team Liquid. Mexi, res being attempted. Looks like it should just come through. That molly just shy of being enough to get around the corner. Here come the flashes as well. Anonix knows he has to try to take this position to keep himself away from TSM, to give Gen G an opportunity to win their first game of the Grand Finals. Esther's going to roll up in the vehicle. Anonix around the corner is good for the headshot onto James, and the re-knock here. Checking to see if TSM is there. They're not pushing. A grenade from Esther is going to finish the job. Now it is just down to Gen G versus TSM.
TSM Purdy spotted out in the open, so Gen G doing everything they can to really isolate that other player now. Esther, this is a Gen G player if I've ever seen one. They are rotating round. It's an all or nothing. strategy that they're attempting to pull out. As Esther gets the high ground, it looks like the Molotov potentially going to follow suit. Luke 12 still at the back there with that DMR watching for cover as the molly comes close to Purdy, but it's not going to be able to connect. He still has himself a bit of a smoke wall to work with, but you got to wonder how long is that really viable for. I say that, but as phase 8 shifts, it's actually dead onto TSM. So it's Gen G that have the responsibility now to actually make a bit of a push onto them and surround them, and well, they're doing a good job of it so far. Asura with really nice shots over towards Purdy as the nade might just follow up. Can Inonix get this? It's going to be close, but not quite close enough, at least with the first. Maybe the second one can have a bit more success.
Well, he's got 6 of them to try to find the right distance. There it is. There you go, Inonix. Great reposition here by him, recognizing his situation. Luke 12 trying to do some kind of damage, but Esther keeping eyes on him, keeping him pinned, letting his teammates know exactly where Luke 12 stands, and they are going to continue to surround him. The smoke on his left, giving him the protection from Asura and Inonix for now. Halfway down to it, so it's going to be an attempt at a reposition here for Luke, and they continue to barrel down on towards him, and Inonix still 3 frags in the bag. Let's see if he can go fishing and find the last kill and get the first win for Gen G.
This is amazing work here from Gen G to have an idea where Luke is, but not overcommit onto it. I think a lot of the time in these late game positions, you'll know where that final solo is, and teams will overextend and get way too aggressive onto it, but instead, they're just edging through bit by bit. They're limiting the amount of space that Luke has to work with rather than just full sending it. Now, though, that the damage is connected onto Luke 12, Inonix is going to peek up over the top. The flashbang from Luke, however, lands, and in the end, it's going to be Esther to find the kill. It's Gen G, first win of the grand finals for them. Sadly this time, no clips of Gunner running with his slides on.
That was some parkour stuff that Gunner did in that video, by the way. That was impressive. With those sandals on, that man can move. But Gen G here, showing that even if they lose PO early, they still have the firepower and the potential and the smarts to get through. And this is why, they won a PGC. Esther, Asura, Inonix, very smart, very strong players, and coming through with 6 frags there at the end for Inonix. Gen G took that dip pretty early on by the crossroads, just waited things out, and they're able to hold on to a lot of utility for that end game, and just barely able to come out over TSM.
Really unfortunate for TSM there, but you can only expect so much when you go into the fight with a man disadvantage. It was a rough game for them, but to be able to make it to second place was really impressive for me, especially considering how we saw them send it over to the center earlier on. When they lost a player, they got split in half. Halo was able to get a kill or two. The rest of the squad backfilled. They just edged their way in. Really impressive game there, not only from TSM, but of course Gen G for getting that win after losing PO so early.
Yeah, exactly. It's a really good game from both of these teams, to be honest. But that's it for us for this game. We're going to shift over to Erangel, and we're going to shift over to the desk. Take it away, Joro.
Thank you very much, Clinton. Thank you, Liam. A very, very entertaining final Miramar game of the day sees Gen G take home the chicken dinner. And while, we have to talk about Patrick, how they basically did that as a 3-man squad, but also a little bit of a tinge of sadness there, because there was an element of PO doing PO things at the start of that game, wasn't there?
That's kind of expected, right? You're gonna see PO run around on his own. Now, he did get caught off guard there by GX, and GX played that so well, trapping him up there and then just finishing him off. But at the same time, Gen G, again, losing PO early. This is what we see time after time after time, but finally they're starting to show something. At least they're starting to play together once they lose PO. I want to see them with PO and see what happens instead. And they played really well towards the end, and they were playing a little bit more passive. They were grouping together, exactly what we were talking about after PO died, of course. We got to mention that like 10 times, so they actually know that is not working out for you.
Losing PO is the key.
We'll joke, Inonix God mode, Esther God mode, but this circle was, I think, anything but helpful for a lot of teams. We to joke about the edge fighting and the teams that are proactive versus not proactive. There were some pretty prime compounds that teams were fighting for. Gen G, I brought this up while we were watching this together. They were just kind of sent it into that little dip, and they waited for the prime moment. And there were so many different rotations happening down south of them. There was a lot of opportunities for them to get pushed. They held out that position. They waited for this fighting to actually finish off so that they had then the south that they could push onto a very badly damaged Team Liquid. And I've got to talk about this, but I want to talk about this later, and I could break it down because that KPI rotation hurt. But it did put TSM in that position against the North. So now you've got what's happening here with Gen G and Team Liquid to the south. That beautiful nade there by Esther, giving them that south. You can see this reposition by Esther. They know exactly where TSM is, and you can just see every angle just raining down. And unfortunately for TSM, not really able to get out of this one.
Well, despite that, of course, we saw TSM. I mean, they're getting those points on the board right now, and that's what you want to see. They're on the rise up. They're coming back from the little grave they had from day one there. It wasn't looking too good, but it's looking way better right now. Getting themselves that second place, but also 9 kills. We haven't really seen TSM do this. What we've seen from TSM has been basically just dying rotations. We saw, of course, Alo being by himself there with a little early rotation, getting crashed by Danawa. But straight away, when they got Alo, what happened? We saw TSM coming back and took over that spot straight away. They were just going for it. And that's what we want to see. Go for it. Don't turtle down once someone dies. You want to see them be more aggressive because this is point rule. All the kills are going to matter. On top of that, you're going to get yourself a better spot to play from.
I mean, wait, you joke about it, though, real quick. I want to say, I think TSM, the big thing is Penta up late. You know, game 1 and 2, not quite big scoring chances. Penta out early, and all of a sudden they pop off.
Right? I mean, but we have to give them credit for that because, look, TSM Gen G at the end there, but ultimately, it feels like, especially from a placement point of view, Steph, it feels like TSM have been taking every opportunity that's coming their way. It's not necessarily popping off in terms of, 15 kill games or anything like that, but it's enough to get them into a competitive position.
I mean, absolutely. Okay, mid-game, TSM were already down to 2 players. They put themselves in a strong position to try to predict where that circle was going to end. And, having even, obviously Luke 12 is, I think, one of the best fraggers in North America up in the late game, giving them those extra scoring opportunities. We saw the kills they had on the board, ultimately tying and from points there with Gen G at the end. I mean, that is 3 games in a row now where even when all the odds are against TSM, they play not only for kills, they play for the placement, they play for the lobby, and they're seeing them being rewarded time and time again. And so while they might not be getting the chicken dinners, that's the consistency that's going to make a team like this scary, especially as we move back to Erangel. I think a map where they're going to have a lot more breathing room, and then into tomorrow, a team that really flourishes under the pressure of that final day.
Now, Froz, we have to ask the obvious question here, and I don't think there's an obvious answer. Is this the start of the revival for Gen G that puts them back into championship contention? A lot of people are going to be asking that question right now, but they're starting from a very tough position.
Yeah, I mean, I hope it is, but so far, they haven't been looking like a team that is trying to defend the title. Right now, this is the first glimpse that we're seeing a little bit of hope coming out from Gen G, I feel like. And again, they lost PU early when they did it. So I want to see them with all 4 up. What if PU was with them the whole time instead? They would have been playing a little bit more aggressive. They would have had more kills. They would have been further up on the board itself. But, I mean, we just have to wait and see how they're going to play this out. I just want to see them keep on being able to get towards the top because they are the defending champion. But right now, they don't look like they're able to defend anything.
And I want to talk a little bit about the other teams that defended in that game as well, because heading into the latter stages of that game, we had KPI on the east and we had Team Liquid on the west. KPI in particular, Steph, because Team Liquid were down to 2 fairly early on. KPI had all 4 alive. It looked like no one could push into them. And then they fell to TSM after, as a 4-man squad. What actually happened to them there?
I mean, I don't know if you guys really saw, but, the long building, that is a compound that Porosaurus actually has coined the uncrashable compounds because they're really hard to push. A lot of teams might kind of chalk up to them on the edge, but they won't really hard crash those compounds. So it's already a good position for KPI to be in. But as that circle started to push away, we saw them reposition the cars just on the outside. But the way they repositioned their vehicles, it was a little bit of a slow go to pull them out of that position. They didn't have the momentum to take a fast rotation, and it took them right into TSM, who were perfectly primed to completely melt them down. And with as slow as KPI was going, that was not going to be a good, successful drive-by. That wasn't going to be an easy wrap to come away without losing anybody. And ultimately, in the end, I just don't think it was the right play.
So unfortunate for them. No one pushed Team Liquid. No one pushed KPI at the end. It was them sort of leaving the compound that did it. Don't forget, though, it's not just them that are fighting to survive. You can become the lone survivor as well when PUBG Battlegrounds goes free to play on the 12th of January. Get your pre-registrations in now. Go to pre-reg.pubg.com to get that in the bag. And during that push as well, Froz, it wasn't just KPI, it was Team Liquid on the other side. I guess there's a reason why no one attempted to push either one of those compounds, right? Sometimes in more competitive, or I should say in scrim style games, we see those compounds attempt to get crashed, but we saw none of that here.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid, they had a compound all by themselves. Basically, there were so few teams on the west side. It was kind of hard for any team to get there, and also it's so easy to hold out. You could see how Liquid was pushing out with James and Ibiza out from the compound itself to grab more ground and try to get into nade range. But of course, Ibi got caught out and was down to James and Mexi. But you saw the synergy between the two of them. Mexi going with the suppressive fire while James could just flank around there. And I mean, it's just wonderful to see that kind of stuff. Also, it doesn't matter if you throw Molotovs into the face of James because he eats Molotovs for breakfast. That's how he does it. That's why he's so hot and he's so good on, and that's why we call him the nade god.
I mean, from a fantasy pick point of view, I'm absolutely no problems with that whatsoever. But I really want to see more exciting performances coming out of this. Remember, at the end of the day, they did that with 2 players left alive. So they absolutely made the most of that situation. Clover, quick word. We now move into Erangel. This is going to be all important for some of these teams.
Oh yeah, I mean, if anything, hope that it's not a milli circle. I think some of them need something a little bit more substantial because this is a lot of the teams that are struggling's best map.
Let's find out, ladies and gentlemen. We're on to Erangel now for our penultimate match of the day. Over to Paper Thin and Chunks.
Thank you very much, Joro. 2 games remain today, both on Erangel for PGC 2021, powered by Alienware and Toomey. Gen.G, after last game's win, finally living up to that pick'em rank. #1, not only in the pick'ems, also in that last game. And I know your KR bias is coming strong right now. You must have a massive grin on your face.
I mean, I'm starting to maybe feel a little more comfortable about them, but they really got to start picking it up. It's going to take at least another win here today. I feel like we're going into tomorrow. I feel like they have a shot, and it could happen. You know, they're a team that prefers Erangel. Historically, they've been slightly better on Erangel. In this tournament, you can see on your left, they've been a little better on Miramar, but generally, Gen.G gets their bread and butter on southwest circles on Erangel is really where they shine. Around the quarry areas, they have a really good west-east rotation pass. They really do a good job clearing their edges out there. This seems to be a map that, you know, I've said it before and I'll say it again, they're more comfortable on, to be frank, and I think the opportunities are here. You know, they get South Georgia themselves. They've done a few weird splits yesterday on the Georgia pole-centered circles that I thought were a little uncharacteristic for them. And, you know, you and I were talking about it before. Oh, here we go, right? The West Circle. But you and I were talking about it, Chunkster, before the games, that Gen.G just didn't seem like they were playing their game yesterday.
No, it's tough, isn't it? Because Gen.G are one of those squads where we say it all the time. It's all or nothing for them. You know, they have either these big games or they get absolutely nothing, and it feels like that was the scenario yesterday. Sure, they were able salvage a couple points, but it really shows how rough yesterday was when even after a big win like that and a massive game, they're still down in 11th position. They have a long way to go, but I think you can kind of take solace in the fact that the middle and top half of the leaderboard is very close, so they could make big gains if they just have one more big game. And well, Luke 12, big gains is the theme of it. The vehicle went right over the head of Purdy, nearly managed to get the kill, but I mean, Luke was just farming out right there. Beautifully done. That was 8 kills for TSM in the end.
It's a great game for TSM, salvaging a couple early losses incredibly well. You know, that push to retake that territory that AO had lost was insanely good and got them to that position in that late game where they had a real shot to win that, and they still racked up a fantastic amount of kills. So a nice turnaround here for TSM to put themselves right back in the conversation. I mean, this is still anybody's tournament. We're just over halfway, and there's still a lot of games to be played, and there's still a lot of points to be found. So, yeah, you're going to have to put up big numbers if you're a team like Gen G that, yeah, you found a win, but it wasn't a high kill win. So now's the time to get fragging, and we'll see if, this championship team can find some form.
It starts to become a question now though, of how low down are you where it stops being a possibility. Obviously, every placement matters. The higher you get up in the standings, the more cash you're going to be taking home. So just because, Kai Shin, for instance, are in 16th position doesn't mean that they're not going to try their best to move up the leaderboards. But you start to wonder, okay, how many teams are in reach of first place right now? And it's pretty thankful to say that even though Heroic are kind of tearing away with things and have had a huge performance, there are a lot of teams that are still very much in the running, especially with 2 games still remaining today. But I mean, if Heroic have 1 or 2 more big performances, I think anyone who's not in the top 4 or 5 has to start sweating.
Yeah, 100%. It's a matter of kind of keeping Heroic down. I mean, honestly, in PUBG, there comes a point where teams have to kind of recognize the scoreboard as part of their decision-making process, potentially. And if you see an opportunity to third-party Heroic, you might go for it. Meanwhile, Mexi putting a few shots out just to say, hey, I'm here, Donawa. If you want to go for it, you're going to have to fight for it. And Donawa is keen to try to take this. And, oh, man, this is going to be a lot on Salute. Salute's died a lot early today. If he can outduel Mexi here, that would be a really nice start. But nobody's looking in Mexi's direction. A lot of bushes going to keep him obscured. How did he get over here? Okay, Salute is going to spot him just barely in time.
Just about gets over to safety, but now the rest of Liquid, surely they're going to try and close in here. Frag Grenade comes through. It does a little bit of damage. Thankfully, Mixie able to get the heal off in time, but Soul is there. Oh, the 4x DPS. Oh, no. That's not the way to go, is it?
It's interesting. Donawa already had shotguns, so they were planning on, contesting this spot no matter what. That was clearly the plan here from the get-go, that they were ready for an up-close and personal fight. I saw Salute had the pump, so a nice little bit of planning and execution there from Donawa to take Mexi down. Mexi trying to do what he could. He almost got away with that maneuver to get behind that house.
I do wonder how effective the 4x really is on the DBS, but clearly it's not even needed right there. Beautiful hipfire kill to be able to come through and find those frags. As now Na'Vi getting ready to make a push off their own, actually taking fire towards Liquid. If only they knew that Liquid only had a solo player in this compound. Obviously, James is moving in support, but if Na'Vi knew, they would definitely be crashing this right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's kind of the weird thing sometimes about teams hiding in houses and trying to, you see teams shooting a lot when they're in houses just into the, the walls or the tables inside. And that's to try to kind of peacock, to scare other teams away oftentimes, to make sure that no one's going to push there. And, a lot of teams, especially in a championship scenario, don't want to take the risk of trying to crash a compound, even if it is just 1 or 2 people. You can, suffer a couple losses yourself. And I think for now, Na'Vi, discretion, the better part of valor. But Na'Vi, looking to find a little bit more form here. They've been struggling a little bit. 10th place tied with Gen G at 36. But again, any of those teams that are down there, there's still a shot. But it's kind of got to start here on Erangel today. I mean, yeah, there's 5 games tomorrow, but across 7 games, you're going to be needing to average probably 10 plus points to put yourself in the conversation.
Exactly. You want to be the master of your own destiny. I think it's something we talk on so much when it comes to PUBG, is the fact that just because you do well doesn't mean you're going to win. You have to give yourself every opportunity you can. You have to go from start to finish with the biggest performances possible to be able to actually put yourself in good standing going into that final day. Otherwise, a team like Heroic that are currently sat in first could just have huge performances going into tomorrow and end up causing major problems, separating that gap even further. So even a team like New Happy, if they were able to have a lot of points in one day, a team like Heroic could still come out on top, still being able to farm those points, get themselves plenty of kills. It's never an ideal one to be in that situation where your fate relies on another team doing badly. So you kind of hope that going into our final few games, these top teams are going to be able to start picking up a lot more points, but it's starting to get to a point where if they don't, you've got to be a little bit concerned. Pio, though, finds an opening knock here for Gen G, and Asura are going to do everything he can to make the most out of it.
Yeah, this is good work here, but Ghibli trying to respond. I don't know that they're going to be able to save Renba, but they might be able to get up and over on top of Asura. Pio is going to clean up his own kill here. Asura doing a good job making sure that in case somebody came over for Ghibli, they were ready, but Ghibli, I think wisely here, not going to overcommit to trying to get revenge on the Gen.G. But this is what I wanted to see more of from Gen.G in these early splits on these Western circles, is take that hospital area, the area that I'm used to seeing them control if they don't go up to the mountain proper, because I think at this point the mountain's just too hotly contested for Gen.G to really feel comfortable going up there early, like they so often like to do in their own region. Just go control a couple compounds, control your space on the western side. If it hard shifts down to the south, you control that western road to make those rotations.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing Everest, you want to be the first team up there. You never want to be the second, third team, because everyone already has high ground on you. It looked for a second like Ghibli were potentially going to take an engagement up against TSM, as Ada and the rest of the squad were taking shots on the rotate, but yet again, when TSM push, Ada was smart enough to back off, and it is a little bit worrying for Ghibli. As much as it's a smart place back off of this, their strategy clearly banks on having Ada in a bit of an off position. We saw it over on Miramar, and they did exactly the same. They got crashed, they backed off, which is all well and good, but how confident can you be about Ghibli when they're repeatedly putting themselves in these positions where, sure, they've got control over two compounds, but then they have to backfill and they lose all of it? How much does their strategy rely on playing split? And now that they're back together, are they still going to be able to make something out of it?
I think you hit a really good point here, that it's been really tough for Ghibli ever since the early parts of the tournament, where they were able to find space in the middle of circles kind of for free and take control of it. Since then, they haven't been able to get away with it. These lobbies get tougher and tougher. You know, teams do their homework. They know the other team's tendencies, and they start punishing for you. And Adder had been really good in the beginning of this tournament. I had said he had been playing some of the best PUBG I'd seen him play. Oh, no, not like that, VP. But he, you know, since then, other teams, I think, have gotten a good read, and it's become much more difficult for Ghibli to get away with their desired strategies, and the readjustment hasn't come through yet. And wow, that's a shift and a half.
Look, you said earlier, right, that Gen.G tend to thrive off of these western circles because of their drop spot. Sure, they're not able to play Everest, but this has to put them in pretty good standing right now. They're going to try and rock a bit of a 2-2 split over here, holding both compounds over towards Heroic's position, and it's good. They've got plenty of central control. I do worry about how many teams are going to crash in. I think the majority of the issues, though, are mainly going to come around the southern and eastern side of the zones, because that's where we're seeing a lot of cluster right now. And the whole northern side of the zone is completely open. Not a single team opting to play Georgia Paul. And, well, Phase 4 doesn't come in for a minute, which is when the land ratio comes in. Maybe we see a hard shift.
Yeah, it could. It still has the opportunity. You're absolutely right. SSR, again, it's just has been so good for GEX. He's going to take Jeems out. Early loss, devastating early loss for Team Liquid, who very much wants to have some big games to keep themselves in that conversation for the top spot. Savior going to watch Team Liquid drive by. Now Ibiza's going to try to go for what he is very well known for, is those riding shots, and it's going to actually be ZP Yan who's going to get the knock on a Savior there. Yan Lee trying to re-aggress onto this, but he's got two members of Team Liquid barreling down on him. See if they can get this. Yes, indeed. Clib puts him right out.
GX, they're confident after their previous game's performance, but it's just not to be this time around. Maybe a little overconfident as they go for seat swaps. They just don't work out. Sure, Ibiza has gone down, but that nade is landing close, and Liquid have a really good read on this position. SSR does fall to Clib, so he will be able to find the flush, as Clib nearly actually getting taken down himself. He's going to pop the first aid, so both teams really suffering off of this fight, and Zadan with yet another frag. That could be the end of things. Ribby takes him down to about half health, but he still needs to get revived as Zan gets more and more aggressive. He must have an idea of where Clib is now.
Yeah, Bees is going to be a bit of a bait here, though, for Zennon. He realizes it, repositions right away, suspecting that Clib is going to be near that vehicle, goes for the molly. I think it came up just short of Clib there. So Clib's still going to be able to keep prone behind the vehicle. Zennon, he knows he's got to be there somewhere, but doesn't feel confident enough to push over with some of that fire that was ringing out from a distance at him.
about a minute left until phase 2 is closed, and you got to bear in mind both of these players pretty far from zone, and they have a rough set of teams ahead of them to try and make it in. Keenan from SSG tries to open up there onto Fury, but it ends up being Oldless who actually gets knocked by Ronan. So really nice work there to be able to connect as Fury have made their way in relatively okay. They still need to get further into zone, but at least they've got some hard cover. They're able to scout out a little and maybe move forward. Likely have to play the swamps though, which is never really ideal. Hopping back towards this Clibs and Ann fight though, it's a rough one. It looks like Clib wants to get in that vehicle and get out of here, but he realizes he just can't afford to until this player's located and dealt with. But no, it's all over. It's going to be New Happy from above that do the damage. And actually, no, Clib going to be able to get the heal off in time.
Oh, just barely
By
in
a
time.
second.
Literally a second. You're absolutely right. That was going to be real close. Fury, are they actually going to try to crash this? It's ambitious. KPI's Emmy up on the roofs, doing a good job getting some opening damage into the encroaching members of Fury here. This is going to be rather tough with DraftKings holding that angle. Oh, he doesn't pull the trigger. He spots it. That's a decent opportunity. Finds the headshot. Doesn't quite get the knock. More members of Fury sprinting around, and they aren't going to be able to do much here. And Onyx does fall for Genji out in the open. What in the world is he doing? Anyway, back over towards this fight. This is going to give SSG all the time in the world to make a rotation.
I mean, this is so brutal. I spoke about the zone potentially going up north. I wasn't expecting it to actually happen. That's absolutely the case now. Every team has to make a major migration. Georgia Pole's still completely empty, so a lot of spots that teams going to be able to play, but I don't think anyone really wants to work with it. Insight there finds the knock onto Capitan. Will be able to confirm it over to a flush as well, as Fury now holding this compound. But what for? They've made a crash, and they can't even play this compound much longer. Frag grenade coming up over the top. That looks close to Emmy right there. It nearly connects, but it's not going to be able to find the killers. Waiki Kamuka just anchors around the back. SSG did make themselves a push over towards Kai Shin. They've lost two, but Keenan playing point wants to try and finish off Lanra and knows there's going to be a play around here somewhere. He opens up and actually takes down Oldless. So it is down to a 1v1 right now until the teammates pull up, which is exactly what they'll do. Yuppie Cobra finding the damage. In comes the frag grenade, and that might just be the end of SSG.
Yeah, Keenan trying to go for the heal. He's just able to get inside of that closet to keep himself healthy, but Cobra knows exactly where he's likely to be. The molly has ticked into him, but I think he's got enough health to live through it. And yeah, indeed, he's going to be able to get off the med kit potentially, unless that grenade's inside that room. It's just on the outside. So Keenan still alive, still kicking. Kaishin suffering some damage from Pio from afar as well. Keenan comes down the stairs, and Yuppie is going to shut him down. SSG out 15th, and Kaishin able to control that compound.
Really unfortunate there for SSG. Keenan didn't really have any other option, I should say, than to push downstairs right there. As Heroic open up onto Aches left. Petrichor Road, though, they need to be a bit more concerned about Ents as T2 opens up as well. Mill going to be going down right there. A really nasty little angle. I love seeing that spot played. It's a tricky one to work with. Mamu preps himself a nade, knows there's going to be Ents players around here. Maybe expects them to actually be inside the warehouse, but being a little bit smarter than that. Out comes the second frag, and that one will be a whole lot closer. Good damage onto Squeaky as now Rustamar moves inside. Pretty good read there. HSM also getting involved from range, but not really converting too much just yet. As more smokes come down, Ents are going to slow the fight down a little, get themselves a res, and potentially take this as a four-man push.
Yeah, they got to get through Pero here, and the faster the better, because New Happy is keen to try to put some damage into their backside. And here comes the push now. Finally, they're going to get the reses. They're going to find the opportunity to push into the garage, or towards the garage at least. Blue's going to shift up. Circle is going to move away from water quite a bit, so we aren't going to have a Circle finish on that peninsula. Genji, had it gone towards that peninsula, was going to be in a really good position to do a ton of damage in this game and pick up a ton of kills, but that is neither here nor there. Here comes the push. Ents flashes out. Mamu all alone. Gonna go for the molly potentially at the doorway as they come in. Indeed, that vehicle there is gonna really gum up the works for Ents.
Molotov lands up towards Mamu, but it's not going to be enough. Squeaky and Tiksu both going down, though, as Mamu actually going to be able to find 2 kills out of this. So this has gone horribly for Ents, as, I mean, HSM was more than happy to third party and do the damage, find the knock, but it was Pero in the end who stole away the kill. Smoke comes down. There's a little bit of an escape plan, goes to the pre-fire, but it doesn't work out. Needs to try and get out this window before the Molotov lands, but maybe that bounced off the door right there. It didn't actually land inside. And it's Corexi that's able to finish off the job instead. Petrichor Road out in 14th. It's hard to believe that there's still 13 teams left in the lobby in a circle like this.
There's enough buildings that people can kind of settle up in, and a few teams have had to share compounds up until now. Ents finally, after losing 2, that's a really horrible way for that to go. Nets is even worse now. Penta's going to take Diggory out as he tries to make his escape now that this compound has left the circle. Another headshot, good shooting from Ming, and that's going to be Ents out in 13th. So all that hard work and doesn't come to much for Ents.
Really unfortunate. They committed so much onto that fight and things were really going their way. But I think the third party was the deciding factor there. Teams like New Happy getting involved, finding a knock or 2, and it's not ideal. It really felt like Ent should have been able to clean that up relatively easy. It was a 4 versus 1 at the end of the day, but the nade, the molly usage coming out there from the final Petrichor Road player, really impressive to see. The zone closing through, and I'd expect it to maybe slow down until the next one pops now, because I have the map feed open and there's Nan who isn't inside the zone and the rest of New Happy already are. So I think most teams going to be pretty settled right now.
Yeah, a lot of this is going to depend on where the next circle goes, of course, but there's still, if it shifts to the north, there's a lot of buildings, so things are going to really slow down until we get towards the real late game. If it shifts to the south, away from the hospital, there's a few hills you can play there, but you got to be a little careful because there are some pretty long sight lines that you can find on those hillsides towards other teams, so you got to be really, really cautious with how you're maneuvering in and out of that territory. So for Kai Shin, if it shifts down towards them, I think they have a really, really good chance to potentially come through with some good damage here. Let everybody else on the north and the east beat each other up, and you can just kind of reap the benefits of it. But we'll see where Circle 5 wants to find itself as we wait. And Paige waiting in the hospital. Okay, we're going towards the hospital. So Heroic in a pretty good position, but the hospital's pretty attackable. It's just a matter of, once you get into it, can you deal with those long hallways?
I wonder if any teams are actually going to attack Hospital, though. Honestly, with the way I'm looking at this one, You Happy still have a ridge to work with for now. Maybe next phase they crash into Hospital. There's some good hills down to the south that teams like Na'Vi should be able to work with. Honestly, I think it's only like 1 or 2 big hills that team's going to be able to play, but they should at least be able to get to cover. Yeah, you can see it in the top right of the screen, just past Fury there. So I'd expect Na'Vi to try and move into this. So I would say that even though Heroic are in a position that is very crashable, teams could definitely make a fight onto, I'd be very surprised to see a squad actually get aggressive onto this unless New Happy really hungry for kills.
Yeah, not this circle. You're absolutely right. It might be a few circles away before anybody makes an attempt at it. But yeah, for now, Heroic's able to kind of play 4 corners on it and just completely lock it down. Zenon has to go over to the cliffs, and Fury here kind of trying to play Jenga with their cars to get out, and if Ronan is able to get in there finally, a little bit of blue, but not the end of the world here. And here we go. You have to run the gauntlet against Kai Shin's firing just for a bit. There is Na'Vi over on the other side as well. Yuppie really trying to push forward. Alia's going to use the SKS and take inside out, and Fury's going to try to get to the side of this hill, but with Na'Vi still behind them, this is going to be really tricky.
Yeah, this is one of those hillsides that's really strong to play, but you have to be the last team to grab it, especially when a squad like Na'Vi is down to the south. Don't forget as well, Kai Shin were over on the west. They have pulled up onto this hill as well, so we may end up seeing three teams all play in the same position now as Kai Shin do open up. They have been spotted out by Na'Vi, so it may slow Na'Vi's push a little. And while Na'Vi have themselves a bit of a ridge, they're not inside zone. They need to make a move, and it may just come down to, okay, we have to crash Fury now. I said we'd see 3 teams. It looks like we're going to see 4, though, as Genji moving all the way out of George Paul, pulling up, getting aggressive onto Kai Shin. The pre-nade lands close to Esther, but it's not enough to connect. Maybe Pio can return some fire.
Oh, and he does. What a drag down from Pio there, but Asura is going to be knocked by Cobra in response. Yuppie up there as well. Asura pretty well beat up, and now Pio's gonna get knocked by Yuppie, and he's gonna be flushed right out. Esther trying to spray through the smoke to make Yuppie pay. Gets him almost knocked. Cobra trying to come up and over the side. Here comes Na'Vi with a big third party. It's getting spicy over on the west side of the circle, and it is gonna be Kaishin out. Na'Vi as well here. Gonna be right on the heels of this fight, and Genji gonna fall as Melman actually runs over the last member of Genji.
Really unfortunate there for Genji and Kaishin, as I don't think they expected the push to come through. And it might just be even more unfortunate for Fury now, as they have to throw down smoke grenades to cover their backs from TSM FTX, but they also realize, okay, we have to get aggressive onto Na'Vi. We don't have a choice in it. Sure, we only have 2 players, but they have the high ground. They're just going to rain down a red zone on us. Waiki Kamukau going to be pushing through right now, knows that Na'Vi are around here somewhere. Looked like he wanted to pull out a nade, switches over to a flash instead, though. Smart move, it does connect onto Melman, but Lambu going to be able to take down Ronan as Waiki Kamukau pushes out. He tries to land the spray, but it's just not enough. Ali example shut the fight down, and Fury out in 10th position. Unfortunate, but this works out well for Na'Vi as they can anchor this hillside for a little, keep players up there scouting, using DMRs, and then they got a beautiful little bowl down the hill that TSM shouldn't be able to find line of sight onto. The real threats are the northern teams, though.
Yeah, exactly. So there's still quite a few teams up here. Zenon, somehow, someway still alive. Oh no. Na'Vi trying to push ahead. They're getting really ambitious on this, and they are going to lose 2 players in the transition to Danawa, who's still hanging out inside of this, I hate this house, this shack, but it is, if other teams are driving around you, you can get out of it. New Happy, they aren't going to try to go through the hospital. They're going to try to go through TSM. This is ambitious here, Chunks.
Luke 12 throwing down the pre-nade. That one's even closer. Nan actually ends up running himself over. Purdy is more than happy to flush that one out. Corexi with the third party is going to be able to take down one of TSM as now GEX start to get involved. It is going to be Zanan, the final player left up, spotted from behind. Spyro able to connect with the damage. Luke 12 ends up Molotoving himself. Not ideal, but as more frags come through, GEX are going to be getting eliminated. Now, though, New Happy, only 1 player left up after a beautiful spray coming out from Penta. NA hopes are all riding on TSM right now as everyone is trying to remain in it, but it's going to be rough. They're not going to be able to get too many revives out of it. Fights kicking off all over the place, though, as Virtus Pro, they tried to make a crash. They were shut down. Ghibli doing the same, and it looks like they're going to come head-to-head against Danawa.
Yeah, Danawa's got to find the right opportunity to get out and get into Ghibli territory to knock him out, and that's a good one from Lakelo, and that's going to be Ghibli gone. Corexi helping out a little bit in that, and that opens up a lot of space for Danawa on that northwestern side.
What a massive need right there, finding the 2K and shutting things down. Silzen, the final player left up here for KPI, yet again making it into the relative late game, so impressive to see, but Na'Vi have already landed a couple shots. The nade is landing close, and well, that's just it for Silzen. Nicely done for KPI to make it into 6th. They're starting to stack up points game after game, but it's about being able to do it in a more exciting fashion almost, grab a lot more points per game rather than just getting 1 or 2 each match. New Happy, though, 1 player left up, going to try his best to survive, but it's going to be rough, and the zone about to pop, and you got to think it's not going to go in the favor of really any of these teams right now.
Exactly. There's not much left in here that's super nice to play with. There's some hills and stuff, but it's pretty wide open for the most part. There isn't a lot of hard cover to be found in this area of the map, and I would have liked to have seen New Happy try to displace Heroic. I know that, maybe they felt like they could push TSM easier, but here comes Heroic just bombarding Danawa right now. Salute hasn't been knocked. He's gonna maybe be able to get the heal, but quickly 2 knocks as Navi's getting onto this. Danawa getting sandwiched between 2 different teams here, not able to control their space. Heroic getting out to this hill for free is absolutely disastrous for them. Example on the backside. Page gonna find one. There's the finish for Heroic. This could be the moment where Heroic puts their foot down and takes control of this tournament.
Are Heroic going to be the first team to enter the 100 points club? I mean, it certainly looks like it right now, because I'm a little bit concerned. They've got 4 players up, and so should Na'Vi, it feels like. They moved out in a split that really wasn't necessary. They got punished for it, whereas right now, Alia has an amazing hillside to work with. He can look down towards TSM. Example's still up there providing cover. Na'Vi could very easily be a 4-man right now, but unfortunately, because of that attempt to the rotate to try and get the central hillside. They're down to only 2. HSM still left up though for New Happy. He's made it into the top 4. He's going to be very excited about that one, but still has a task ahead of him. He's got the shotgun in hand. As Example finally gets a knock over towards Heroic, it's going to be T-Bone falling, but immediately going to get revived. I mean, it's going the way of Heroic right now.
Yeah, Heroic just, nobody ever contested the hospital, and they're going to get away with murder because of it. They're able to take control over this entire northeastern side of this circle. They've got a great ridge line outside of the hospital to play with for now. If it stays in on the next circle, they're basically going to be walking away with this no matter what. And back over towards New Happy and TSM, trying to do something. Beamy's going to put one right into the head of Example, set him down. Alia, in the meantime, on a different angle, trying to watch TSM. Not really getting much out of it, and here comes the push from Heroic. They know that they've got Na'Vi just absolutely in a horrible spot.
Alia down as a solo. I'll give Na'Vi the credit, though. 10 kills so far this game, making it into the top 4. Really impressive to see. You can see, though, as soon as Example goes down and flushed out, it really kind of destroys Na'Vi's chances. The nades are still going to come out, though, and they certainly are close, but Heroic have realized this, and they're intentionally playing a little bit more split rather than having 3 players sweeping through as a unit. They know there's still frag grenades in play. Now, though, they are going to be out, and it means that only Molotovs are left. Penta still in the compound, going into Phase 8, trying to take some shots, but Heroic completely run the zone. They have these 3 players on the Na'Vi hill, and of course, leaving Beamy up to the north to try and deal with any potential rats or snakes in the grass. Correctly throws out the nade and Alia goes down. You saw the look on his face. You could tell it was kind of destined to happen, even though it wasn't ideal. As HSM holds this window. He's been spotted out, forced to drop.
Yeah, he was trying to see if he could get away with a cheeky pump. It wasn't going to happen. Instead, he has to go for the heal. Purdy knows he's down here. Purdy's going to throw the stun on top of him. Although HS didn't get very stunned off of that, just waiting for it. Purdy has to go for a heal before he makes his move. But okay, it is going to be kind of a bait for Penta. Very nicely executed there by TSM, and they find themselves on the bad side of an odd man situation here in the end, and it's going to be the grenade from Purdy. They just decide to go down to their own forces, and it is going to be Heroic who takes another game here, and they are really starting to run away with this one, Chunks.
Look, if you're in 2 versus 4 up against Heroic with a lead like they have right now, you deny every point that you can. And if it means that you potentially lose out on 1 or 2 of your own, sure, that's fine. They deny the points, it works out well, but Heroic just stealing that game and really setting themselves apart right now. Sure, we still have 1 more game tomorrow and 1 more game today and 5 more tomorrow, but right now, Heroic are just tearing away. It feels like nothing can stop them.
They're just playing great, and nobody contested that hospital, and I look to New Happy here. I know it's a really difficult maneuver to make to try to go into that hospital to try to bust them out, but I think you got to know the situation and that, no matter what, it's going to be a really difficult push for New Happy. Either way, you can either crashing TSM or trying to go through the hospital where Heroic is. If you know Heroic's in that hospital, I would have much rather seen New Happy make that move, but that's it for us for this game. Desk, let's see what you guys have to think about this one.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's not stock footage you're seeing there, by the way. That's Heroic. They keep winning and winning and winning. Steph, they've just passed 100 points. It's beginning to look like there's very little that can stand in their way right now.
Oh yeah, I think we like to talk about what we think the winning point number will be for a team, and I think the number was thrown around that it could potentially be 150, and it's not unheard of to see a team have a 50-point day. So Heroic definitely in the running for that. But additionally, I mean, even heard Paper say it right there. There was so many opportunities for teams to push Heroic's compound. I think they did a really fantastic job of bullying that position, keeping the pressure on any teams that were in the area, and they played like champions for that match. I mean, it's, I think, one of the reasons why we're kind of looking at them to potentially be the favorite for this weekend. But as they also said, we've got 1 more match today, so things might change. We'll see.
They certainly might, but right now it's interesting for us because we spent a lot of time during that match taking a look at where teams were positioning themselves. New Happy and TSM, for example, we had Kaishin, Genji, and Na'Vi out in the west, but really Heroic the entire time were just quietly getting on with it.
I mean, they took Hospital pretty early on, and it's a good place to play from. Honestly, it might be sometimes a little bit hard to get out from there, but if you play really well, you hold everybody away, meaning that you have free ground around you. You can just play it out like Heroic did, and they, right now, I don't know if anyone's going to be able to catch up. Out of the 9 games, they have 5 podium finishes. They have 67 kills in total. That is 18 more than the closest team right now. They have such a good lead. They're just playing out of their minds, and no one seems to even be close to being on their level.
They've absolutely had a phenomenal level of consistency. We've seen teams today, to be honest, all event long, Steph, where yes, they've got a first place. Yes, they've got a whole bunch of podiums, but when they have bad games, it's 14, 15, 16. They go out with 0 kills, etc., etc. Heroic don't feel like that. They're bad games. They're still racking up the kills.
Yeah, I mean, even what we just saw, all 3 top damage players from that match were all Heroic players, and that's kind of been the theme of the day. We've seen them match after match, time after time, even when not getting that win, finding that way to get points elsewhere. And I do want to shout out to Na'Vi. We saw, you know, kind of briefly shown here for a second, they played that match really well. They also racked up the kills. And although, you know, as the circle kind of finished, they were really caught out in the open. There weren't a whole lot of opportunities for them, but they still, again, they looked for those scoring chances. They looked to see where can they find the points, if not the win. And with as close as it is to the leaderboard, everything helps right now. I mean, Na'Vi is just a handful of points behind GEX and TSM. TSM, another, once again, late game performance. They are a handful now behind Team Liquid, Virtus Pro, Petrichor. And then, of course, obviously, the New Happy Heroic. We've seen New Happy. That was not a great push. That was not a good situation. But it was points on the board. And every point matters now because you want to make sure you don't allow teams like TSM, like Na'Vi to catch up.
Hold on a second. Heroic right now has a 40-point lead from 3rd place, from Petrichor Road. 40 points. That is enormous. We're talking about, we played 9 games. That is a lot of points to rack up. And I mean, right now, sure, New Happy is on 2nd place, but they're still 25 points behind. Like, what are people going to do? No one seems to be able to catch up to Heroic. And this is Heroic playing their game, how they normally play it, how we've seen them play it all year long until they got here to PGC. They stopped playing that. They played more for the wins, tried to get into that win-and-win chicken dinner format. But now, this is how they thrive. They like to play edge most of the times, but they're proving themselves here, playing from the center, playing from hospital, being able to rack up the kills, being able to just take control over the whole game. It didn't look bad a single time. Throughout the whole game, it looked like they had full control, not just over their area, but over the whole map and the whole game itself.
And I think that was the thing, right? We had so much confusion, so much chaos everywhere else. Heroic just did such a good job of controlling their bit of space. They didn't have to worry about what everyone else was doing until it was their turn to fight towards the end. But anyway, a 2nd chicken dinner here for Heroic. An absolutely delightful performance and a huge lead at the top of the leaderboards. Things can still change, though. We've got one more match today. We're going to be moving to Erringle one last time. The players now have a brief break, and when we come back, it's game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. See you then.
Zoro. Pio has managed to get through on the vehicle, tries to run on over Esther with the DPS and finds one, finds two. Will they get the third? Yes, they will.
Fury was able to get all 4 kills on Dead Force 36. It's absolutely amazing, but as a duo, as you mentioned, how
go ahead and pick that one up. That's just a freebie off of it. Theo, though, got himself some friends, and he's going down. 7 kills for Gen G right now, and their eyes are set on the prize as they're looking exactly where Ghibli's going to be positioned at. And the biggest threat that they have to contend with, nades now starting to rain in. There's nowhere for Ghibli to go where Ghibli's going to be positioned at. And the biggest threat that they have to contend with, nades now starting to rain in. There's nowhere for Ghibli to go. That one's going to go a little bit far, but it's going to be GEX back behind it that has vision. After getting the res, Ghibli nowhere to go. Rimba, the last one up. So
he can get back up to full, but he's going to want to try and hope to make landfall before the circle closes on him.
He's just some seaweed rolling through here. Nothing to see, guys. It's fine. It's fine.
Going down, and Gen G turning things around here while Pio is still knocked.
Yep, such a hard play for them to make. They knew they had to make a run eventually. Esther, what is I think Melvin might actually be shooting at the... Yep, he's shooting for the... Again, in a situation like this, Navi should have been able to execute it back. Wait,
oh no!
What? What? Did he just become one with the boat?
But the assault is happening.
Jumps out. Here comes more shotguns. All considered. Pure Boy last one up. Here's the TP. Goes for the spread one. Tries to get it. Lines it up. Doesn't manage to get the second one. 3 health. Has to go for the reload. It's going to take forever. That's not going to work. Heroic manages to keep it with 2.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. Gen G having a rough sledding this game. Now, the first 2 games, they got some compounds. Of course, they got a little bit of favor. We'll find the flush onto SSR and gets Savior down to almost nothing. Zanon will spot out the man behind the tree, takes the shot. Zasura gets knocked low.
They're going to go ahead and drop the Molotov on one side of it, defend it up, and now go for blind nade off. This one not going to be the... Oh, my! Fury walked back into...
Frost in the meantime goes down. Oath trying to wrap underneath Liquid, and I like the fact that they're being proactive about it, not allowing for them to do so. Cobra wants to go for the res here again. Still with 20 seconds, you can tank the blue and get the res up and still allow for him to get his heals up, but he's actually going to carry him forward instead, and Dignitas is now starting.
Not very, very low. ZPGon also taken low by his spray. But now that Virtus.pro taken out, Gen G have the opportunity to swing around the side and take over this.
To work with New Happy seems to have an idea where a couple of members are. Pio on the outside of this one. See if where a couple of members are. Pio on the outside of this one. See if maybe he can get something into it. HS not going to find anything to work with. It's just going to be Jan now.
필시2021 이 무대에서 주도권을 잡아내면서 정상의 자리에 올라설 팀이 어느 팀이 될 것인지.
Nothing can be predicted in PGC 2021.
Porque todavía nadie sabe qué va a suceder.
한 팀들이 이 바텀 16이라는 벼랑 끝으로 내몰리게 되었죠. 반드시 다음 주에 위클리 파이널로 가지 않는다면 너무나 위험한 상황입니다.
Some of the strong teams are not performing well, and there are newer teams coming up.
Amazing play so far this entire weekend out of the Argentinian team.
Team Liquid secures their spot in the grand final.
This PGC is our chance.
Y nuestra performance todavía no ha terminado.
This is the Genji.
끝까지 해봐야 아는 거고요. 젠지는 이번에도 증명해낼 겁니다.
Underdogs coming into this event, and they win the entire thing.
既然已经走到总决赛，那我们就会放手一搏。
It's gonna be Matulin and Virtus Pro that qualify.
Quizzy gets 2. Can he get the third? He's got one more chance. Takes him goes down, but Ents gets the victory. 과연 누가 2021년 PUBG e스포츠 최고의 자리를 차지하게 될 것인지.
Welcome back to the PUBG Global Championship 2021. We are now going to be heading into the final game of the day where 16 teams are fighting for a multi-million-dollar prize pool. It's all on the line now. Day 3 is just around the corner. We are now starting to take a look at what that looks like from a leaderboard perspective. And look, Steph, it has been the heroic show, but something that's really cool is that the usual suspects almost like are starting to form around them. In the late game, we're seeing the same teams time and time again.
Yeah, and what perfect timing here as well to see TSM, because that has been one of the teams that we have consistently seen up in the late game time and time again, even when fractured, and they're finding points. Now, unfortunately, that push with New Happy, I think, crushed any dreams that they could have walked away from that last game. From a chicken dinner versus Heroic. If anything, I feel like they were the team that could have been in the best position. Na'Vi, similar situation, right? Picked up the kills, not quite in a good place, I think, to defend for that chicken dinner, but it's the usual suspects that we're seeing time and time again. GEX, another one that comes to mind. So going into this last game, I would love to see maybe somebody who's been up but hasn't quite gotten that chicken dinner, finally that moment to shine.
Well, Froz, really quickly before we head into the last game, you've seen how these guys are playing. It's one more Erangel here. Who do you want to see do well in this last game?
There is actually 2 teams I want to see do well in this game. Those 2 teams are TSM and Na'Vi. 2 teams that have been doing really good today, but they haven't got themselves a win yet. They're still fighting for that top position, and they need a win. So I want to see one of these 2 teams getting it.
Let's see if they can do just that. Ladies and gentlemen, match number 10 on Erangel is about to start here at PGC 2021. We're going to be throwing it over now for the last time today to Paperthin and Chunks.
It's the final game of the day and the final of Erangel for now. We're going to be heading back to it tomorrow for 2 more matches. Welcome back to PGC 2021, powered by Alienware and Toomey. And you heard the desk. There's a couple teams that have been performing extremely well, but haven't converted it into kills just yet. Is now the time coming into that final Erangel game just before the final day? It feels like really the last chance for a lot of these teams now, as Heroic have just gained that lead so much that those bottom end teams, they need a big performance now more than ever.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's kind of, I think about Fury in that last game where they got really aggressive on a couple different situations. And I think it's starting to feel like you need to start putting up kills. You need to start putting points on the board however you can find them to try to claw for some of those placement points. Because every place you can get, you know, could potentially change the money that you're coming away from this tournament with. And yeah, there's probably only a few teams. Oops, that's not good for Alia. This is not the start that Na'Vi wanted here. Mill, if he wants to, could think about it. But Melman is drifting over. He's got a revolver. If he hits this, Aches left on the outside with the long-range micro. Gonna find the knock onto Alia here. Na'Vi in trouble contesting this drop spot.
Melman doing what he can with the revolver, but it just ain't happening as Akelef tries to flush it out. He will have success. Really not ideal there, though, for Na'Vi, losing a player so early. It nearly went badly for Petrichor Road. It's always interesting to see how, you know, half a second's difference, who gets the vehicle, makes such a difference to the fight. And this time it is going to be Na'Vi that lose a player early. Mamu, though, in a 1 versus 1 shotgun battle versus Quizzy. Quizzy, though, already going to be down to low HP. So if Mamu's actually able to close this gap, get the initial shot off, it's all but over for him. The rest of Petrichor Road now, after hearing Melman make the rotate, going to be moving through as well. Frag grenade comes out, not going to be able to connect, but here it is. Petrichor Road, clown carring in comes the buys, and it gets the knock. But do they know about the second? Now they do. Melman spotted out, and Petrichor Road just here to shut things down. Froz says he wanted Na'Vi to have a good game, but it doesn't look like it's happening just yet.
Yeah, well, Froz cursed him, I think is
Clearly.
what might have happened. You never know, though. Example here, coming up behind with an SLR. He's got a decent opportunity. I don't see a scope on that SLR of any kind, even a dot. It's going to make it a little bit tricky, of course, but these players are rather good with those iron sights, as you saw with Aches left with the micro, getting a really long-range knock with that. Aches left is going to spot Example out, heard the motorcycle coming, knows there's going to be somebody out there. Melman is going to get the knocks onto Aches left, though. Mamu trying to cover with the shotgun is going to back him off for a second. Silzen playing Overwatch onto this does get Example knocked, so yeah, Na'Vi all but gone from this lobby.
Really unfortunate there. It shows just how much of a knock-on effect going for those vehicle drops is. And look, they're in 8th place now. There's 5 points between them and Danawa. They should be able to at least not move too much, but they're going to need to start salvaging points coming into tomorrow. They need to try and find every kill that they can, as Melman is going to do exactly that. He's just going to wait. He's got the shotgun. He's actually got double shotgun. Probably the best gun combo for this fight. Maybe a Vector that's on the floor over there would be all right, but right now it's just a case of waiting, hoping he doesn't get naded, and try and salvage any kill possible off of these Petrichor Road players.
Well, yeah, you can see they're really taking their time trying to use their sound cues to see if they can catch him, but double shotguns going to be the name of the game for Melman to try to salvage something out of this. No kills so far, and here comes the push. Up the stairs, 1. Can he find 2? No, he cannot. So far, very low on health. Not able to quite get any of those follow-up shots to connect, and Petrichor Road going to be able to come away with this. 3 kills in the bag, and not going to lose anybody off of it. It is going to be a bit of a delay in their looting and their timings on rotations, though.
Really unfortunate there for Na'Vi to go down, but credit to him to be able to try and salvage a couple knocks. And as you said, the knock-on effect is really going to be rough for Na'Vi right now. They're not inside zone. They don't really have what I regard as the strongest of loot spots. Sorry, I said Na'Vi. I was meant to say Petrichor Road. They don't have what I regard as one of the strongest loot spots. I mean, down on that southern coast, you tend to split loot, and it's really rough to actually get yourself fully kitted. So Pero are going to maybe struggle a little now when it comes to those rotation timings. They still need to spot loot, and KPI are over to their east, ready to hold them out. Taking a look at the highlights from last game, though, Beamy living up to his name with that bolt. I mean, PGC Production are basically making him a frag movie right now. He's got to be thankful for that one.
I talked up Uren before this event as a really good bolter, but Beamy is showing himself to be the best bolter of this tournament by far. And I actually had a chance to kind of, well, hold that thought. Donovan just drives right by, just slams through, takes Spear down. Oh my word. That's an easy point there for Donovan. But I was actually able to talk through an intermediary a little bit to Uren, and I kind of asked him why he wasn't sticking with the bolts, and he, you know, it's just a teamwork thing. You know, he just finds that, you know, his team will be more successful if he has a DMR. And I mean, for Kai Shit, it's been a struggle, frankly, throughout most of this tournament. Even to get here took them qualifying through a last-minute win in the Grand Survival. But yeah, I mean, you know, Beamy here really showing what can be done with those bolts. It opens up time and space. If you can hit those headshots, it's huge. I mean, it gives you so many advantages in so many ways.
Yeah, it's a tough one though, isn't it? It's finding that balance. If you're playing Bolt, you never want to end up as a solo. You want to always have a DMR teammate next to you. So, okay, you find the headshot, you find the knock. Now that DMR teammate is there to just immediately flush out the kill. So it does become a bit of a team factor. And as good as it is to think, okay, these are the best teams in the world, they can work together, it'll be no problem, I don't think it's ideal. I think having a full team of DMRs is usually the best play, because you never know. That player that you're with ends up getting knocked, and you end up in maybe a 2 versus 1 situation. You have to be able to get those knocks in rapid succession. It's never ideal. Team Liquid, well, they're going to try and get themselves some DMR shots out of the vehicle, not quite able to land. As Ghibli make noise, they're going to be forced to back off of it.
Yeah, this is the compound that, you know, Liquid claimed. This is the one that everybody calls the Liquid compound, and Ghibli gets ahead of them. Liquid eyes it, doesn't like what they see, and I think that's probably the better decision here, is to not force the issue, go for maybe some of the craters over here or whatever you want to take. But yeah, going back to the bolts, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. I think for most players, the DMRs are really the better choice. But man, if you're dialed in with it, it can be really something special. It can be a momentum changer in a lot of team fights and some of those long range scenarios where you can kind of catch somebody sleeping a little bit and get that free knock. But yeah, I fully agree with you in the overall picture. Try to jump it, not going to happen. But the DMRs are better for most situations.
Ross is just trolling me. Every time. Dies before 10 minutes. I might have to go and check just how many points he's taken away from my fantasy team right now. I'm a little bit annoyed.
He's just devastating you, bro. He's just absolutely devastating you.
I don't know. We're gonna have words. Let's put it like that. Never let anyone else influence your pick'ems. You just go with your gut feeling. Trust me, it'll work out a whole lot better. Ghibli though doesn't even need to think about these shots. He's just going with his gut. Raw muscle memory right there with the spray. Not able to confirm the kill out of it. Uren just able to get away nice and safely. Kaishin actually taking a little bit of damage here from range as well, so Yuppie needs to get down behind this dip. Really not ideal for them, but they've got themselves a very strong compound, which is a little bit surprising to see free this late into the game.
Yeah, it is. They run a pretty dangerous path to get there. I think it was somebody from Danawa who hit a headshot on a Yuppie from pretty darn long range there. That is some good shooting, and you could see just, you know, the caliber of players in these lobbies hitting shots like that in moments like this is just incredible to see.
Always an exciting one to watch. And Onyx, one of those players who is known for that mechanical skill as he tries to open up onto the vehicle. It doesn't quite work out to connect onto Insight, and it will cause a little bit of attention coming in from Blood right there as he tries to return the fire. Can he open the floodgate? Seemingly not. He gets caught with a little bit of damage. Goes for that first state. Goes for the boost, I should say. And I'm not sure whether Fury will really want to commit onto this even after an aggressive game that they had in the previous match.
Yeah, I think Fury is a little bit cautious to try to go up the hill to try to get better position on Gen G, because frankly, you know, Pio's out on his own by Lipovka, but the rest of Gen G here in a really precarious spot by these crates. It is so dangerous to be in that area, because if somebody comes from that hill area, you are under the sights of that team, and it is really dangerous, and it gets really dicey really fast. So I think really wise here by Gen G to back off of this position. Circle is going to drift a little bit south in this direction, so now you have some tough options here if you're Gen G. Fury can just kind of rotate up to the mountain. You can see what they're doing there on the side of your screen. Go towards that lumber yard, get some decent positioning. Danawa going to try to head in towards the Hall of Fame.
Definitely feels like Gen G were opting over to the east a little bit more, and we're going to plan to actually work up this ridge. Sorry, they were planning on the circle going up to the east a little more, and they could maybe play that road a little bit longer, but now they are going to have to work up a pretty hefty hillside to try and make it in towards GX, so it's going to be an interesting one to watch. Spyro? What was that? Beautiful spray onto Lambu right there to be able to knock him out of the vehicle. Remba's inside of the compound with him, but if Spyro continues hitting shots like that, it won't be for long.
He's going to have to go for the grenade. There was a readjustment on position from Adder. Does get knocked anyway there. Spyro absolutely putting the hurt into Ghibli. Renba, last one alive, gets headshotted by Spyro. Spyro's on one. Lou's going to finish the job. But my word, that was almost all Spyro just doing the dirty to Ghibli.
I can't get over that spray out of the vehicle. What was that? It was like 3 bullets. Oh, he's dead. That was like the cleanest vehicle spray I've seen. I wish I could spray out of vehicles like he can, but I guess this is why they're playing in the Global Championship Grand Final, and I'm just here shouting at the screen. So interesting to see as Heroic now yet again posted up as a squad, a little bit out to the edge. They're not dead center, but they've had so much success of doing almost exactly the same thing in the previous matches. Why would you change it now?
Yeah, there's a lot of free real estate up here. A lot of teams trying to get more central on this. You know, you want to try to get to those areas around the, there's that wide open field in between prison and mansion. You want to try to get to the edges around it to try to play from there. And so a lot of teams have centered up towards that particular kind of outskirts of that dead zone. And Heroic has opted to not go for the AWM, and that's I think if you're going to give it to anybody, you probably give it to BB.
Yeah,
but
I mean, he fragged out with the bolt last game. Just give him the AWM. Imagine, not even having to aim for the head, just going for the body. He'd frag out.
That's what I was thinking, but I guess they're just going to stick with their game plan. That's fine. Ents 2-2 split just to the west of Lipovka. Everybody kind of has found something to call home for now as we wait for phase 3. So going to slow up just a bit, and it's just kind of all depending on where this next circle goes. Chunks, I kind of don't want it to go towards the mansion though, because there's a lot of dead zone in there.
It's so open, isn't it? Up by the mansion, you've got like that really heated eastern northern area where it's a bunch of hills, bunch of ridges. Then you've just got that open field around kind of where Danawa is, and they're the only team that's really got anything to work with around there. It is so open. Cobra actually able to find a nice knock there onto Spyro, follows it up with a second onto Lou, finding nothing but headshots. Surely Batulin stays up. He actually gets taken down low. If that was to the head, it could have been a different story, and this is just a cue for Kaishin to start making a push by the looks of things. They're hopping into the vehicle. They're gonna make the crash, and can you blame them? 2 opening knocks with style like that, so impressive to see. Pre-nade coming out. Is it going to connect? Just a little short by the looks of things, or is it, as it actually ends up going too far? Cobra runs inside the vehicle, going to be pinned down by a nade. Batulins preps one of his own, and it might just work out.
Oh, a good grenade out the window by Yuren. Gonna get Batulins here. VP and a lot of pressure. Kaishin, just 2 so far. The rest maybe gonna, yep, here they are. They have showed up to the party. I take it back. Cobra up in the window. Grenade gonna bounce off the lip. Doesn't get through. That grenade is good. The shots are good too. Cobra is absolutely on one right now. Lou had a grenade in hand to make matters worse. Perfectix, the only one left for VP.
Beautiful play here from Kaishin, stepping it up. Those opening knocks onto the players running behind the wall were impressive enough, considering they were nothing but headshots. Now being able to crash onto it, confidently finish off the job. This is amazing to see. Liquid also trying to defend this compound as they crash in towards Heroic. They're going to consolidate over at J. Nothing too much to worry about. This page continues opening up some shots. Heroic now just holding that northern side, potentially going to cause real problems for Liquid as they're not inside the zone just yet.
Yeah, Liquid's going to have to readjust. They've got who else but Heroic guarding from J compound. Well, the other J compound, there's more than one, but the Yasnaya J, and still Kaishin trying to finish the job over towards Virtus Pro. Mansion, empty. Nobody's in there. Rather surprising to see that. Here comes potentially the final push of the day that Perfectix could face. Around the corner, going to get one knock, but nope, right around the other side is Cobra. Good timing, good swing here from Kaishin, and you hit it right on the head there, Chunks. The way that they got those headshots to get those opening knocks was absolutely filthy.
It was just insane. I mean, it's not even like they were just, oh, we were shooting at the body and we got the head. They were running behind a wall, so only their head was visible. That is just amazing to watch, to be able to hit that, like, 5-pixel spot. Really impressive to see right there. The Team Liquid now going to be pushing in further. They have managed to avoid Heroic, but Ents are going to be the next gatekeepers to this zone. James pulls up a little bit further as Pero lose 1. It doesn't look like KPI really want to get aggressive. They're just going to wait on this prison hill and let Petrichor Road move in, and maybe even let Kaishin catch them from behind.
Yeah, Kaishin has to rotate away from that fight, and it's actually going to be Draft King helping out a bit here. He has a great angle down on top of Milt. Milt just kind of standing behind a tree, going to pay the price. That's going to give Kaishin a moment of respite to try to gather their bearings, figure out where they're going to head next. Pero continues to pressure down the hill. Kaishin trying to punish this rotation here. Cobra getting some decent shots. That almost looked like slow-mo. Like Cobra is just feeling it right now with these shots. He is absolutely picking up steam. Petrichor Road going down between the combined fire of Kaishin and KPI.
KPI really happy to be able to sponge up those points. They're in a position where they're not as desperate for them as teams like Kaishin, but they're still going to be very thankful that they grabbed themselves a couple more. Currently only 2 behind Gen G. Really impressive performance as now DraftKings tries to scout out up the hill. The zone has shifted and it's cut out a lot of that eastern and northern side. KPI is still dead center, and it's a really good knowledge to be able to make that prediction, send it in early, which is something that KPI have done a really good job of. It just shows that they have put so many hours into this game. They can read these zones like it's nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, you could see that the veteran leadership from Silzen coming through for KPI. Just a really interesting team that, you know, to get here, I don't think a lot of people, you know, necessarily thought they were maybe one of the favorites, but they played a great week, and let's see if they can salvage some points out of this. Team Liquid just driving into the prison, the mouth of the prison here. I hate going into this spot, but there isn't much left in this circle that's really playable for Team Liquid, so they are going to be able to get in and settle up, but getting out of this, Chunks, I think everybody knows, is very, very, very difficult, to say the least.
I mean, it's prison for a reason. Once you're in, it's nearly impossible to get out, so it's going to be rough here for Liquid. Honestly, if it was me right now, and obviously not a player, I'd just try and crash a team like KPI or SSG, crash on the hills, take the fight. Sure, it's risky. Sure, you're probably going to die. You're probably at least going to take a few casualties, but it gives you a lot better of a shot than actually getting out of prison. It's very rare that we see a squad actually get out of there safely, so really rough for Liquid, but they might be able to salvage themselves some placements if it pulls down to the south.
Yeah, that's true. There is opportunity for Liquid to, you know, get points, and I think that's what they're playing for here. You know, they realize it's going to be tough to find kills without, like you were talking about, just crashing somebody. So, make the safer play. Insight, long angles towards SSG. Those rock fights you see oh so often on that eastern side of the prison. Gen G over on the east has to make a move, and it's going to be right across the vision of GEX. And Onyx trying to hold things down. They're going to crash this. Zen Nan and Yan Li going to take Esther down. More grenades out the window as Sura's knocked as well. Pio, the only one at the gates, trying to hold it down. Decent spray. Going to get Yan Li. That's one, but they have a lot more work to do here for Gen G.
Gen G, only PO left up, but we know how dangerous of a player he can be. Esther going to do what he can to try and crawl up the top of the stairs. PO did get himself an opening knock, but that's given away the position and has given GX a little bit more to work with. Flashbangs, nades all going to be coming out as PO tries to pre-fire. The zone is going to be closing in, pushes up over the top. Will he jump out the balcony? No. Instead, opts to go for the revive onto his teammate, making the odds ever so slightly higher. SSR realizes this, and it looks like he maybe even wants to push in from behind, but opting not to, realizing phase 5 does a lot of damage. It probably wouldn't be worth it. The Molotov's there. PO peeks out the side, caught in the head. Only one player left from Gen G, but you got to think it's not going to be for long. Esther tries to get the res, but zone's moving in 30 seconds, and GX are just posted for this.
Yeah, there's almost no outs here for Gen G without throwing a ton of smokes. The grenade attempted, but wisely Gen G had shut that door in the bathroom, knowing that those could come through, but now the door is open. The response stuns coming out here from Gen G. What a move by Esther to go up those stairs to get himself on the good side. He comes down, gets another here, takes a bunch of damage, and that is going to be too much for Gen G to handle. GEX going to get the better of that crash, but Gen G, the woes continue here today. They did get the win, but it has not been the Gen G we're used to seeing at international lands.
It's feast or famine for Gen G, I think it's fair to say, and today they're going hungry. Let's hope they can switch things up for tomorrow. Currently sat in 10th position. That is really not ideal. Tied with Ents as well, so if Ents just grab themselves one more point, they're going to be overtaking them. Cobra, though, is prone, gets a knock onto Clip. That's flushed away by Flood, but Ibby is there for the trade. Can Flood find a second? Not looking like it right now. Decides to go for the reposition instead. Liquid, we said it would be hard to get out of prison. They're absolutely proving us right, unfortunately, this time. Losing all their players, Insight steals out another. Liquid eliminated now, though. Fury trying to get involved onto KPI. They need to get Flood back in the fight, but he's so far back, I don't really think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't see a world yet. Zennon's going to finish him where they could have ever gotten Flood back. He was asked to hold the anchor, gets knocked, and that happens. There's nothing to be ashamed of there. That's a tough position to be in for Fury regardless. Trying to come down out of this prison. Kaishin trying to make moves. KPI Says, no, sir, you are not getting through us today, and they are hitting some good shots. Yuppie trying to do something about it, and literally a rock in a hard place here. Not much he can do with this Phase 5 blue.
It's going to be brutal now as Phase 5 continues to tick through. You can see DraftKings still just holding that angle. Fury, though, still not out of the woods yet. Literally, they have to get out of these hillsides with all the trees as cover and run into a completely open area of terrain and hope that KPI aren't there to finish the job. It's likely going to be a smoke wall. TSM FTX, though, they're going to be playing over on this ridge line with Ents directly on the other side. Smokes, frags, all going to be coming through, but it's Alo that opens up with the shots to get the opening knock. Now Penta falls as well. Ents are there to do a lot of damage. They're still going to be able to remain 4 up, even if 2 of those players are knocked. It looks like Tiksu about to bleed out, though. Rustamar, Diggory working together beautifully, and it leaves only Luke 12 left up from TSM now. Preps the flashbang. It comes over the top, but he walks right into the Molotov, and that's pretty much all over here for TSM. He will be able to stay standing, but he's down to low HP, and all it's going to take is a player like Rustamar to peek up, land a couple shots in order to work out, but no, Rustamar peeks away at the worst possible time. Luke 12's been able to get over to the smoke. Surely Ents have to realize this, and they have to clean it up quick because it's 30 seconds till the zone moves. Luke salvages yet another point, followed by a second. Rustamar's going to be out of it. TSM need to get the revives. Instead, though, it's going to be a first aid, and Luke is down to just a solo 1v1 versus Diggory, and it doesn't appear that Diggory has any idea where Luke's gotten to.
Oh, he's just insane. Luke 12 today has been out of his mind. Here again, he could end the round for Ents. Looking to hold the angle. And Diggory, by the way, won a big fight against Purdy Curdy on the flank. We didn't get to see it on screen, but that fight really opened up the space for Ents to what should have been, it felt like a cleanup for them, but Luke 12 had other ideas. Now, Silzen, what in the world? Is that a frag?
It's a pre-nade. He's trying to get Fury with the pre-nade.
I don't know. I guess maybe Waikakamukau's over there, but it's a little ambitious, and Waikakamukau going to punish him. Over to New Happy, who's been sitting in this ditch for a long, long time, and now they are going to start harassing teams as they try to come down onto the territory. Cow's going to finish off that one, pick up another point for his team. Silzen, yep, here comes another grenade. This one, if it bounces under, it's going to be good. Gets Ronan knocked. Little help from Donawa as well as putting the screws to Fury. Waikakamukau, the only one left, trying to see if he can get a little bit further in here. He has himself the edge of the circle, but so does Silzen. Oh, he's going to get the headshot.
Just like that. Just typical Cow. When you think it's all over, he just takes one shot, gets himself the kill. Really nicely done there. Fury have made such a jump up the leaderboards in the past 2 games. It's impressive to see. Now Cow should be able to get the revive on towards Insight as well, keeping them as a 2-man. If they can get a couple more kills, they will overtake Ents, who at the moment only have a solo, and he's being peppered down by grenade. There it goes. New Happy are able to finish off the job. 5 teams now remain. As Fury, well, only a couple more points to really get themselves a significant step up the leaderboard.
Good stuff here from Cow, though. Really holding down the fort for them well. Donawa's got a really good opportunity to win this game. It's just on to New Happy, potentially. They've got to go against Heroic, see if they can get a little bit of revenge for the previous game. Donawa right now, the reach of the grenades, not quite far enough to really get the damage they're looking for. So a little bit of a readjustment, get those vehicles prepped, get them ready for the future rotation. Circle is going to favor Donawa, though. New Happy has to leave that little fortification they made in that ditch. So now things get really tricky for every other team. Donawa has this wide, low-sloping lip to work with. Could prove to be a really powerful situation for them. Could rack up a lot of kills.
Did Luke see Cow then? He didn't the first time, but does the second time. Will spot out the head. Big spray. Can he continue that momentum off of the Ents fight? Seemingly not, as Cow gets taken down low, but he should be able to heal. Insight is there to try and find the trade as the flashbang comes up. The mini spam just not able to connect. Luke now going to have to throw down a few smoke grenades to make this push. New Happy, obviously up to the north, could absolutely cause some problems. I think that Luke right now is kind of choosing the lesser of 2 evils. in terms of taking the fight up against Fury, and he's having success with it. Insight will fall as it leaves Cow as the last one up, but look at this from Heroic. This is a brave play from T-Bone. Out comes the frag grenade. It's gonna land close to New Happy. The bounce is perfect. The damage is there, but no kill comes through. Now Danawa also start to get involved as the frag almost takes down one player, but it's Beamy who ends up falling in the end.
Yeah, Soul is actually going to clean that point up. Luke does get Insight. Soul's going to get T-Bone there as well. Heroic is out. Almost ended the round for New Happy. Really, really close. Luke 12 is also going to take Fury out of this. He is on one, and it's a 4v1. Danawa still has good position, but New Happy able to find enough of this hillside that they can keep themselves obscured from the gun sights of Danawa. A few shots coming through from Luke. He takes a bunch of damage from Rex. He is going to be finished off. Did we get a clean 4v4 to finish this one off, Chunks?
It's the perfect way for things to go, isn't it? Unfortunate there for Luke to go down, but credit to TSM. They've consistently made it to the end game today. I really thought we'd get to see a video of Gunner sprinting, but not this time around. Maybe come tomorrow. As New Happy now play their Ridge for everything it's worth. They have a good chunk of the zone under their control, but phase 8 is yet to pop. The vehicle is on fire, so that's going to deny rotation capabilities, as New Happy should be able to get the heals off and remain standing. Danawa, though, they've already sent Salute out wide. This is a really brave flank, and it seems to be working out. ZP Yan wasn't able to connect with the spray, but he will now. Rex will fall. Salute from the off angle trades it out, though, through the smoke. Nicely done. Spots out the other players, but now is the time for the rest of Danawa to start to strike. Rex is going to be out of the fight, but as more frags come through, Danawa need to get aggressive. They need to use Salute in this off angle for everything he's worth. Unfortunately, though, he falls. Ming is there to find the kill. It leaves only Soul and Leklo left up, and it doesn't look like they're really going to be able to do much as New Happy now get a read on the zone. They get control, and they're identifying these players as solos. Soul, though, takes down Nan, and he might just turn around the tide of the fight with this.
Oh, but Ming has a grenade left. He's going to line it up. If it lands close to Soul, he's going to be dead. He does get the first aid off, but he pops up at the wrong moment to go out of prone there. The grenade is on the money. It is on to Leklo. He gets some damage. He's going to be getting information here from the rest of Danawa on the positions of New Happy, but what can he do? Nan has been res, so it's 3 up for New Happy, a 1v3. There's no way he's getting over to Salute. That is a dunzo player. Look, Leklo trying, putting some shots down. New Happy, though, is going to be very dug in. There is not going to be much he can do about this without a miracle. And yes, indeed, it is going to be New Happy coming through with another win.
New Happy, very happy with that one. 6 kills and a chicken dinner. It's impressive. 16 points to get them up there. It wasn't the heaviest fragging game. It wasn't one of those games where they just go hard and sweep the edge of the zone, but they just played slowly. They worked their way in bit by bit, got themselves that all-important chicken dinner with the kills to go alongside it. It's a bit disappointing there for Danawa. It felt like that flank, sending the player to the off angle, could be the play, but I just think that coming over the ridge and catching New Happy in the pinch would have really worked a lot better. And Paperton, that's the last game for us for PGC 2021. What a way to end it.
Yeah, that was a great finish there. A nice 4v4, a nice attempt by Danawa, but the maneuver just wasn't really enough to fool New Happy. They landed some great shots, some great grenades on top of it to keep that flank from really causing any problems. And yeah, man, it's been a pleasure. That's going to do it for us for PGC, but now New Happy, dude, they are right back in the conversation. It could be a 2-horse race for tomorrow, but that's going to do it for us. Take it away, Jorosora in the desk.
Thank you very much, guys. A fantastic PGC from both of you. Huge thank you for the tremendous casting today. And wow, New Happy picking up another chicken dinner. It's not all about heroic stuff. We now have a couple of very interesting contenders, including Danawa, who doesn't bring home the chicken dinner, but is showing us that tomorrow is going to get very interesting.
Oh, Danawa played that one beautifully, and it was a good jump on the leaderboard. Again, the middle pack is very close. It all just comes down to, like, I mean, 1 kill, 1 placement point. It's that close for so many of those teams. But I mean, as you say, New Happy, great day for them. They sandwiched. They started off with a chicken. They end with a chicken. 3 so far this weekend. I mean, you want to talk about someone in contest right now for Heroic, it is most definitely going to be New Happy Esports.
They're looking absolutely phenomenal right now. We had glimpses of this new Happy all the way back even in ranked decision, Frost. They were very good at fragging out, weren't necessarily getting that many kills, but they were consistently winning fights, consistently picking up those points. And here in the grand finals, that sort of playstyle is really paying off for them.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the tournament, I'd say New Happy was one of the favorites. And we saw a glimpse of it, as you're saying, in the ranked decision, but after that he kind of went downhill a little bit. We saw him trying to go for the winner chicken dinner format, trying to change up the gameplay a little bit, but now we're back on a point rule, we're back on a 3-day streak here, and looking at it, they're playing phenomenally. I mean, having 2 wins today, but also 3rd place on top of that, they've been so consistent. Today they racked up 51 points. Yesterday we saw them racking up 45 points. They are consistency itself.
Yeah, talk about consistency. Heroic just barely knocked out there at the late game, but I mean, a presence, right? There's a presence throughout the match, finding those kills up late again, and that's what's been making them scary, because they were able to get up to, I believe, 109 points this match. Additionally as well, shout out to TSM. All 5 games, they were proactive. All 5 games, we saw them up, if not in the top 4, then the top 5, and so you know, we talk about what it's going to take for so many of these teams, and that is finding every single scoring opportunity, every chance that can really kind of, you know, pave the way here, because even as we're seeing right now on the highlights, you can see how close it is from so many teams, you know, just 1 or 2 points apart from each other down the leaderboard, and I think that that's just going to make tomorrow an even bigger bloodbath. So I mean, really, just kudos for the consistency. We'll see it again here. The same players, the same teams going to be up there, top in damage, top in kills.
Consistency is the name of the game, and New Happy at the moment are showing that they are a team that can do phenomenally well given the space. But even when they're not given the space, Froz, they're very good at rushing in and claiming the space from other teams, which is a critical component here in PUBG. It's not just about finding the best spot. Sometimes it's about taking it from others. They've got no problem doing that. There's no fear in this team.
I think, yeah, also one of the big things about this team is they're really good at not just playing edge, but also playing from the center. They know how to play both of those games, and they're doing phenomenally. And we see them, of course, getting themselves that many points here. 16 points. We saw them in the first game getting 19 points. That's a big chunk of points just in these 2 games. And of course, on top of that, all the other games, again, being one of the top teams, they are not bombing out on a 0-1 point a game. They always make sure they have a few kills with them, even if they go out early. And that is super important to keep yourself to get those points if you want to be able to contest for that win.
Every single point matters now. At the end of the day, even like the smallest difference between 2 teams as far as prize pool is concerned is something like $3,500, but at the sharp end, it's 600. Like, it is absolutely phenomenal. So even the teams that aren't at the sharp end of the spectrum are going to have so much to play for tomorrow. But honestly, Clover, as much as we want to harp on about that, all eyes right now are on the sharp end and who's going to be chasing down Heroic.
Yeah, New Happy so primed for it. I mean, I think we were even kind of curious before going this last match. Is this Heroics tournament? Is this Heroics weekend? Are they going to completely run away with it? And they almost have. By all accounts, they have been active. But it's the way that New Happy has been playing that has really kind of caught things up. And even taking a look again at these top damage, at these top kills, we're seeing that coming in from teams like TSM, like Heroic, like New Happy. A little bit even as well from KPI this game. This was a good game for them. I think they did a good job having that pressure. They're on the side of prison, making sure that they had full control of the South before pushing across the street. Ultimately, I mean, that was a hard circle for anybody to play in with that open ground, especially the way that Danawa had control over it. You can see Rex, not quite as much of the damage compared to DraftKings, but the kills are there.
Yeah, prison was a little bit of a flashpoint in that last game, wasn't it, Froz? I mean, we had Petrichor Road, Kaishin, KPI, Fury, Space Station Gaming, and then, of course, a little bit later on, Team Liquid sending it into prison as well. It felt a little bit like one of those circles where teams were just forced to take some risks.
Yeah, sometimes in a circle like that, there's not going to be that much space to play. And especially for a team like Liquid, they came in very late. Remember that? And they came from the north side. They had to rotate on the east through a few teams. I'm actually surprised that they managed to get all 4 alive into prison itself. But as the Kazu said, it's very hard to get out from there once you get in there. But at the same time, they had no other choice. Basically, it was either go there, that would be a safe bet to have something to play for, or they had to crash the team.
All right, well, let's go ahead and hear from the team that are still at the top of the standings, but maybe has a little bit of competition here as well. Let's see what Heroic have to say.
1위 자리를 지켜낸 히로이크 4명의 선수들과 함께하겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
쿠렉시 선수와 먼저 이야기를 좀 나눠봐야 할 것 같은데요. 우승에 정말 한 발 더 가까워진 기분이 들 것 같습니다. 두 번째 날 역시 안정적인 포인트를 획득하면서 109점으로 현재 1위 자리를 지켜내고 계시는데요. 어제와는 또 다른 기분일 것 같은데 지금 기분 좀 여쭤볼까요?
This question is to Curaxi. So you are just a step away from winning the trophy and you have earned 109 points and now must be feeling different from yesterday. What does it feel like?
Feels pretty good. There is still one day left, and yes, nothing else.
기분 매우 좋고요. 아직 하루가 남았기 때문에 그 이상의 소감은 없다고 합니다.
5개의 매치만을 남겨두고 있는 지금 히로익 4명의 선수들인데요. 본인들이 챔피언이 될 수 있을 가능성에 대한 좀 예상을 해본다면 몇 % 정도 지금 기대하고 있는지 쿠렉시 선수 여쭤볼까요?
Again to Curaxi. So what would be the percentage of you guys winning the trophy, if you can expect?
I guess it's 50-50 now. Let's say it that way.
50대 50이라고 합니다.
굉장히 침착하게 아직은 샴페인을 터뜨리지 않겠다라는 좀 의지가 느껴지는 쿠렉시 선수의 답변인데요. 비민 선수와도 좀 이야기를 해보겠습니다. 어제 미라마에서 포인트와 치킨을 쓸어 갔다면 오늘은 에란겔에서 많은 포인트를 가져가는 데 성공했습니다. 어제 경기가 끝나고 나서 또 어떤 피드백을 나눴는지도 좀 듣고 싶어요.
This question is to Bimi. Oh, sorry. Bimi. Yesterday, you wiped out Miramar and earned a chicken dinner, an impressive number of kill points, and again, earned another chicken dinner at Erangel today and showed a striking performance. What kind of feedback did you guys have yesterday?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I mean, like the main difference between today and yesterday was that we had more aggressive opportunities yesterday compared to today. Like today we played more for the positions because we didn't have too much to do. So we just took our opportunities as they came, and yeah, let's just say it was that.
어제와 다른 점은 오늘은 더 많은 기회가 있어서 조금 더 침착하게 기다리면서 경기 운영을 풀어나갈 수 있었다고 합니다.
침착하게 기다려야 할 때는 기다리고 빠르게 치고 나가야 할 때는 치고 나가는 히로이의 완벽한 경기력이 오늘 9번째 매치 병원 자기장에서 좀 나오지 않았나 싶습니다. 페이지 선수에게 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 이 병원에서 나와서 굉장히 빠른 속도로 다나와 e스포츠와 나투스 빈체레를 잡아내는 모습이 있었는데 당시 오더 상황이 어땠는지 좀 듣고 싶어요.
So this question is to Paige. At match 9, the circle landed at the hospital and you were very quick to clear out the drop spot by knocking out Danawa and Navi. What kind of calls were given out?
I mean, we knew basically that everyone needed to move from the west town in South Shores, and basically there was like a lot of fighting happening on that side of the circle, so we basically got close to them like really easily. And yeah, I mean, when we had 2 people covering us and 2 people pushing, it was kind of like just an easy push towards Danava there and just wipe them out.
일단 서쪽에서부터 많은 교전들이 일어나고 있어서 재빠르게 정리를 해야 될 필요성을 느꼈고요. 거기에서 2명이 있었는데 어쨌든 빨리 쓰러뜨려야 된다는 생각을 했었기 때문에 제대로 정리를 할 수 있었다고 합니다.
그 중심에 비미 선수의 SR샷이 있지 않았나 싶은데요. 이 본인의 SR샷을 좀 어떻게 생각하고 있는지 좀 본인에게 여쭤볼까요?
At the wiping out the Danawa and Navi, it was probably most Beamy's animalistic instinct shot. Using the sniper rifle must have contributed a lot. What would you say to that? Yeah.
I mean, Beamy's just a bolt god, I would say. I think he needs to use the bolts more because he's just really good. And somehow he just hits everyone out their cars or hits headshots all the time. So, yeah, Beamy, really good shot.
정말 좋은 샷이었고요. 더 투척물도 자주 이용할 수 있었으면 좋겠지만 어쨌든 오늘은 정말 훌륭한 샷이었다고 합니다.
티본 선수에게도 좀 한 가지 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 사실 히로이기 치킨을 가져갈 수 있었던 기회를 어제 오늘 제동을 걸었던 게 또 글로벌 e스포츠 엑셋이 아닐까 싶습니다. 글로벌 e스포츠 엑셋에 대한 생각을 좀 여쭤볼까요?
Once again, so this question is to Tivon. Once again, Jax seemed to pour cold water on what could have been a finished performance today. Do you have any message to Jax, or what do you think about them?
I mean, everyone here is a great team, I would say. So, well played. I mean, it's everyone's like equal, I would say. But yeah, we'll put up our best fight tomorrow, and good luck, everyone.
여기에 와 있는 모든 팀들이 다 훌륭하기 때문에 특별한 메시지는 없지만 내일 좋은 경기력을 보여줬으면 좋겠다고 합니다.
유일한 세 자릿수 포인트를 획득하고 있는 이 1위 자리를 차지한 강자다운 여유로운 메시지까지 전해주셨습니다. 물론 안정적인 자리를 유지하고는 있지만 뉴해피의 추격을 배제할 수는 없는 현재의 상황입니다. 페이지 선수 내일 마지막 남은 날의 각오가 어떨지 여쭤보겠습니다.
So this question is to Paige. You still have a huge leading points against New Happy. However, we still cannot rule out possibility of their chase. What is your determination to tomorrow's grand final, last day?
I mean, we are just gonna do our best. I mean, I think that's all you can do at this point. Try to keep up the good performance we have had so far this weekend, and hopefully with tomorrow.
지금 저희가 할 수 있는 일은 지금까지 보여왔던 좋은 경기력을 유지하여서 잘 풀어나가는 것밖에 남지 않은 것 같다고 합니다.
자, 과연 이 최강의 자리, 이 PGC 2021의 주인공 자리에 히로이기 그 왕자를 차지할 수 있을지 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 인터뷰 고맙습니다.
Thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
자, 아직까지 배틀그라운드 글로벌 대회에서 유럽이 우승을 차지한 이력은 없었습니다. 과연 히로이기 그 유일한 유럽의 우승팀으로 글로벌 자리에 자리를 차지할 수 있을지 내일 이제 남은 5개의 매치만을 통해서 결정됩니다. 내일 저녁 7시에 펼쳐지는 대망의 그랜드 파이널 마지막 날 경기도 여러분의 많은 시청을 부탁드리면서 저는 여기서 물러나도록 하겠습니다. 시청해주신 여러분
And that was heroic. Very humble, I have to say, heading into the final games and final day tomorrow, I should say, Steph. And I think really important that all of them have eyes on the prize as well. What are your final thoughts wrapping up today, and what job Heroic has to do going tomorrow?
I mean, as you heard, they're just going to keep playing their game, and that's the mindset to have. You know, they don't need to start double guessing and thinking things maybe out of the box, because at least right now, the way they're playing is working. But they do need to be mindful of New Happy being a big threat right now in that chase.
And Patrick, closing thoughts from you. Heroic, they threatened to run away with it. It hasn't quite been like that, and we still have some options open tomorrow.
Yeah, New Happy's only 13 points behind them right now, and with 5 games left, anything could happen. But from there, from Heroic down to 3rd place, it is 41 points, so it's unlikely that we'll see something happening from down there. But at the same time, there's so much more to play for. We have from 3rd place down to 8th place, it's 8-point difference between all of those teams, and all of them will be fighting for so much prize money towards the top there that it's gonna be, I mean, there's so much more to play from. But Heroic so far, being able to rack up this many points, being one of the newcomers here on the international stage, showing up big time right now, showing up what it's all about, why EMEA is one of the top regions. This is what we want to see. Heroic, well, I just don't know. Are they going to be able to handle the pressure and keep it up tomorrow as well? We'll just have to wait and see, I guess.
So tomorrow we crown the champions of PGC 2021, and we give away literally millions of dollars in prize money. But 5 games separate our top 16 teams from that. We hope you guys have enjoyed the games and the broadcast today. A huge thank you from Paperthin and Chunks, who were doing fantastic casting today, from myself, Jarasar, Clover, and Froz, who have been part of the desk, and everybody behind the scenes who makes an event like this possible at a world championship scale. We've got 1 day and 5 games left to go before we crown the overall winners. Tune in tomorrow to find out who. Wherever you are, stay safe and good night.